Feng Shui, Decorating and Enhancing Your Life and Home. Written by Kim Chow. Narrated by Scott Clem. What is Feng Shui? For thousands of years, the Chinese people have been practicing a spiritual discipline that is part art and part science. Feng Shui is a practice that aids in allowing an individual to have a balanced energy system within their space of home. This can be anywhere one spends one's time, such as the home, office, or studio. The aim of this practice is to have health and fortune bestowed on the practitioner. Feng Shui is a compound word that literally translates into English as wind-water. Feng means wind, and Shui means water. The origins of Feng Shui date back to the origins of Taoism, the ancient philosophical religion of China. Central to Taoism is the phenomena of Qi. Qi is the energy and life force of the universe, and is said to be infused into literally everything from people to animals to inanimate objects. It is, in a sense, what animates the cosmos. The ancient Chinese people believed that the energy, Qi, of the land could be good for some and bad for others. In Taoism, besides dealing with primordial issues such as why we are here, what our purpose is, and how to live a good life, it also deals with the understanding of the energies found in nature and how to properly utilize them for health and prosperity. In the Taoist worldview, there is what is called the Tao, or the Way. The Tao is literally all that exists. It is the infinite and inexhaustible source of flowing creation. There are two forces called yin and yang which flow from the Tao into creation. The entire universe is said to consist of the constant flowing of yin and yang. These two energies represent duality and have correspondences in the manifest world of space and time. An example of a correspondence of yin and yang would be in traditional Chinese medicine. In addition to yin and yang, there are 5 elements of Feng Shui which will be gone over in greater depth later on in this audiobook. They are wood, fire, water, earth, and metal. These 5 elements are used in congruence with a Feng Shui compass and a bagua to perform a Feng Shui analysis. The bagua is a grid that is in the shape of an octagon. The function of the bagua will be gone over in more depth later on. On this grid are found symbols of the I Ching. The bagua is absolutely essential to performing a Feng Shui analysis. The compass is called a lo pan and is used in addition to the bagua to get an accurate reading of the energies in a space. Lo means everything and pan means bowl. The lo pan is found in the center of the wooden octagon grid that is painted with various I Ching symbols. Around the compass are precisely placed concentric circles also inscribed with Chinese symbols. Here are some examples of items used to balance energies in a space and bring good luck and fortune: aquariums, fountains, crystals, colors, and clocks. Methods. Feng Shui, like any art skill, is going to take some time to get used to. Certain elements of the practice can be good for novices. However, as a whole, Feng Shui is a surprisingly difficult practice to master. If mastered, there are many rewards to be reaped. As with any skill set, it is best to start with the basics and then graduate to the more difficult aspects of Feng Shui. Here are a few fundamental ingredients to get you started on Feng Shui right away. Air and light. It is absolutely essential to have proper light and air circulation in one's desired space. These two fundamental things help to balance the yin and yang energies. When it comes to light, only use natural light, if available, to light your home. Light that comes from an unnatural source will not serve well in Feng Shui. When it comes to air, it is also essential to use natural air that comes through an open window. Bagua. With a bagua's compass, it will be possible to locate troubled areas in one's living space, as well as find areas which have a good Feng Shui. This tool is absolutely essential. Declutter. In today's modern world, individuals tend to impulse buy items that aren't necessary for one's day-to-day life. What it boils down to is that too many material items can weigh down one's soul and disrupt the flow of Qi in one's home. With that being said, one should get rid of any material possessions that have little to no value. It is of equal importance to get rid of any items that have negative feelings attached to them. Remember, this may take time. However, it is necessary to begin moving on to the next step. The 5 elements. A familiarity with the 5 elements is also essential. One of the elements might be needed for certain parts of a space, while other elements might be good for others. This, of course, is all dependent on what one is trying to manifest in one's life. Birth element. Out of the 5 elements, each individual has one that corresponds to his or her spiritual makeup. The birth element is revealed through either a Taoist priest or can be done online. One's birth element is discovered using ancient Chinese astrological charts. With this knowledge, one is then able to provide more in-depth Feng Shui analysis. The 5 elements of Feng Shui. The 5 elements of Feng Shui operate according to cycles of production and destruction. For example, fire produces earth. When one lights something on fire, it turns to ash, which then goes back to the earth. An example of a destructive cycle is fire in metal. Fire destroys metal by melting it. In addition to these cycles, each element also corresponds to either one or more colors. Here's the productive cycle of the elements. Water gives birth to wood. Wood gives birth to fire. Fire gives birth to earth. Earth gives birth to metal, and then metal in turn produces water in a never-ending cycle. The destructive cycle goes as follows. Wood is dissolved into earth. Earth absorbs water. Water puts out fire. Fire melts metal, and metal chops up wood. Again, this is a cyclic progression like the productive cycle. Through the powers of yin and yang, the 5 elements beget each other in a positive or negative way. Here are the elements along with their corresponding colors. Wood. Wood represents anything and everything to do with liveliness, spirit, exuberance, or vitality. This includes good health, bounty, and material wealth. The wood element corresponds to the east and southeast part of any space. You will find, however, that some elements can be used in other directions. In the case of wood, it is also beneficial to use in the southern part of any space. Its corresponding colors are brown and green. Fire. The fire element specifically represented abundance of energy. Just as fire is used to heat a home or power a steam engine train, so the fire element manifests those same powerful energies. It can manifest itself in the career of one's dreams, or more specifically, any achievement one deems close to one's heart. The fire element corresponds to the south, southwest, and northeast areas of a space. Its corresponding colors are red, dark yellow, purple, pink, and orange. Water. The water element corresponds to clarity, purity, and serenity. Just as water is used to purify and cleanse one's body and remains tranquil in a still pool of water, so the water element is used to keep one's space tranquil and pure. This element corresponds to the north, east, and southeast areas of a space. Its corresponding colors are blue and black. Earth. The earth element represents sustenance and stability. It represents the safekeeping of one's relationships. Just as the earth provides food for all to eat, stability, and shelter during a storm, so does this energy manifest in one's home through Feng Shui. It corresponds to the northeast, southeast, and center parts of one's space. Its corresponding colors are yellow and beige. Metal. Metal represents precision, efficiency, and clarity. It is beneficial for home and business. Just as a metal tool can be used to make an exact and efficient measurement for the building of any structure, so this energy manifests similarly in one space. Its corresponding directions are west, north, and northwest. Its corresponding colors are white and gray. Here are the correspondences between the colors of the elements and the cardinal directions of a space. Keep in mind that these colors are considered the dominant colors and that other alternative colors may be used. East and southeast correspond to green, south corresponds to red, southwest corresponds to yellow, and west and northwest correspond to white or metallic. Here are examples of how alternate colors can be used for specific cardinal directions. For example, both blue and black can be used to correspond to east and southeast. Any shade of red can be utilized for the southwest and northeast positions. Any shade of brown, beige, or yellow, including any mixtures of the colors, can be used to correspond to the west and northwest directions. The color white corresponds to the north since metal births water, as stated before. Additionally, the color green can be utilized in the south because wood gives birth to fire. If a solid color doesn't seem appealing, one can combine colors, or use one or more colors in conjunction to create the desired spiritual and psychological effect. As long as there is balance and harmony between the colors, there are no limits to how they can be applied. Just make sure that the rules and laws of Feng Shui are properly applied to allow for the maximum flow of qi. The colors that were just introduced were only to show how they relate to the elements and the cardinal directions. A more in-depth analysis of the colors will be gone over in the next chapter. In addition to an element's corresponding color, there are other things that correspond to that particular element and can be used to maximize one's space. For example, in an area that is predominantly fire, one can use items such as candles or soft lights to amplify that specific element. Or, if one desires more intimacy with a partner or would like help with maintaining a strong marriage or friendship, the element of earth will suffice. Items that correspond to the earth element are, for example, crystals or any earthenware such as ceramics. Also, since earth produces metal, metal items can also be used to positive effect. As was mentioned earlier, water represents tranquility, purity, and calm flow. So, any item that corresponds to these qualities can have a very positive effect in one's space. For example, in an area that is predominantly water, one can use items such as a water fountain or an aquarium fish tank. Anything that relates to water in any way. Everyone is familiar with dropping a coin into a fountain for good luck. This practice goes back to the water element being an agent of wealth and good fortune. So, a fountain can be used to bring prosperity in one's career of choice, for example. For the sake of optimal qi flow, it would not be good to place a fountain in one's room, however. The wood element was mentioned earlier as being correlated to sustenance and stability. With that being said, placing wooden objects in the corresponding areas of a space can help with providing sustenance and financial stability. For example, a wooden bench would go great alongside any sort of greenery, whether inside or in one's garden. The colors of Feng Shui. In the previous chapter, the colors used in Feng Shui were introduced, showing how they correspond to the various elements and their directions. In this chapter, we will go more in depth into each color to reveal exactly what they represent and how they can be utilized in a space to provide maximum flow of qi and psychological well-being. Black. The color black is ubiquitous with the unknown. It can represent mystery, the night, and the void. The color black can be used to protect an area and provide it with fortitude. However, too much of it can make a space feel gloomy and dark and can do damage to one's psychological well-being. Black can be utilized in the southeast, north, and east. It is not recommended to be utilized in the southern part of a room, however. In addition to a common room, one place it can be used is in one's child's room. It will protect the growth and well-being of one's offspring. If black is utilized in the north, it is also beneficial for manifesting career goals and opportunities. Brown. The color brown represents sustenance and delectability. Think of a dark brown piece of mahogany and how it can really make a space feel full and warm. Also, it can correspond to brown food and beverages such as a piece of cacao or a cup of hot chocolate. With that being said, this color is great for a living room or any other common room in one space. Remember, Feng Shui is all about balance, so an excess of any color can have negative psychological effects. For instance, an excess of brown can prevent people from wanting to go out about and take part in one's day. Green. We have all experienced the joy when the first green buds of spring have finally bloomed. The color green corresponds to new beginnings and new life. It is a great color to be used in a space to give a sense of life-giving energy and health. Different shades of green can be used to achieve these ends. Although the color itself can be used to great effect, it is even more effective to use healthy plants. Any green plant will do just fine, and it is even better if it is a flowering plant. Plants bring the healing properties of nature directly into one's home. It is best used in south, east, and southwest parts of a space. Red. Fire, like all the elements, has a destructive and productive element within it. Fire, out of all the elements, usually has a negative connotation as it is most commonly associated with destruction. However, if used in the right way, this color can provide a burst of positive energy to one's space. Just as fire can decimate homes, it can also emanate from the sun and provide the essential ingredient for life. Since this color is full of energy, it can be used to add a sense of depth and dimension to any space. It is also associated with sexual energy, as that form of energy has the creative ability to create and produce new life. So, red is a great aphrodisiac and facilitator of romance. The color red can be used in any celebration since it helps to facilitate the energy to ignite the passion of those participating in it. This is why this color is used predominantly in Chinese festivals. Again, like any color, it must be used appropriately and with balance so as not to disturb the well-being this color can provide. An excess of red can exacerbate and arouse negative emotions like anger. Since red invokes celebration or togetherness, it can be properly implemented in a living room or any room used for common purposes such as a place of dining. Red is best used in the southern area of a space, but it can also be used in moderation in the west, northwest, east, and southeast locations of a space. Orange. There is nothing quite like watching the sun set as dusk approaches at night. Everyone can share in the beauty of such a spectacle. It is universal and brings people together. Just as a sunset provides a sense of camaraderie, so the color orange has long been known to facilitate social interactions. It can help to bring alive conversations that are long and full of energy. In today's world, we have electricity. However, in the days before the invention of electricity, families and friends would gather around the fireplace to socialize. This color is perfect for any area in which one gathers with others for socialization. It helps to accentuate any room as well. The color orange has many of the same effects as red. However, orange is softer, so make sure not to use orange in the west, northwest, east, and southeast. Purple. Purple is a color that represents seduction, the mysterious, and the intuitive. Purple is a somewhat difficult color to use in Feng Shui, however. If not used excessively, it can really bring out one's spirit. Since purple is a very robust color, it is recommended to use a lighter shade of purple. A light shade is great for one's bedroom and can help to spice up anyone's love life. Be careful, however, as dark shades can create a sense of apprehension or anxiety. It is not recommended to be used as the paint for a particular wall or room, as the key to this color is to be able to utilize it as one pleases, such as with a purple crystal. The proper directions for this color are west, south, and east. Pink. The color pink is synonymous with love and femininity. It can evoke the love and nurturing of a mother towards her baby. This nurturing energy is a serene energy that does not overstimulate one psychically. It uplifts and nourishes the heart. This color can be used to balance out a space that has a foreboding feeling. Make sure, however, to use a light shade of pink, as a dark pink can have the opposite of the desired effects. A great place to use this color is in the southwest part of the space. Pink is usually associated with females, so it can be best used in the bedroom of a female child. This is the most common use. Aside from children's bedrooms, it can also be used to symbolize a marriage, or anything that has to do with love or romance. That is why the color is used around the time of Valentine's Day in the West. When it comes to decorating, feel free to use this color in conjunction with other colors such as black and green. When it comes to items used around one space, it can be great to utilize pink crystals such as light pink quartz. Yellow. It has been shown how the color red and orange can bring out passionate energy that is good for activities ranging from socializing to getting important work done. Another color that brings out similar energies is the color yellow. It can evoke the qualities of the life-giving sun. With that being said, it also brings out a nurturing and tranquil atmosphere that can be perfect for a common area or a young one's bedroom. In areas of a space that do not get very much light, the color yellow can help brighten it up to a surprising effect. It's not as robust as red, and it isn't as reflective as orange. Everyone knows how a bright sunny day can brighten anyone's mood, and so can the color yellow lift one's spirits from a glum mood. The cardinal directions for this color are east and southeast. Gray. One would think the color gray is too lifeless of a color to be used in Feng Shui. However, like any color, if it is used in the right way, it can bring about desirable psychological effects. The key to using this color is to utilize the right shade since it lies in between black and white. A light gray, such as noble gray, can be used to great effect. Make sure, however, to use it in the north and northwest parts of a space. A lighter shade of gray is perfect for a space one uses to do an activity that requires focus, such as an office. This color can be considered a balance of yin and yang. It takes the potent energy of dark with the virgin energy of white, and as such gives a space the razor-sharp focus one needs to accomplish any task. This color is also associated with the element of metal, and just as metal can be used as a tool to accomplish a task, so this color can metaphorically allow one to do the same. White. White is commonly associated with purity, or virginity, such as in the dress of a bride-to-be. It has the qualities of innocence and integrity. In a sense, it represents the coming forth of something new, such as the white canvas of a painting. It can also represent the end of one thing and the start of something new, such as the use of whitewash on an old building. The directions this color should be used in are the southeast and east. Like any other color, one can also combine white with other colors. It can be used in a meditative space, or any space where a creative process happens. It can facilitate new ideas and possibilities. Blue. Just like a blue cloudless sky brings to mind freshness and tranquility, so the color blue evokes feelings of expansiveness, clarity, and purity. Blue works best when used in the southeast and east parts of a room. The element associated with blue is water, and as water has been shown to flow into the element of wood, it is possible to use this color in an area where wood is dominant. Blue decor can be a great way to use this color. Art showing a blue sky, or water, can be a great use for this color. Blue is a great color for a baby's room or any place of study. A newborn baby spends much of its time laying in its crib looking up at the ceiling, so blue could be utilized there. It has also been shown that students performed much better on homework and exams when their ceiling was painted a blue color. A lighter shade of blue would be good for a baby's room, while a more robust shade can be used to create a peaceful and meditative atmosphere. It is also a great color to help promote rest and sleep. Feel free to mix blue with white as these colors can be complementary. Creating a happy home with Feng Shui. Now that the basics of Feng Shui have been covered, it is now time to apply the knowledge presented to create the tranquil and productive living space one would like. There are literally endless combinations of the aforementioned principles to create the ideal living environment. As was mentioned earlier, honing one's skill in this ancient art takes time. However, once mastered, it can enrich one's mental well-being in ways only dreamt and can create a healthy, happy home. It is important to be perceptive and receptive to the effects of Feng Shui, as the environment will change moods almost like magic. Visitors will have a healthier demeanor towards one's home and toward oneself. This sort of magic is reciprocal. As a guest feels more uplifted, it will also uplift oneself. Be prepared for a change, as this time-tested practice is sure to cause noticeable effects. At this stage, it is most important to familiarize oneself with every part of the space being worked on. One's success in this art is contingent upon one's knowledge of the space being used. Let us examine some important elements that can expand and intensify this stage. Connection. It is essential to feel a connection to one's space. Perform a diagnostic on the space in question by examining the aspects that don't complement the elements of Feng Shui that have been gone over. This is important because whatever falls under the radar can have negative consequences on one's life. Since this is a skill that takes practice, don't feel agitated if the desired effects are not achieved right off the bat. For some, it may click right away, and for others it may take more time. There is no right or wrong way to learn this skill. Acquiring the instruments and cleansing the space. Learning the fundamentals is the perfect time to acquire the bagua and the corresponding compass, lopan. This stage is also the opportune time to exercise any emotions one may have from the desired space. This is fundamental because if this is not achieved, the work of Feng Shui will be in vain. As mentioned in a previous chapter, decluttering one's home will be the defining action towards this positive end. Too many unnecessary things evoke feelings of uncertainty and disorder. Even though it may be tough at first, one will no doubt feel a weight lift off one's shoulders once all excess is done away with. Try and keep the goal in mind when taking this important step. Leaning on a friend or family member for support can also be a good way to make it through these dark times. Building and maintaining relationships. A happy and psychologically sound home means nothing if the relationships with those one lives with are in shambles. So take this time to build and perform maintenance on the relationships with those around oneself. There are many ways in which to accomplish this. However, don't expect major changes to happen immediately. Since this is an audiobook on Feng Shui, only those principles contained therein will be discussed to help with relationships. With that being said, what follows are some pertinent Feng Shui techniques for the home that can reboot and refresh any relationship and keep it uplifted and spirited. If one has newer furniture, rearrange it into new and fresh patterns depending on the available space. If one has a smaller room, rearrange it so that they are facing another wall, for example. Another thing that can help is purchasing new furniture. If one has the same furniture for years, some nice new pieces can really bring well-being to a household. Be careful, however, not to fall into compulsive buying and only buy new furniture within reason. If one is okay with the arrangement of the pieces in a space, try adding in other elements such as some fresh foliage, preferably flowering plants. Try placing a fruit bowl on a table. It looks nice and can provide nourishment when one wants a quick snack. Basically, anything that pops out can be used to great effect. Depending on the size of the space, organize the contents so that it allows everyone a maximum amount of space to live and breathe. If people are in close quarters for too long, it can create a sense of agitation and anxiety. Make sure any living space is decluttered. If a space is too crowded, it can cause those living in it to feel agitation as well. A good rule of thumb is to keep the space as presentable as it would be if the house was on the market to be sold. Placing pictures around the house allows for reflection amongst the residents. This can be used to great effect. Who doesn't love seeing a baby picture of a loved one? A TV can be great in a common room. However, having it in an awkward space and having too many can create a sense of detachment in one's place of residence. TV can be used to bring people together, but it can also tear people apart into their own private worlds. Having a music player in a common area can be a great way to bring everyone together. Even better, musical instruments can provoke socialization and joy. Using Feng Shui if your home is in a cul-de-sac. Cul-de-sacs are not the ideal places in which to have a home if Feng Shui is to have a maximum effect. A cul-de-sac cuts one's home off from the rest of the environment, so naturally this also disrupts the flow of qi. One may have a perfect home to practice Feng Shui, but placing that home in a cul-de-sac really dampens the effects of the practice. Here are a few reasons why a cul-de-sac home does not work well with Feng Shui. In a cul-de-sac, not only are the homes cut off from the rest of the environment, but the qi in and around them are subject to a ping-pong effect. A cul-de-sac is a sequestered part of a neighborhood, so the energy is, in a sense, recycled over and over again between the homes that comprise it. If one happens to live in a cul-de-sac, do not fear. There are techniques that can be used to remedy the situation. Here are a few examples. Keeping a well-manicured lawn and garden is one way to remedy this situation. As was mentioned before, having one's space neat and tidy is extremely important in Feng Shui. On top of that, foliage in general is a good way to give the home a more expansive and less sequestered feeling. Installing evergreens in the backyard is a great way to allow more qi to flow through one's home. Installing a winding walkway in the front of a home is another way to open up a space. Straight lines and the like are not found in nature naturally, so it has a negative effect on personal psychology. A winding walkway imitates nature better. In addition, it just looks good and is sure to make any guest entering the home feel happy and welcome. It should be clear that installing things in the yard that resemble nature can really help to expand one's space. Keeping with this logic, installing a fountain can be a great way to achieve this end, or if one prefers, a bird bath can have the same effect. If this sounds desirable, it is important to keep in mind to have the installations facing the same direction in which one's home is. The color of the door to the space is another way to help qi flow. Keeping with the colors and directions featured in the previous chapters, if the door is facing north, for example, then the corresponding color would be either blue or black. Those two colors signify tranquility and can really help to amplify those emotions. All in all, study the cul-de-sac in which one lives just as intently as one studies one's space to prepare for Feng Shui. Some cul-de-sacs may have better energy flow than others. Try and use good judgment and discernment in this matter. Keeping with the previous topic of doors, it is highly recommended not to use a direct alignment for any doors in one space. For example, the front door should not directly align with the back door, or vice versa. The same can be applied to bedroom or bathroom doors. Having doors aligned with each other prevents the energy from flowing optimally. It might seem counterintuitive to have doors that don't align, since Feng Shui is all about balance and flow. However, be assured that this is not the case. Remember, in addition to balance and harmony, there must also be space for the energy to flow in different directions. A door facing another door is similar to having homes in a cul-de-sac. It only creates an unhealthy, energetic ping-pong effect. This is especially pertinent when aligning the front and back doors. The majority of positive Feng Shui energy first enters the house through the front door. If the front and back door are aligned, that good energy can immediately exit through the back door. If this happens, the energy won't stay in and permeate the house. Some people may not have the luxury of deciding the alignment of the doors in one space, so here are a few tips that can help to fix this problem. Paint the doors directly aligned with each different colors to amplify certain qualities or characteristics. By doing this, there will be less sympathy between the two doors, and more energy will stay within the space. If possible, try placing a table or any small medium-sized object in between the two doors. This will inhibit the energy flow and decrease its speed. For maximum effect, place foliage on top of the table or item of choice. Any kind of greenery is fine. However, it is highly recommended to use fresh flowers, even better if they are picked from a home garden. This is sure to help correct the problem. All in all, anything that can be used to reroute the energy will do the trick. Use discretion and discernment to make a good judgment. It really all depends on the space in which one lives. Some homes may not have as many troublesome aspects, while others might. Feng Shui for kitchens. Like any place within a home, it is important to first get familiarity with it, as well as discern its location amongst other rooms. In a typical house setting, the kitchen is usually directly facing the backyard. The reason for this is because having it in that direction discourages overeating. Entering the kitchen, one may be more encouraged to go outside and get some exercise. If the kitchen were located by the front door, for example, one would be tempted to eat more than usual, as would any guest coming to visit. If the layout of one's home is not arranged ideally, there are ways to maximize the Feng Shui of the space. Here are a few examples of ways to work around this issue. One could install a curtain or place a divider between the kitchen and the other unideal area. With a curtain or divider in place, it will help create the illusion that the kitchen is not open and exposed to a less than ideal spot. Or go the extra mile and install French doors for an even better look. Aside from clearly blocking the kitchen off, one could opt to distract attention from that spot. This could be anything from eye-catching art and sculptures, or some form of entertainment like music or a television. If one's stove is directly facing a wall, it is advisable to install a mirror directly over the stove. This mirror placement allows one to still view the entrance to the kitchen while cooking. Mirrors are associated with the water element and attract abundance. If at all possible, a kitchen island is a great way to allow maximum Feng Shui in a kitchen. An island, if placed strategically, allows one to cook while being aware of the entrance to the kitchen as well as any other area of the kitchen. A kitchen island is also a great way to bring people together. It encourages collaboration and cooperation between friends and loved ones. Food brings people together, whether that involves eating or cooking it. In Feng Shui, the stove is a sign of prosperity and vitality, since the stove is where one prepares the wealth one gains and its nourishment for the body. With that being said, there are a couple of techniques one can use to increase wealth and vitality. One way is to make sure that every burner is used proportionally. It is a bad idea to only use the same 1 or 2 burners. Remedy this by taking turns with each burner in a clockwise rotation. In Feng Shui, much emphasis is placed on allowing things to flow in a slow pace. Older stoves are great for this, as they warm up and cook things slower than modern stoves do. All in all, make sure to be aware of the surroundings, as this is very important in a Feng Shui kitchen. With that being said, it is best to never use a microwave despite how easy and convenient it may be. In addition to this, the radiation is not healthy for the body. Out of all of the rooms in a space, the kitchen should be kept to the highest standards of cleanliness. Like all rooms in the house, make sure to get rid of anything that isn't of use or that has negative connotations attached to it. This could include broken appliances or scattered newspapers on a table. Anything without a use is antithetical to the spirit of Feng Shui. Keeping with this spirit, a kitchen designed in the shaker style is most conducive to good Feng Shui. It is a clean, clear, and simple look that isn't replete with unnecessary carvings and robust colors. Remember, the simpler and tidier looking, the better Feng Shui. Lighting is another important thing to get right in a kitchen. While natural lighting is always ideal, sometimes cooking happens during the evening or night, so having good artificial light is necessary. It is ideal to have multiple sources of light to be used for certain tasks. For instance, a fluorescent light is good if attention needs to be focused on fine details such as preparing and cooking food. On the other hand, a softer light should be used if one is scavenging the kitchen for a late-night snack. Space is also important. If possible, try not to have any obstructions in the kitchen that impede movement. Having everything cramped together dampens the flow of qi and can cause bad Feng Shui. Keeping with the spirit of Feng Shui, the process of cooking should also be simple, tidy, and uncluttered. Try not to be surrounded by a plethora of kitchen implements and use only what is necessary. When finished with that particular utensil, immediately place it in the sink to be cleaned later. To amplify the energy in the kitchen, arrange flowering plants and fruits on the kitchen table. Any other technique to make the kitchen more welcoming can be used as well. Since the kitchen is a place where nourishment is prepared and hunger is satisfied, it must be as welcoming as possible so that food can be prepared and eaten with joy. Create wealth space with Feng Shui in the bathroom. A bathroom might seem like the last place one would utilize Feng Shui. However, like any room, there are techniques that can be used to make any bathroom the perfect reflection of Feng Shui principles. Here are some techniques for doing so. Color. Using the information on the elements and their corresponding colors featured in the previous chapters, one could attract wealth and abundance. If using the element of wood, one should use whether brown or green. If using the elements of water, one should use black and blue. And if using the element of earth, shades of yellow and brown should be used. Crystals. Another great way to attract wealth is by using various crystals. The best crystals to achieve this are amethyst, citrine, rose quartz, and others in that same family. Use them in any desired combination to achieve the desired result. Bamboo. You might have noticed a bamboo plant in a friend's or relative's bathroom. This plant is historically known for providing one with wealth and prosperity. On a symbolic level, it represents serenity and repose. It is also a very easy plant to maintain. The best way to use bamboo is by placing 8 stalks of bamboo in a vase or earthenware vessel. Atmosphere. Think of a tranquil and peaceful atmosphere and attempt to recreate it in the bathroom. For instance, make it resemble a place as calm and relaxing as a spa. It will recreate the feelings one has from getting a great massage. Clutter. Again, as with any room, it is of vital importance to declutter. Some individuals have the tendency to leave expired products in their bathrooms, or to leave empty used-up bottles of shampoo in the shower. Get rid of anything that isn't absolutely necessary. Lighting. Good lighting is essential to have. If possible, it would be wise to avoid harsh fluorescent lighting as it is not conducive to peace and tranquility. Alternatively, a softer light should be used. Symbols of wealth. It is known that like attracts like. So, keep items in the bathroom that remind one of wealth and prosperity. It could be a simple epithet, a poem, or a picture. Anything that brings to mind wealth will do just fine. Toilet seat. It is common courtesy to leave the toilet seat down to show respect to others that live in the space. This practice is not only courteous, but will keep the energy confined into that space without it permeating the entire room. Implementing mirrors with the concept of Feng Shui. In a previous chapter, the use of mirrors to create better Feng Shui was briefly touched upon. This chapter will be dealing with the issue in more depth. Since mirrors are associated with the element of water, if properly implemented, that same element can be permeated throughout a space. Mirrors can reroute energy within a space. For instance, a large mirror can be used to open up a space and make it seem larger. This effect is caused by differing flows of energy. 3 different types of mirrors are used in the practice of Feng Shui. The following is a brief introduction to the mirror and its corresponding use. Convex. Convex mirrors symbolize protection. This is because these types of mirrors allow a more encompassing view of a space and allows one to know what is going on at all times. One might be familiar with these mirrors in department stores to catch thieves, but they can also be utilized in Feng Shui if it is done properly. Concave. Although this mirror isn't always used in the practice of Feng Shui, it can also be utilized if done properly. The reason for this is because concave mirrors make a person and the surrounding environment look much smaller. Standard. This mirror is the standard kind that is found in homes and other buildings. If this mirror is of the appropriate shape and has a suitable frame, it can bestow a special Feng Shui cure. Bagua. There's a special Bagua mirror which is completely different from the more common ones listed here. It is extremely potent, and for the most part, it is used incorrectly. This type of mirror is not to be used as an item of decor in one space, and is strictly used to correct negative energy in one space. This type of mirror can be found in both concave and convex forms. Typically, the frame is made of wood and is painted either gold, red, or green. In effect, the Bagua mirror is used as a protective charm to guard against and ward off evil, whether spiritual or physical, such as an attacker. With that being said, one should only use this type of mirror after consulting a Feng Shui expert. Typically, they are situated above the main entrance to one's home. Feng Shui in the bedroom to improve your love life. In addition to regular relationship maintenances and checkups, Feng Shui can be a powerful tool to strengthen and enhance any love life. Each partner will get the love they need and deserve, all while in a tidy and uncluttered environment. Keeping with the principle of neatness, the bed should be the only item of furniture found in the bedroom. The bed should be simple and sleek without any unnecessary lavish details. A simple wooden frame is ideal. Also, in this day and age, there are all kinds of high-tech mattresses. These should be avoided. When it comes to bed linens, only cotton of the finest quality should be used. Make sure that there aren't any electronics in the room besides a simple clock. Aside from being simple, the bedroom should also be warm and inviting. This is a space in which intimacy and affection is shared and should be decorated accordingly. It should also be in the back of the home, away from the hustle and bustle of a living room or kitchen. The following are further examples of how to get the most out of the Feng Shui in any bedroom. If at all possible, the bedroom should be situated above a garage. The reason for this is that the electrical components of the car interfere with the chi circulation through the electromagnetic structure in one's body. Any and all items that utilize electricity should not be placed in the bedroom. A clock is okay, however, it would be better to use a rotary clock instead of an LED one. Items such as candles, crystals, or scented oils are great ways to provoke the energy and excitement of sex and love. Use these 3 items accordingly. Make sure there is always fresh air being circulated in the bedroom. The most ideal way is to get fresh air from an open window. If the weather doesn't permit, open up other doors in the house, if possible, to at least allow some air to flow. It is not recommended to have plants in the bedroom as well. As in any room, lighting is important. Soft light from a non-toxic candle is sure to help entice a loved one for some intimacy. Even better than a candle is to replace the light switch with a dimmer. That way, the light can be adjusted to accentuate any mood. Color the room so that they correspond to Feng Shui principles. For example, colors that work well in a bedroom are shades of white and brown, preferably milk chocolate color. Energy will flow much better with the appropriate colors. While simple is always better, a piece of art can accentuate a room to great effect. The art used should only have positive and uplifting themes. Anything contrary to this can make the energy heavy in a room. Maintain balance in a bedroom by making sure the bed is not parallel to the bedroom door. In addition, the bed should not be obstructed on any side to allow ease of access from whichever angle or side one pleases. Small nightstands may be used on either side of the bed if one desires. If energy in the bedroom is escaping into other rooms and areas where there's an open door, there will be less opportunities to have access to the chi flowing within. So make sure that the entrance to the room is closed along with any other doors in the bedroom, such as a closet or bathroom. What use is all the time and effort to make the room more Feng Shui if the energy is escaping into other rooms? Feng Shui for your home-based business. One may be surprised to hear that thousands of businessmen and women across the globe utilize the principles of Feng Shui in their businesses. In China, Feng Shui is seen as a necessity for maintaining a business and conducting good business practices. Even in the United States has this practice been used to great success. Many individuals have been lucky enough to establish themselves as entrepreneurs. Many of these still have been lucky enough to work from home. Working from home provides a freeing feeling that is a relief from the humdrum of a typical 9-to-5 job. Some individuals in this situation, however, have a hard time separating work from home. After a while, the lines sometimes blur between the two. Utilizing the principles of Feng Shui can help to separate the two for those individuals with this problem. Indeed, proper utilization of these principles is a great way to get the energy flowing properly while attracting wealth and prosperity. Here are some ways to maximize Feng Shui in one's personal home business. It is very important not to sit facing a wall. Always make sure that a wall is behind one's back. Also, one should always sit facing a window and never have it behind oneself. After using the principles of Feng Shui in a home office, designate the area where energies related to wealth are concentrated and set up the office equipment there. The work one does should be performed in the area that provides good fortune in business affairs. Whatever your wealth area is, you should have the office equipment placed there. Make sure the furniture in the office is organized well. Too much disorganization creates clutter in the mind and can impede the work of Feng Shui. Strategically place air-purifying plants around the office such as mums, a spider plant, or a ficus. This will help to recycle any stale air that contains pollutants while generating fresh oxygen. It is important to make sure not to have any plants that can harm oneself, such as a cactus. The entryway to the office space should be clear of any obstruction such as a table or a large plant. Leaving that area clear will allow for maximum qi flow. A crystal is always a great means of accentuating the qi present in a room. A good technique for a home office would be to hang one directly from the ceiling, if possible. In keeping with separating home from work, keep the office far away from where one sleeps. Since the office is a place where productive work takes place, the colors in the space should complement that. See previous chapters on the elements and the corresponding colors. Any machinery or electronics, such as a copy machine or a desktop computer, should be far away from the entrance of the door, as the heat the machines give off disrupts the qi flow. Make sure to always have a vase full of some sort of plant. An empty vase will become a negative receptacle for qi and can cause negative things to happen around the office space. If one's business entails many visits from clientele, strategically situate an aquarium in the wealth area where one's computer or other accessories may be. This has been proven to attract wealth by increasing the volume of incoming clients. Installing a small fountain in the wealth area is also a good way to maintain one's health and well-being. As with any space, make sure it is decluttered. In the office, an organized desk is essential. A messy desk correlates to a messy mind. Lighting is also essential. As always, natural light is the most ideal, but if not possible, artificial light will have to do. Out of all the artificial lights, full-spectrum lights are the closest thing possible to natural light. One can also coordinate natural and artificial light for greater effect. In the northern direction of the office, it is beneficial to use items and colors that correspond to the elements of water and metal. That means colors such as black and white can be used. The southern part of a space is where to use items and colors that correspond to the element of fire. The southeast part should have items or images that symbolize wealth and bounty, such as those associated with the wood element. The proper utilization of these techniques is sure to allow any business to expand and prosper, providing one and one's family with a good life. Feng Shui for your e-business. Believe it or not, Feng Shui can be used not only for the spaces in one's home or business, but in one's virtual spaces as well. The same principles of Feng Shui for the home can create symmetry and harmony to any website. Here are a few tips for achieving this. Make sure the various pages on the website are properly aligned. Anything out of alignment will cause bad Feng Shui. The page will be easier on one's eyes as well as allow ease of navigation. Remember, a website isn't just a place to throw any old information. It should facilitate a good experience for the user, just like a bedroom or other room should. Present the information as simple as possible to avoid unnecessary clutter. The background colors should be bright and pop out. The more a color stands out, the more the qi will permeate the page. A few examples of appropriate colors are white and blue, since they represent the elements of air and water. One should avoid having animated graphics as it can distract from the main intent of the page and can facilitate bad Feng Shui. If it is necessary to use them, make sure they blend in nicely with the rest of the page and don't stand out too much. A logo or symbol of one's page should be present on every page, and be located at the top of the page, either in the center or far left or right. Again, refrain from adding any unnecessary content that can distract the visitors. A menu page is a good way to organize and declutter a website. If the page contains a lot of information, divide it up into different sections that can be accessed from a drop-down menu bar. Although a simple, decluttered, and business-like appearance is desired, make sure to not present the material in too dry of a manner. It should still have a flair that arouses one's attention and invites the visitor to stay. If music is desired on the website, make sure it is calm and soothing, such as classical music or Chinese Guqin music. Calm music facilitates optimal chip flow. Getting a Feng Shui consultant. For some people, this audiobook can be a great introduction to applying the principles of Feng Shui right away. Others may still need some extra help. Regardless of one's skill level, consulting a Feng Shui master can clear up any ambiguities or apprehension. If this is desired, research consultants thoroughly to guarantee the best possible service. A good way to start would be searching the web. Find an online group that is dedicated to the practice and ask for advice. Or if one wants to take one's understanding and skill of Feng Shui to new levels, consider enrolling in a Feng Shui class. Once one settles on some consultants that seem to be the right fit, contact them over the phone and don't be afraid to ask for credentials and references. There are always frauds ready to take advantage of someone with little to no experience in Feng Shui. Don't let that happen to you. Conclusion. Congratulations on completing this audiobook. You have now been trained in the basics of the ancient art of Feng Shui. This practice has been known for millennia to create wealth, health, lasting relationships, and prosperity to all that learn and implement its practices. Unfortunately, this ancient art is misunderstood, used in the wrong ways, and little known outside of China. Hopefully, this audiobook has provided you with everything you need to start on your path to a better and healthier life. With time, practice, and perseverance, you will be awestruck at the improvements it has made to your life. Do not be discouraged if you don't experience the effects right away. It takes practice like any art or skill. Just stick with it and your sex life will improve, your relationships will improve, and you will have an abundance of wealth. Again, thank you for downloading this audiobook, and I sincerely hope it was able to live up to your expectations. If you like what you heard, would you be so kind as to leave a review on Amazon? I would greatly appreciate it. Feng Shui, Colors and Interior Design by Tidying Up with a Clear Mind. Written by Kim Chow. Narrated by Scott Clem. Introduction. This Feng Shui audiobook was specifically written to help you design your home, your rooms, and everything else. There is a lot of information in here to guide you to stick to the Feng Shui principles, use the correct colors that will help cultivate tranquility in your life, and inspire serenity and calmness. Practical tips to declutter will be provided, as well as tips and ideas to follow the ancient Chinese traditions of this art science. The human mind can be cleared. It can be in harmony with its environment. It can be endowed with inspiration and transparency when the home is a safe haven to dwell in thought and meditation. The chaos in our lives largely depends on the chaos in our surroundings. As you listen to the wisdom from these Oriental philosophers, open your mind to a more balanced life and the alignment with nature we should all automatically seek after anyway. Go ahead and start listening to the first chapter. I hope you will enjoy this audiobook. Chapter 1. General Observations about Colors. Colors have symbolisms that differ from one culture to another, and usage gives them the power written in tradition or custom. But common meanings do exist, and they are not aleatory. Thus, the colors Feng Shui uses are the same as in the spectrum we learned about in school, but additionally, they are classified according to the yin-yang alternation principle. Thus, all the colors from red to yellow and orange are considered to belong to the level of yang-qi, whereas those from green to violet-black belong to the yin-qi. Here is the symbolisms of colors Feng Shui and Western traditions rely on. Depending on the 5 essential elements, water, wood, earth, fire, and metal, the cardinal points have their specific colors. Feng Shui combines and interprets these colors according to the various aspects in one's life. Thus, red corresponds to the element fire and to the cardinal point south. Western tradition considers red the symbol of life, warmth, and strength, but aggression, anxiety, and sexuality remain underlying connotations. Chinese traditions give similar interpretation. Red is the symbol of marriage and the birth of sons, but it also denotes energy at its climax point right before the decline. Other colors Feng Shui relies on have the same complexity of interpretation. One could easily wonder why colors are so important to all traditions. The answer to this question is simple and deep if we think about the very essence of a color. They contain light to a higher or lower degree, depending on the nature of the object they pertain to. Therefore, light, qi, or life force become synonyms in the complex paradigm of the universe. Hence, the colors Feng Shui uses are vehicles for the qi, and therefore they are able to influence moods, change fortune, improve health, and so on. Complex studies on the colors Feng Shui uses are available in many formats and in lots of bookshops. Yet the practical question remains that of being able to apply the benefits of the spectrum in day-to-day life. Personal taste does remain a subjective but powerful criterion for the selection of one decorative style or another. And the same holds true for the color choice, but with the mention that some guidelines are necessary. Whichever use you may find for colors, Feng Shui helps you maximize the positive effects of the environment on your life. Try it and things could get better for you. When considering a home remodeling project, you may be interested in knowing how decorating and Feng Shui work together, and whether or not you can introduce some of these principles to your own home for your own benefit. It may surprise you to know that decorating and Feng Shui are a true blend of not just art, but some science as well. Why do we say this? For one thing, there are no hard and fast rules about applying Feng Shui to your life. There are many so-called experts who can give you advice, but in the end, it will be up to you to make the decision of what you like and what you don't. This is the aspect of decorating in Feng Shui that can be considered art. Everything is subjective, and there are no real right or wrong answers. What appeals to one person may not appeal to another. Additionally, there are many pieces of advice when it comes to decluttering your house and using color to create mood, tension, and energy. But again, there are no hard and fast rules here either. One person may breeze through your home and declare certain items and knickknacks as being cluttered and unnecessary, but to you, these are prized possessions. When applying the principles of decorating in Feng Shui, you need to exercise caution and show balance. What someone else sees as a lack of clutter, you might see as being cold and sterile, and vice versa. Again, no hard and fast rules, no right and wrong answers, just some principles that you need to interpret for yourself. Decorating in Feng Shui is also part science, however. There are some real biological facts behind its teachings regarding clutter, color, entryways, and so on. Scientists have researched how tense and anxious people feel when surrounded by a cluttered environment, and how color can and does affect one's mood. Bold and bright colors are a great pick-me-up, while warmer colors make you feel soothed and relaxed. Softer colors can also be a calming influence, while those bold colors make you feel energized and in control. Additionally, the entryway to one's home and to every room in your house also does much to set a mood or tone. This is like the first impression you get when you meet someone, and that first impression can set the entire tone for the rest of your relationship with them. When applying the principles of decorating in Feng Shui, it's important to think about that first impression you get when you walk up to your home or when you walk into a room. It helps to sometimes stand right in the entryway of your home or of each room and do a quick, honest evaluation. What is your impression of the atmosphere? How do you immediately feel? Does your home and each room therein feel warm and inviting, or are you somewhat put off, so to speak? By applying these basic principles of decorating in Feng Shui, you can begin to experience both the art and science of this ancient practice. Feng Shui is the art of arranging the environment so as to match the flow of naturally occurring energy in the universe. Clutter, darkness, improper choice of colors, emotional elements that send a negative message, and many other factors contribute to breaking this energetic balance, or the qi. This is one of the reasons for which Feng Shui enthusiasts will stress so much the importance of Feng Shui colors for rooms, whether at home or at the office. Even when Feng Shui principles are thoroughly respected, one thing that remains to be done is to apply these principles in accordance with the temperament of the house inhabitants. Thus, the right Feng Shui colors for rooms depend on the function of that particular part of the house. Bedrooms, for instance, work best in pale, relaxing colors like blues, greens, lavender, pink, and any shades close to the color of the skin from white to chocolate brown. Bright colors will never work in a resting place. One needs to go for the vibrant touch in the Feng Shui colors for rooms when decorating the work corners such as the study, the living room, and even the kitchen. Select combinations of tonic colors whenever you feel the need for inspiration. Thus, orange and yellow are the Feng Shui colors for rooms where focus and activity require an encouragement boost. For the very personal space, pink in the form of deep fuchsia is great as it suggests attachment and enhances romantic feelings and passion. Keep in mind the fact that every color makes a statement, and while others give the impulse to boldness and love, others lead to tranquility and peace. The chief flowing in one's home is the result not only of the careful selection of Feng Shui colors for rooms, but the combined effect of furnishings, furniture, design lines, and the personality of the inhabitants ultimately. The Feng Shui colors for rooms can be combined according to the Bagua, the 8-grid chart that takes into consideration the cardinal points, the 5 elements, and their corresponding colors. For each part of a room, a certain color gives dominance and enhances a positive qi flow. Have a look at such a Feng Shui color chart in order to better determine the interior design. Mention must be made that it is a lot easier to make the combinations when decorating or redecorating than afterwards. The shapes of the objects and the way the light falls on certain corners also affects the positive or negative qi flow. Refer to these aspects too for the best of outcomes. Chapter 2. Fountains and Water. Fountains are the most common object used by Feng Shui practitioners to improve and enhance the water element in their living or working space. Water is synonymous with harmony and prosperity. Therefore, Feng Shui fountains are a necessary item in your place. People who cherish a calm and relaxing environment should definitely have a fountain to help create and maintain this atmosphere. Moreover, it is a very fancy and classy addition to the room and can become the focal point of every space, attracting attention. Feng Shui fountains can be found at very reasonable prices and in several different designs and shapes. There are classic and modern designs and styles, representing all the new and old styles, thus meeting all preferences and tastes. They can be placed both indoors and outdoors, and can be chosen and placed in such a way as to blend with the existing decor. Feng Shui principles suggest that the indoor fountains are a great source of calmness and serenity. Fountains can create a simple but effective waterfall effect. The sound of water flowing and falling creates a very positive vibration. These vibrations are known to create ions that eliminate the clutter that exists in the atmosphere. Fountains can become something like a natural air filter, increasing the levels of moisture in the room. Fountains should not be placed in the southern sector of the room, because fire resides there. Fire and water are opposite elements. Therefore, you will create additional negative energy. Water and fountains should be placed in the north and most preferably in a living space, such as the living room. It is recommended to avoid placing them in bedrooms because, according to the Feng Shui principles, water can bring anxiety when placed in the bedroom. The sound of splashing or running water is the sound that can clear the mind and soothe the spirit. It is supposed to be the ideal sound and ambience for people who deal with increased amounts of stress in their life. Fountains are made of different materials, such as copper or stones, and they can be found in retail shops. Due to the diversity and significance of their role, the Feng Shui fountains are becoming increasingly popular among people today, mostly in the West. Having a source of fresh water in the house, or outside in the yard or patio, is considered to bring high levels of relaxation, spiritual and mental balance, and prosperity. Fountains are also associated with issues such as fertility in children, and can be combined with some of the most known Feng Shui items, such as crystals and stones. People who want to maximize the effect of water should always check what fountains can be associated with and what can complement water in the most successful way. Chapter 3. Lighting. Let's take a quick look at what Feng Shui is so that your mind is refreshed on the basic principles. Feng Shui is an ancient practice based on art and science principles whose goal is to balance the qi, universal energy, in your life. The most popular look at Feng Shui is through the use of decorative elements such as color, textures, plants, furniture, and even sound and light to create a totally harmonious balance of energy. Keep energy in mind because Feng Shui principles are based on trying to keep a balance of positive energy in a space, whether it is a home, office, or other area. Do you know what the biggest demonstration of energy is? The answer is light. Light is energy itself and everything reacts to it. Your body recognizes changes in light as in night and day. Plants need light in order to live just as much as animals do. Everything is made up of energy, so it stands to reason that light will play the largest part in the practice of Feng Shui. Incorporating light is perhaps one of the first and easiest things you can do if you are trying to balance the qi in a living or workspace. Sunlight, either through a window or skylight, is optimal as it is natural and nourishing to all living things. If you have heard of people getting depressed in the wintertime, it is based on the fact that there is less sunlight during that time. So there are many scientific studies that bear out the fact that sunlight affects energy levels. Cool fluorescent white lights can have detrimental effects on qi if exposed for too long. The same principle applies to artificial pink lights too. The quality of light definitely can create negative qi in a space. Warm lighting from strategically placed lamps and light fixtures can work wonders for a room. Full-spectrum lights are another Feng Shui option. It is important to note that mirrors can help boost the energy level in a room exponentially because of its reflective properties. If you have a room that is getting natural sunlight from only one window or light source, placing a mirror where it can capture some of the sun's rays to reflect it into the room is one Feng Shui decorating trick. Perhaps the second best source of light when incorporating Feng Shui principles is color. Color is just variations of reflected light, so choosing the right colors can definitely energize a room. And if you have followed some Feng Shui principles, you should know that each of the 5 elements offers up different color schemes which in turn affect different areas in your life. Color as your second light source will make a huge impact. How you use your lights also makes quite an impact on the qi in a room. Create a layered lighting system in your home so that your body is not thrown into shock with the sudden brightness of glaring lights in the bathroom or other areas of the home. By slowly transitioning the light source from dim to bright, you can save personal energy and work on a more harmonious balance. Sheer curtains and window blinds are ways to allow natural light in gracefully. Dimmer switches allow you to adjust the strength of the light too. Feng Shui is all about energy, so be sure that you carefully choose the lighting sources in your home. Energy is light and light is also color. Your choices will directly affect your own energy as well as the energy in your living and workspaces. Choose wisely, and you will thrive in all areas of life from health and wealth to a happy family and marriage. Chapter 4. Clutter. Using the Feng Shui compass and Bagua, you can map out the different areas of your home as well as their symbolic meanings such as family and health, wealth and abundance, and career and recognition. There are quite a few of these meanings mapped out within your home that likely strike a chord with you subconsciously. However, if you have a lot of clutter and general disarray, then the very areas that should be promoting a positive flow of energy could end up causing bad qi. Clutter in certain areas in your home will translate into negative energy in other aspects of life. Listen on for a brief interpretation of life's clutter based on Feng Shui. 1. Kitchen disarray and clutter hinders your ability to nurture and feed yourself and others in your household on a variety of levels. Clearing up the clutter opens your space, which in turn opens your life to many possibilities, including abundance in your life, whether it is love, money, health, or happiness. 2. Junked-up hallways can block the flow of energy. Just liken hallways to that of blood vessels in your body. If those blood vessels are clogged, that could damage your heart and health. Well, the same principle applies to hallways as well. If you allow clutter to accumulate, you are disrupting the flow of good qi, which in turn affects how you deal with your family and other aspects of your life. 3. Messy dining and living areas can hinder your relationship with friends and family. These 2 rooms are where you associate and hang out with family and friends, so you want to ensure good qi. In order to promote that, the clutter needs to be gone. With clutter, you tend to not want to invite people to visit, and your family won't want to go in there either. These are 2 things which could lead to isolation and general negativity. 4. Banish the bathroom mess. The bathroom is the one room in the whole house where you actually look yourself in the mirror to prepare yourself for bed or the day ahead. If your bathroom is messy and full of clutter, that disorganization tends to leak onto other areas of life and cause self-doubt and loss of personal confidence. Transform your bathroom into a clean, functional, and peaceful sanctuary from the rest of the household. If you take care of yourself in the bathroom first, then that positive qi will navigate its way to other areas of your life and home as well. 5. Cluttered closets may seem like no big deal, but what if you left the door open so that it faced out into your living room or bedroom? That disarray is now a part of that room. Closets, in Feng Shui terms, represent the things in life that you do not know or that are kept hidden. By keeping a messy, disorganized closet, you are stifling your ability to form insightful and intuitive thoughts. Think of the closet as your subconscious. You're aware that it is there, but you don't focus solely on it until it becomes a larger-than-life problem. 6. Kick out bedroom clutter. Your bedroom should be viewed as a place of rest, relaxation, and intimacy. Basically, you recharge those internal batteries every day in the bedroom, and clutter only hinders that process. The disarray in this most personal of spaces affects sleep patterns and keeps stress in the room. As you can see, clutter can make a huge impact on Feng Shui. Make a pact with yourself to schedule clutter-busting rituals as part of your daily routine. Just a few minutes a day, and you will be well on your way to a good Feng Shui way of life. If you are feeling a bit negative and lack clear thought and focus, look around your home. Is it cluttered with stuff you haven't put away or just plain junk? Chances are that you have clutter to blame for your problem. Clutter also affects other Feng Shui life centers like romance, health, wealth, and recognition. There are ways to break those bonds of stifling negativity using Feng Shui principles. It sounds strange to those new to Feng Shui, but it really is true about clutter. Go ahead and clean up your space. Chances are that you feel lighter, more focused, and competent, right? Well, this is all thanks to practicing Feng Shui and clearing that clutter. Going deeper, clutter represents past issues that you have not dealt with and therefore can be a bit tougher to plow through. When you first decide to tackle that mess called clutter, you will have to make some choices about whether to throw certain things away. Don't be surprised when your emotions are tripped up by some of the things you are planning to get rid of. Past life experiences are tied to many things that you are aiming to throw away, and that's why it can be tougher than you expect it will be to cut out the clutter. You have got to face your past and deal with it. Is that 6-foot stuffed purple bear worth hanging on to even though that boyfriend who won it for you is long gone? Why are you still holding on to that old football jersey that an ex gave you? These things are dragging your chi through the doldrums. However, what happens is you hunker down and really start sticking with your game plan of ditching that clutter. You start to feel happier and your mood is lighter. Purging yourself of the clutter of the past is essentially the best way to cleanse your room and start anew with a fresh and positive chi. You are retying those old ties to yourself that you lost in the clutter called life. You are free to be yourself again. Eliminating clutter shakes you out of complacency and does not allow you to coast along anymore. Your senses are awakened and your heart and soul are more open than they have been in a long time. Clutter has unspeakable power. Consider a messy desk piled with loose papers. This scene is definitely not conducive to prioritizing your work. However, once you clear off the cluttered desk, your mind is refocused and you can tackle your job with a fresh perspective. Kitchen clutter is the same way. When you have stuff everywhere, it hinders your movement and ability to make a meal for yourself. That means you may not eat and therefore neglect your health. By clearing the clutter, you can get back on track. If you feel out of control of your life, just remember one of the main components of Feng Shui: conquering the clutter. Having the competence to throw things away that have been accumulating essentially frees your spirit. You can face the world with optimism and hope. You feel proud of yourself and have self-respect. And when you have self-respect, other people intuit this and treat you better than they normally would. That is the power of Feng Shui. So what are you waiting for? Roll up your sleeves and get ready to tackle the clutter in your home. With each non-essential thing you are getting rid of, you are removing that proverbial ton of bricks in your back one at a time. Just think of all the rewards you will reap for cleaning up the Feng Shui way. Chapter 5. Home Principles. Feng Shui home principles apply for both houses and apartments, though many people fear that lofts, condos, and suites are more exposed to bad chi. The one thing that differentiates houses and apartments in terms of Feng Shui home design is the presence and respectively the absence of the surrounding land. For houses, this is one other environment to remedy and restore in terms of chi balance. In the case of the apartment, all the background control will be focused on the inside, with all the challenges that sharing walls brings. The exclusively interior Feng Shui home rules have to counteract the bad influence the noises, smells, and vibes from neighbors have on the inhabitants of an apartment. The Feng Shui home analysis further involves the investigation of the front and back structures as they are differentiated for houses. On the other hand, apartments tend to follow the light source, looking towards windows, but the problem under such circumstances would be the entrance that is usually dark because it's located more towards the center of the building. Compensations do exist in the Feng Shui design of an apartment. You can attract more positive energy when you can make the choice of floor you want to live at, not to mention that the selection of the flat with the best view is one other top point to benefit from in terms of Feng Shui home arrangements. Many of the Feng Shui home tips are misinterpreted, leading to incorrect applications. For instance, many people avoid putting their aquarium in the kitchen since they consider water will extinguish the fire element specific to this house area. Such a principle has to be understood symbolically, particularly since the presence of the water tank in the kitchen could increase the prosperity of the home. Another false Feng Shui home tip is that of never keeping books in the bedroom since they will stimulate you and prevent good sleep. False. Unfortunately, many other examples of false myths like the ones presented here are present in Feng Shui home guides that are bought and used by people all over the world. The next question here would be how to recognize what is good and what is wrong. The first word of advice is to use your intuition and not go for the rules that say never or always. Real Feng Shui home applications will always take the individuality factor into consideration, since every person is a unique entity and the generalities have to be particularized. Chapter 6. Feng Shui Bathrooms. Feng Shui bathroom myths usually emphasize the very unpleasant aspects of this part of the house. Most practitioners actually consider the bathroom as pretty negative, but it would be false to assume that elements are so bad about it. For instance, lots of things can be compensated for if the bathroom is clean, comfortable, and well lit. The Feng Shui bathroom challenge comes from the fact that there is no way to use the bagua for this area. Regardless of the location in the house perimeter, we need to remember the fact that the bathroom has a draining effect, and this is a truth. The most difficult of locations for a bathroom are the second floor exactly on top of the kitchen or the entrance door. If the bathroom is located in the front hall, very close to the door, it is very possible that the qi will be drained out before getting to flow in the rest of the house. Then, if it be located on top of the kitchen as mentioned before, the water element specific to the bathroom will extinguish the fire from the kitchen area. A good Feng Shui bathroom tip is to hang a mirror on the bathroom door in order to deflect the qi from being drained, while the toilet seat should be kept only down when not in use. If the bathroom is located in the center of the house, you can correct this inconvenience by painting the walls red or using a crystal or an earth-type object like a ceramic bowl, for instance, as a means to stabilize energy. Most Feng Shui bathroom solutions are actually means to correct the faulty negative energetic charge that is specific to most bathrooms. All in all, it is rarely necessary to ask for the advice of a Feng Shui expert to come and make a thorough analysis of the bathroom. Most people choose to correct the existing problems by following the advice in books, guides, and posted on the internet. A different thing could be said for people who are only now building their house. They are the ones that need advice and assistance so as to place their bathroom in the most convenient way possible. This implies the minimizing of the damage negative energies could do on your overall existence, particularly since the bathroom can leave you without the power to carry on with your things properly. Chapter 7. Feng Shui Kitchens. Kitchens have long been thought of as the heart of a home. After all, that is where many people congregate in the home to visit with family and friends and partake of some great food and conversation. In essence, the kitchen nourishes and prolongs life. In Feng Shui, kitchens are a sign of abundance and wealth. Because Feng Shui says that our abundance and wealth is reflected in this room, you will want to ensure that your kitchen is not located too close to the back or front doors. All the positive energy that is created in this room could escape if located close to an exit such as these. The food consumed by you provides your body with the fuel it needs to continue to live. You can influence how filling this food can be energy-wise by preparing a kitchen with the proper Feng Shui principles. By creating a kitchen with a harmonious flow of energy, that means that the energy you consume via food will also be in tune with your body and nature. Happy atmosphere equals happy meals equals a happy family. Part of good Feng Shui is incorporating lots of natural foods that are free of preservatives and dyes. Organic options are best, especially in fruits and vegetables, because they are healthier and have more nutrients from the earth your body needs for an optimal life force. Besides food, there are several ideas to employ in terms of Feng Shui that can help you maintain a harmonious balance of energy. 1. Your kitchen needs to be inviting. The best way is through lighting. Natural light is best, so if you have a few windows, play them up with light, airy curtains that allow light to filter in naturally. If there is no window in the immediate area, see if you can install a skylight. You can also install warm track lighting systems on the ceiling or smaller versions under the cabinet. 2. Clutter is something that has no place in the kitchen. If you have too many electrical appliances littering the counters, that can bring down the negative qi in the room. If possible, employ the rule of everything in its place. Use your cabinets to hide your unused appliances until such time as you need them. Don't leave dirty dishes piled in the sink at night or throughout the day. The sight of them brings down your personal qi. 3. Add light to your kitchen, literally. Hang some green plants in a window for fresh light, on a windowsill, or anywhere where your kitchen layout allows. Plants clean the air of household pollutants that are emitted from carpet, cleaners, and more. Fresh-cut flowers displayed in vases on the kitchen table or on a bar area provides an instant pick-me-up of energy. Even a bowl of fresh, colorful fruit puts a spark in a space. Have some of your plants do double duty by having them be herbs which can be used in cooking. 4. Choose a color for the walls that will naturally aid digestion. In Feng Shui, the best color is yellow. Luckily, you can choose the shade of yellow you wish from a silky yellow to an eye-popping vibrant yellow. Pale green also is a smart choice, as the color is soothing and great for influencing wealth and success. So if your kitchen hasn't had an update in a while, consider employing Feng Shui principles to ensure that you will always have an uplifting room. Using Feng Shui can only mean great things for you and your family. Add the fact that you would have a harmonious flow of energy inside the room, and you can be sure that family and friends will always feel at home. Chapter 8. Feng Shui Fish Tanks. How do you use a Feng Shui fish tank? Fish are an important part of Chinese and Asian culture. No doubt you've seen many pieces of Chinese and Asian artwork that include goldfish or koi. And of course, there are Asian water gardens that one can incorporate into one's own home that include these beautiful creatures. So when employing the art and science of Feng Shui, many may wonder how they can use a Feng Shui fish tank in their own home. How is it introduced, and where should it be kept? And are there places where it should not be used as well? A true Feng Shui fish tank is not always big. Many people are under the mistaken impression that when you talk about a Feng Shui fish tank, you are talking about a large aquarium that takes up an entire wall of one's home. This actually is not true. All of the basic principles of Feng Shui encourage balance and simplicity, and trying to squeeze a large Feng Shui fish tank into a small home or room will only add to a cluttered feeling in the room. Another Feng Shui no-no. Smaller aquariums will always do just fine, especially if they are in perfect balance to the room. Additionally, a true Feng Shui fish tank doesn't even need to be an aquarium at all. A small fishbowl with just a goldfish or two, if properly maintained and displayed, can be quite sufficient. This is probably good news to those who are on a budget and don't want to spend the hundreds of dollars necessary to purchase a large aquarium and then stock and maintain it. Where to introduce your Feng Shui fish tank? You are probably already familiar with the 5 elements, namely wood, water, fire, earth, and metal, that are the embodiment of Feng Shui. These elements are meant to complement one another and keep any one from overpowering a room or any particular area. This is where your Feng Shui fish tank comes into play. No doubt if you have a smaller tank or fishbowl, you will be using it as an accent to a room. A room that is colored in earth tones, such as warm browns or tans, will need water element to balance it. If your living room is such a color, this is where the water element needs to be. It's especially helpful if the fish inside are brightly colored, as oranges and yellows are bright colors that offset the warm earth tones. However, your Feng Shui fish tank should not be competing for attention with another strong element. If you have a large fireplace in your living room, you cannot have a large aquarium there as well. Both of these large, strong elements will conflict with one another and will not be harmonized. So, be careful before you place your fishbowl and make sure that it's a complement to your room and your environment. This will ensure that you are using your Feng Shui fish tank properly. Chapter 9. Feng Shui Children's Rooms. Applying the principles of Feng Shui for children's room decoration is also much encouraged, because that can help them grow up in a very relaxed and healthy environment. When it comes to Feng Shui, the right-hand corner of the house is supposed to be the corner for kids, the same corner as the creative corner of the house, Therefore, it is understandable that this place is associated with many dreams and hopes. Improving the flow of positive energy in this part is of significant importance, as that can bring support and security, as well as good energy flow. The requirements are much more important for kids, because the rooms should support and encourage a balanced personality. Applying some of the basic principles of Feng Shui is thus recommended. First of all, you need to determine the color of the room. The room should be either white or off-white, even if every wall features a different color. If you decide to paint the room in different colors, you should always keep a white wall or add some off-white colors to the space. Create a very secure and safe room. In order to do so, you need to enhance the level of familiarity of your children with the space. An easy way to do so is to place some family pictures in the children's room. Pictures should not be placed close to the windows, though. The way you place furniture is very important. You should not place the bed with one side against the wall, because that obstructs the energy flow. You should leave enough space in all four directions around the bed. What is most important, though, is to avoid placing the bed below the window or in a spot that it is aligned to the bedroom door. Place the study desk of your child in such a way that they do not sit with their back to the door. Such a thing is pretty distracting for the child. If you don't have any alternative, you should place a mirror so as to have the incoming energy redirected. If you want to enhance the flow of positive energy in the children's room, you need to place some Feng Shui items, such as balls, bells, the Buddha, and chimes, in order to reflect the basics of wealth, happiness, and prosperity. Chapter 10. Feng Shui Medical Facilities. Have you ever wondered why you feel uncomfortable in a clinical setting like a hospital? It's because these institutions do not follow Feng Shui practices. There's too much white around the areas and they smell funny. Through a few Feng Shui techniques, a hospital's interior can look more inviting rather than forbidding. As more and more people are recognizing the benefits of Feng Shui, you will discover that the ancient Chinese practice is being used more and more in other places too, like offices, hotels, and of course, hospitals. Just think of how all that positive energy flow can be beneficial to both the patients and medical workers. Hospitals have long been viewed as utilitarian and strictly functional. They are often remote and cold, the result of too much fluorescent lighting and an overabundance of ugly furniture, decor, and white walls. This oppressive atmosphere only serves to increase apprehension and worry. However, after a few studies of Feng Shui used in medical settings, it was amazing how much more of a congenial atmosphere there was and how relaxed the patients were. There are a ton of things medical facilities can do to employ some basic Feng Shui techniques. Many of the changes are relatively cheap and easy to implement. The hardest part is getting hospital administration aboard with the changes. Here are a few ideas to get started on a more open and pleasing medical environment conducive to clear lines of communication. Lighting is important. For the most part, fluorescent lighting must be employed in many areas of the medical facility because it is bright enough for doctors to see what they are doing. However, you can place some lamps with light bulbs that give off a warm lighting. Windows with blinds to let in natural light is a great option as well. Too much white can contribute to sluggishness and low qi. Kick in some color through the uniforms that doctors and nurses wear. Choose scrubs with neat, colorful designs on them. Have local artists paint murals on the walls of hallways, one of the most depressing areas of a hospital. Color is important to Feng Shui and should find its way into a hospital or other medical facility. Soothing music or pleasing background noise like recordings of beach sounds will distract visitors from a dreaded wait for news about a loved one. Because hospitals are noisy, these soft sound distractions help. Plants or animals like fish are two big Feng Shui possibilities in creating a calm setting for patients and visitors. A few familiar objects work wonders in soothing patients and visitors to the hospital. Bring a photo or stuffed animal to the hospital for an emotional balm. Furniture is important to Feng Shui, and as such must be appropriately arranged in a room. Intimate circles of chairs are likely the most favorable of seating arrangements for the waiting areas. In the patient rooms, the bed should not be in line with the door. Any other position where the patient can still see the door, but not in line with it, is important. When you cannot change the white walls, use artwork to liven the space and blank out that blinding white. Choose soothing scenes for patient rooms and something cheerful and bright for the waiting areas. Clutter, even in a hospital or medical facility, is a foregone conclusion. Choose magazine racks and bins to keep the magazines from cluttering up a space. have plenty of receptacles to accept medical trash versus regular patient or visitor trash. While a hospital will never be the happy-go-lucky place anyone wants it to be, Feng Shui can help make it a better place to check into or visit. Chapter 11. Feng Shui Trees. As more and more people become interested in the once ancient art of Feng Shui, they are finding that it's easy to become confused as to what really is and is not true Feng Shui elements. After all, there are thousands of online stores that promise to sell Feng Shui crystals, jade, wind chimes, and yes, Feng Shui trees. But are there really such things as Feng Shui trees? And if so, what are they? How are they used? Are there any that claim to be such, but that really aren't? Let's examine a few of these questions here, and then you can decide for yourself if you still need to look for a Feng Shui tree. The money tree and the fire element. Many are told that if you have a Feng Shui tree in your home and you tie old coins to it, then wealth will be yours. However, this is of course superstitious and not rooted in logic, so it's no wonder that many modern adherents of Feng Shui have rejected this notion. There is some use for this type of object. Again, going back to the idea of the 5 elements, many money trees are seen tied with bright red ribbons that offset the golden brown of their branches. These ribbons can add a wonderful fire element to any room or area that needs such. For instance, if your living room has a strong earth element, being painted in warmer browns or more neutral tans and creams, this fire element can help accent and harmonize this room. So you see that there are some uses for a Feng Shui tree. While it may not bring good luck and prosperity the way some would like to believe, it can definitely add a much-needed accent to your home. Chapter 12. Feng Shui Wind Chimes. If you're familiar with Asian and Chinese culture, you know that many homes in that beautiful country have wind chimes hanging from someplace outside, the porch, a doorway, or a window. Some believe that these were brought to the U.S. as part of Feng Shui. Wind chimes were actually used before this, of course, but the questions still remain. When employing the art and science of Feng Shui, how do you use Feng Shui wind chimes in your own home? How are they introduced, and where should they be kept? And are there places where they should not be used as well? Remembering the 5 elements of Feng Shui. You are probably already familiar with the 5 elements, namely wood, water, fire, earth, and metal, that are the embodiment of Feng Shui. These elements are meant to balance one another and keep any one from overpowering a room or any particular area. Feng Shui wind chimes are usually used as such an element in order to introduce either metal or wood to a room or to a home. A room that is colored in earth tones, such as warm browns or tans, will need a metal element to balance it. If your living room is such a color, this is where the metal element needs to be. Having Feng Shui wind chimes that are made of metal outside your living room where they are visible to those inside, such as from a porch rafter, is helpful. This is especially true if you purchase Feng Shui wind chimes that have brightly colored artwork on them, such as beautiful yellow and orange flowers. Those bright colors will offset the warm earth tones of your living room and keep it from feeling overpowering. If your kitchen is white, which typically resembles water and is a bright, clean color, it can sometimes feel a bit cold and sterile. Introducing the warmth of the wood element with wooden Feng Shui wind chimes can be done by having them right outside your kitchen, perhaps from a window or the back porch or balcony. Again, if the wood is a nice warm tone or has darker artwork and design to it, this can offset that cold white of the kitchen. Where not to use your Feng Shui wind chimes. As with everything else about Feng Shui, it's not just a matter of what you use, but sometimes it's just as important to leave things out. If your home is busy, noisy, and generally chaotic, then Feng Shui wind chimes may not be a welcome addition. Also, if you have neighbors that are in close proximity or live in an apartment that doesn't allow these types of things, then you should also omit them. Remember, Feng Shui is about peace and positive energy. You are not going to introduce any of those things into your home and your life by having something around you that is too much noise, that makes your neighbors irritated with you, or that gets you into trouble with your landlord. Chapter 13. Cubicles. Applied to a regular work cubicle, Feng Shui design could bring a positive switch into your life. There may be a better salary, a healthier body, and a more rewarding personal life. Such accomplishments may seem far-fetched, but they are the sheer and real consequence of the ancient art of energy drawing space arrangement. The work surfaces are just as important as windows, entrances, and corners for the optical cubicle Feng Shui design. Though it may sound incredible to someone new to the principles of Feng Shui, the very location of the wastebasket and the position of the lighting fixtures have a word to say in how harmonious and fulfilled you are professionally and personally. Presently, cubicle Feng Shui redecorations have gained an incredible popularity in the United States and the Western countries in general. For business meetings and deals, Feng Shui could be ruining or enriching, depending on whether you benefit from the advantages of cubicle Feng Shui arrangement or not. Thus, the first impression one makes when entering your office will influence the business relationship in every way. Therefore, focusing a good energy flow in the entrance area is vital for the success of your business. This is the place where the energy enters the cubicle like a sanctuary and changes the visitor's perception in a good way. Cubicle Feng Shui design eliminates the clutter, creates more room, and lets you breathe freely while allowing you to enjoy the hours you spend at work. The clutter reduction is not positive only from a psychological point of view, as it also improves the flow of vital energy in the space. Feng Shui practitioners will often indicate the fact that a cluttered cubicle only makes you look for things more, and thus lose tons of precious time. Then there comes color, an aspect that should not be overlooked in the cubicle Feng Shui decorating. Choose colors that bring harmony and a feeling of relaxation so that you may be able to work productively and efficiently. Creativity also needs to be stimulated, and you can achieve this by including some vibrant spot of color on the desk, on the walls, or in a corner you lay the eyes on when working. Such aspects of cubicle Feng Shui design make the efficiency of work increase significantly with minimal effort. You may consult a cubicle Feng Shui manual or book in order to see how to integrate plants in the decorum too. Yet, do not consider the art of stimulating the natural qi in the environment as a cure-all or solve-all solution. There will still be challenges and ups and downs to experience at work or at home. You just have to learn the lesson and move on as harmoniously as possible. Chapter 14. Feng Shui Candles. If you're looking to add some elements of Feng Shui into your home, you may have heard some people talk about or mention Feng Shui candles. What exactly are these, and what is their purpose? How should they be used? And are there places where they shouldn't be used for real Feng Shui? Feng Shui candles and the 5 elements. Feng Shui teaches the use of 5 natural elements, namely wood, earth, metal, water, and fire, and that there should always be a balance or harmony between these elements in any space or room of your home. What is meant by that? Simply put, you can think about how different elements either feed or destroy one another. Wood feeds fire, but water destroys it. Earth feeds wood, but metal destroys that. Destruction is not something that's taught in Feng Shui, but balance is. So, if you have a room that has very strong elements of earth, such as the warm tones of your living room or bedroom, you may want to introduce some balance by bringing in the element of fire, and this is where Feng Shui candles come into play. Obviously, you can't set up a bonfire in your home, and not every room has a fireplace, but candles are a small and affordable way to accomplish this. Feng Shui candles and energy. Additionally, fire is an element that represents strong energy and vitality, and any room or corner of your home that needs this energy can benefit from this element. For example, many couples who are needing to add some spice or energy to their love life are encouraged to introduce Feng Shui candles to the bedroom. The fire is an encouragement to have that energy and revitalization. Of course, you do need to exercise safety precautions and be sure to extinguish those candles before going to sleep. Feng Shui candles are a good idea when you are looking to create energy in any other room of your home, such as the family room or dining room, when you want the family to gather and be open to one another. The fire is an encouragement for everyone to have some energy in their conversation. Where you shouldn't use Feng Shui candles. Because fire is such a strong element, it does need to be tapered somewhat. If you have a large fireplace in your home, you are probably already bringing in enough of this element already. Be wary of overdoing it by lining your fireplace mantle with your Feng Shui candles. Instead, keep these candles for a place in your home that's far enough away from the fireplace that the two will not compete with one another. And of course, you do need to exercise all cautions when using Feng Shui candles anywhere. Avoid using them in your children's rooms or around pets who may knock them over. By applying all these principles when considering the use of Feng Shui candles, You can then begin to enjoy the energy and vitality that they will bring to your home and your life. Chapter 15. The use of windows. Windows are important to Feng Shui. They are often seen as portholes in which positive and negative can flow in and out of your home or office. Most of us don't really think about our windows, unless of course you don't have any to begin with. That is why there is always the running joke about the proverbial corner office with windows. We all notice the lack of windows right away because that absence can create an oppressive feeling if you are not careful. Windows are our link to the world outside. Without that link, that possibility of escape, you can feel depressed and stifled. Therefore, it is safe to say that windows are typically good Feng Shui. Here are a few reasons why. 1. Windows give us a glimpse into another place or space. Some windows open up to other areas inside, while others open up to the great outdoors. 2. Windows provide a natural light source for any room that has them. They essentially light a dark space. 3. Fresh air can cleanse a space, and windows can provide that natural circulating air. 4. If your architect designed a room right, some windows are the focal, eye-popping feature to a room. Just picture ceiling-to-floor windows that look out over an ocean or beautiful city skyline. 5. Windows allow qi to enter and exit your home, and for the most part, uplift moods. The two best shapes for windows are arched or octagonal. The 8 sides is good luck in terms of an octagon window. The arched windows offer a softened alternative to regular rectangle windows. Because windows are viewed as the eyes of your home, you want to take care to not have too many windows installed. This can lead to an overabundance of qi in a room, which causes hyperactivity. If your windows are letting in too much qi, stirring up the energy pot in the room, consider window treatments. The use of blinds can help filter the qi coming into a room. It is also important to keep the windows clean so that the eyes of your home can have a clear view. With dirty windows, this can signify that your own vision is handicapped. Skylights are a type of window that is a great way to let natural light into a space that does not have many, if any, windows. These can be beneficial except in a few places. Do not install a skylight right over the food cooking area in the kitchen or over a bed. In essence, you lose the healthy benefits of your food and any positive qi is dispersed through skylights. Windows in the office that are floor to ceiling can hinder your work area. You want a solid wall to back you while you are at your desk. Either change the command position of your desk so that you have a solid wall at your back while still having a straight view of the door, or employ some creative Feng Shui techniques to turn that glass wall into the illusion of something solid. A large window blind is one option to create the illusion of a wall. Strategically placed plants can also provide a backing of sorts as well. So what happens if your room has no windows? A room can feel a bit depressing since there is no way to introduce fresh air into a room. In addition, there is no way for positive qi to flow into the room from the outside. Therefore, you have to be creative in bringing the outside in or extend the space so that it looks less oppressive. Mirrors are a great tool because they will reflect what light you have in the room. In addition, you can hang pictures or paint a mural that looks like a scene outside a window. These options give you a unique view of the world and lighten up the qi in the room. Chapter 16. Knock down walls. Who knew that walls were so important in the world of Feng Shui? Walls can actually have a huge impact on a space. And you know which 2 walls are likely the most important in your living and workspace? It is the wall that you last gaze upon before going to bed, as well as the same one you first see in the morning. In addition, in the office, whether at home or in another location, the wall that you see while conducting business at your desk is also important. The primary object in terms of Feng Shui is to make walls disappear, particularly when they are in close proximity of your body. Sometimes you cannot get around having your bed located so close to a wall or your desk facing or bordering a wall. When that happens, you have to employ Feng Shui techniques in order to make that wall theoretically disappear. The only time when you don't need to worry about walls close to you are those times when a wall is behind your work area or behind your bed's headboard. So how do you change the appearance of a wall to make it not seem like a hulking, energy-sucking source in the room? You incorporate color, textures, wall art, and more to transfer different energies to the wall. This is especially important when you want to emphasize a particular life center in Feng Shui. Let's take a wall in your workspace. What if your desk faces a wall? The result in Feng Shui terms is that your energy is blocked or greatly hindered. This means that your creativity and productivity is stifled. You have to do something to open up those positive channels of energy. This is where the Feng Shui techniques come in. Choose photographs, pieces of art, framed quotes, diplomas, and more. Anything that will provide you with the inspiration you need to succeed will help open those channels of energy to create a positive qi in the workspace. By incorporating these high-energy producing pieces, your own levels will increase. Essentially, it is like the equivalent of recharging your batteries. If it is a wall in your bedroom, you will want to create a calming center so that you will not be jarred awake each morning or have a hard time falling asleep. Artwork in soft colors or even a few shelves displaying silk flowers or candles is appropriate. You want something that will make you smile each and every time you see it in the morning and at night. There are other things you can do to fill a wall space. Paint the wall a base color of your choosing that is complementary of Feng Shui. Then choose another paint color in a shade that is slightly darker or lighter than the base color. Sponge this slightly different shade on the walls. The result is a wall color that is alive with subtle textures due to the slight variance of colors. This makes the energy just come alive in the room. If you are in a workspace and need to transform a wall, you can also employ lively plants to create an interesting effect as well. In addition, these plants will purify your space and remove pollutants in your air too. In your workspace, you want more qi to maintain your creative drive so that you can achieve success. With Feng Shui, you can empower yourself and come up with some great plans to transform a wall that is stifling your positive energy. Before you know it, you will be enjoying the fruit of your labors. Feng Shui can be a powerful tool in your arsenal of success. Chapter 17. Air Plants Tips. One of the many aspects of the Feng Shui decorating discipline is the necessity for cleaner air in your environment indoors. In order to achieve and maintain good qi, you must take steps to improve the quality of air in your home. The reasoning behind this is that the air you breathe inside your home is oftentimes more harmful than the great outdoors. Indoor pollution is a big problem when you are trying to employ Feng Shui in your living or workspace. All the consulting in the world using the Bagua 8-directional map and the Feng Shui compass will not do you any good unless all aspects that you can control are at the maximum beneficial level for you, and that means cleaner air. Luckily for you, there is quite a list of inside plants that make the grade for purifying the air in your home to achieve the best possible qi. Before getting into a list of indoor plants that clean the air, you should understand why they are so necessary. You see, your home consists of many harmful indoor pollutants called VOCs, or volatile organic chemicals. If you have carpeting, plastic products, products made from synthetic materials, and even some kinds of plywood in the home, these items slowly break down, releasing these VOCs. Certain air purifying plants work wonders in clearing the air. Here's an abbreviated list of air purifying plants that would be most beneficial for your Feng Shui home. 1. Boston Fern. This lovely lush green plant is adept at removing formaldehyde as well as other pollutants inside your home. These are beautifully popular plants that make a space extraordinary. However, they are high maintenance and require daily attention in order to thrive. 2. Rubber plant. This is a favorite houseplant that is great at removing many pollutants including formaldehyde. The rubber plant is very hardy and has a tough constitution that can withstand low light and cold temperatures. 3. Peace lily. Popular during Easter, be sure that you grab a few of these pretty flowering plants that remove quite a bit of toxins from your indoor environment. Thanks to this lush, easy-to-care-for houseplant with pretty calming white flowers, you will enjoy some healthier air free from certain pollutants like acetone, formaldehyde, and benzene. This peace lily is easy to take care of and exudes a calming energy. 4. English ivy. Formaldehyde is no match for the air-purifying English ivy. This plant cleans the air and is simple to grow. It's quite flexible and doesn't mind a little bit of cooler growth patterns. 5. Bamboo palm. This tree removes several different kinds of pollutants from the air, such as benzene and formaldehyde. You will derive such pleasure as well as positive qi with the bamboo palm. There are a few different options as to whether or not you should include plants in the Feng Shui scheme of things in the bedroom. After all, air-purifying plants will essentially clear the air in your home by taking out the pollutants and carbon dioxide. Can you afford not to follow this Feng Shui tip? The answer is yes, at least in terms of plants in the bedroom. You see, plants are green and therefore represent a positive, almost kinetic energy. Do you want that energy keeping you up at night in bed? The answer is not always. Plants in any other room in the home are strongly recommended, but any near the bedroom and you just may toss and turn when sleeping. To get a truly restful night, keep the plants out of the bedroom. Chapter 18. Feng Shui Bedrooms. The matching of the right Feng Shui bedroom colors is essential for the creation of a positive energy flow in this house area. It is very common to begin with the things to avoid in color selection, since many people are taken over by the modern trend to use very daring hues. The bad news here is that anything that can be labeled as loud or overpowering is not a good choice in terms of Feng Shui bedroom colors. Moreover, the combination of all sorts of shades and geometrical angles and shapes will also become a must once you get on with the decorations. The best Feng Shui bedroom colors include violets, blues, whites, lavender, yellow, pink, and skin colors up to chocolate brown. These are mainly yin colors that stimulate the sleeping activity of the brain. Why aren't orange, red, or purple suitable as Feng Shui bedroom colors? Well, anything that has a stimulating or energizing effect on the nervous system, the way these colors do, will prevent one from entering the peaceful, calm state of mind necessary to a good night's rest. This means that you have to make the bedroom a soothing place, and this effect results from a harmonious combination of wall painting, furnishings, and lighting. The choice of the Feng Shui bedroom colors always follows a careful consideration of the occupant's temperament. Moreover, the bedroom of a couple will be painted differently than the bedroom of kids or teenagers, since the age peculiarities cannot be ignored. Thus, for couples, Feng Shui bedroom colors could often fall in the realm of neutrality, which includes soft blues, greens, as well as pastel colors. In the case of youngsters, the bedroom could be a place not only for night rest, but for creativity too. And in such a case, the Feng Shui bedroom colors need to include some shades of orange and a little yellow to help one focus better. Keep in mind the fact that colors make statements and they reflect and influence moods, stimulating passion, inducing sleep, and even making one dream. In case there is a corner in the room that you'd like to devote to some kind of work, the choice of the Feng Shui bedroom colors needs to be influenced by this aspect too. Inspiring colors that stimulate creative activities should be present in the decorum under such circumstances, not necessarily in the wall painting, but rather as a spot of vibrant color on a table or desk. The power to focus will be significantly improved afterwards. Some simple Feng Shui bedroom tips. How many times per day do you get email spam with all sorts of offers for products that promise to increase your sexual energy and bring some spice back into your love life? If you're smart, of course you delete those emails right away, as it's very unwise to start popping pills from a company you've never heard of, or to start subscribing to web videos that are going to get you into trouble with your partner. However, for someone who still wants some energy and vitality in the bedroom, or who is wondering why it is that they can never get a good night's sleep, there are some simple Feng Shui bedroom tips that one can follow quickly and easily, and that promise to help you accomplish whichever is your goal. Feng Shui bedroom tip number 1. So which is it? Are you looking to add some spice, some vitality, some energy and enthusiasm to your bedroom? Or instead, are you looking to create a warm and relaxing atmosphere that has anything but spice and energy? It's important for you to understand this because the methods you'll use when applying these Feng Shui bedroom tips will have one or the other effect on you. You don't want to be doing something that will bring energy into a room where you already can't get any sleep, and you don't want to create a cozy atmosphere in a room where you need more vitality and spice. Feng Shui bedroom tip number 2. Take a good, long, honest look around at your bedroom. What do you see? Make a mental inventory of all the stuff that's in this room, and ask yourself how it's helping or hindering that end result you're trying to create. One of the most important Feng Shui bedroom tips is to declutter the room and move out anything and everything that's detracting from the mood you're trying to create. Children's toys are not going to get you into the mood for a good sex life, and neither will dirty laundry, bills to be paid, or that dusty treadmill. All of these items will also detract from that calm and restful atmosphere you want to create as well. How can you feel relaxed and peaceful when you have your car payment booklet sitting on a desk a few feet away, or when you see the mounds of sewing that you need to get to? Feng Shui bedroom tip number 3. If you're looking to add some spice to your bedroom, then think of colors that remind you of spice. Cayenne red, for example, is a nice spicy color that many use as an accent in the bedroom to create tension and energy. If you're looking to feel calm and soothed, think of something that calms and soothes you. Hot cocoa, for instance. Warm browns are soothing colors that create the right atmosphere as well. Considering using these for your bedroom when you want to create a room that's soothing and restful. By thinking of how these colors translate into the mood you're trying to create, you'll be able to apply one of the most important Feng Shui bedroom tips there is. Feng Shui, Your Life and Happiness in Balance and Harmony. Written by Kim Chow. Narrated by Scott Clem. Introduction. The world of Feng Shui is grand and mysterious. Yet, if we learn to understand this energy, this power, if you will, we can improve our lives by finding the balance and harmony that nature intended to exist. Feng Shui is presumed and or proven to be eminent in crystals, jewelry, arranging furniture, and using the elements and colors in the best way to optimize space and vitality. For pets, gardens, aromas, and rooms, Feng Shui is a philosophy that can be used for anyone who wants to increase the meaningful overall feeling in their lives and enhance their spiritual perceptions. Energy and life flow in all of us, and to make the best of it and to use those to the fullest extent, we must know what makes us move, feel, experience emotions, and be strong enough and sufficiently happy to balance all those parts. Learn more in this audiobook about the magical art of Feng Shui, the invisible idea and concept of creating more energy and peace in your life, which will affect everything else you do, accomplish, think, and radiate. Chapter 1. Traditional and Chinese Feng Shui. Traditional Feng Shui refers to the assembly of practices that aim at achieving harmony and balance in the environment by a proper use of natural elements and a good channeling of the life force, qi. Unfortunately, it is very hard to get to the bottom of real traditional Feng Shui, particularly when it is rather hard to distinguish it from the many inauthentic practices that have been spread in the Western society. Traditional Feng Shui is the one practiced in China and taught in other world corners by masters who pertain to a school recognized as part of the tradition. The name of traditional Feng Shui has been tarnished occasionally by the publication of books and guides that have given it a bad name. In order to make it more accessible to the mass use, traditional Feng Shui is constantly analyzed, explained, and promoted by both Asian and Western practitioners. Some of the Feng Shui schools that enjoy the highest reputation at the international level are slightly different from each other and definitely more extensive in practice and applications as compared to the Western Feng Shui associations. For instance, the Sanho school, that has a 1,000-year history, focuses not as much on buildings as it devotes time to the relationships between valleys, mountains, and water systems. Even at the heart of traditional Feng Shui, it often happens that different interpretations of the same charts and symbols be given. The explanation for such discrepancies comes from the separate evolution of the main concepts within one system or another. Generally speaking, the best skilled traditional Feng Shui practitioners are trained not only in one school but in several, and they learn to apply the elements specific to one or another depending on the situations they are faced with. If you plan to turn to use traditional Feng Shui for home evaluation, you may have to provide the analyst with all the architectural information necessary for the analysis. In conclusion, it would be false to assume that after reading some Feng Shui guide you become an expert in traditional Feng Shui. We could actually say that you have taken an ant step towards understanding how the system works. For quality knowledge, good sources of information are essential. Therefore, do not take anything you learn for granted. Checking the elements from several sources makes the best way to stay as truthful as possible to traditional Feng Shui. Chinese Feng Shui. There are many people today who are very interested in the ancient art and science that is Chinese Feng Shui. They are curious as to whether or not it can really usher in positive energy and vitality to their lives, and help with such things as wealth, health, and happiness. While Chinese Feng Shui is no magic bullet that will cure any of your ailments, or that will somehow cause a big bag of money to appear on your front door, there are many positive benefits one can receive when applying its principles to your life. Let's take a look at several. For one, Chinese Feng Shui encourages peace and harmony in the home, and along those lines, encourages people to declutter their environments and their lives overall. Of course, it's absolutely impossible to decide what exactly can and cannot be considered clutter in your home and your life. As the old saying goes, one man's trash is another man's treasure. However, the application of Chinese Feng Shui is meant to encourage positive energy and to get rid of anything that drains you of this energy, or that introduces negative feelings and energy in your life. This is how the thought can be applied to not only your material possessions, but to your life overall. For example, if you have a so-called friend that only calls you when he or she needs something, and has a tendency to be so overly emotional that you feel drained and empty when you're done talking, this person can be considered clutter in your life, adds nothing, and takes everything. It's also true that the Asian cultures value hard work and applying oneself to your family and your career. Chinese Feng Shui encourages you to use your energy in these types of positive ways. By doing so, you will be only encouraging more positive energy into your life. Think about how that might apply in your own family. Do you use your time, your resources, and your energy to encourage strong family bonds? Do you see your family as an investment opportunity for that energy? If you understand and apply the principles being taught by Chinese Feng Shui, that positive energy begets positive energy, then you won't hesitate to work hard at making your family bonds as strong as possible. It is true, too, that Chinese Feng Shui puts a great deal of emphasis on the use of color in one's home and environment. However, be careful that you don't fall for folklore and myth when it comes to this aspect of the art. There is no real basis for thinking that a red front door is lucky or special in any way, or that certain colors will bring prosperity and wealth when used abundantly. Colors used in rooms and areas of the home are simply meant to create certain moods. Bright colors will energize you, while darker colors will calm and soothe. In these few ways, you can see how Chinese Feng Shui can add positive energy and vitality in your own life. The Asian cultures always seem to have placed a great deal of importance on harmony, balance, and peace. In Japan, Zen masters taught that simplicity and hard work were the key. In China, they firmly believed that one needed to respect one's surroundings in order to be at peace. Feng Shui history includes stories of how Chinese experts believed that the earth resonated a strong energy that should be welcomed into one's home, and that certain practices fought against this energy, bringing disruption and chaos. By arranging their buildings and even their furniture and other accessories in the best possible way to respect this energy, the Chinese believed that there could be balance in one's life. History. When learning about the ancient art of Feng Shui, many people are interested in the real story behind it. In other words, true Feng Shui history and not just legend or hearsay. It's a good idea to investigate this because, unfortunately, when Feng Shui tradition began to be introduced to the Western culture, a lot of misconception and out-and-out untruths began to be mixed in with the real practice. Feng Shui comes to the West. Stories about Feng Shui history became a bit muddled when the practice was introduced to Western cultures. No doubt because there were many unscrupulous persons who realized that they could make a fast buck on the unsuspecting Westerners who were unfamiliar with this art. Additionally, there were many New Age elements that began to be introduced and confused as being part of Feng Shui history, when in reality they had nothing to do with true Feng Shui. Crystals, red front doors, star-shaped mirrors, and other elements are included in this. Some have claimed that this practice can heal one's physical ailments, bring wealth and prosperity, and several other fantastic claims. None of these statements are found in true Feng Shui history, as those who practiced it never made such outlandish statements. They do firmly believe that the right use of Feng Shui can add positive energy to your life, and this energy can result in good things and your own accomplishments, but it was never meant to be some type of magic pill that one could use to cure, heal, or work influence over these outside factors. Comprehension of the real Feng Shui history. If you have a true interest in the art and science of Feng Shui, it's important to really know its history. Otherwise, you too could fall prey to one of these so-called experts that is not telling you the truth about its real application and use. Real Feng Shui history is about harmony, balance, order, and positive energy. Any stories you hear that don't include these elements are probably just folklore and should be ignored. Once you understand the real truth behind this art form, then you will be better equipped to really use and appreciate true Feng Shui in your own home and in your own life. Chapter 2. Some Basics. When it comes to time for redecorating or remodeling in order to bring health and energy into your home, you may want to analyze Feng Shui and see if it can truly help in these regards. For example, how does the use of color add vitality and energy, or on the other hand, calm and relax you? How can decluttering your environment do the same? By giving some time, consideration, and critical thought to these subjects, you can begin to analyze Feng Shui to see if there are any real scientific principles that can be applied. Using colors. When you analyze Feng Shui and its use of colors, you need to first of all comprehend how color affects your mood and your overall feeling. Bright and lively colors do energize you. Imagine trying to be upbeat or perky in an all-black room. Doesn't that harsh and stark color instead make you feel brought down, even depressed? Many kitchens, on the other hand, are painted bright shades of yellow or orange. When you analyze Feng Shui's encouragement of the use of these colors for this room, you realize that they are upbeat and considered clean and sanitary. Feng Shui's lack of clutter. When people really begin to analyze Feng Shui, they see that this art encourages the lack of clutter or excessive items in the home or any other place where you are quite frequently. This is because clutter has been shown to make a person feel stressed and anxious. It is like a constant reminder of things that need attending to. Clothes that need mending, appliances that need fixing, laundry that needs folding, and so on. This nagging voice in the back of one's head does nothing to encourage positive energy. The basic Feng Shui formulae have a particular purpose and function each. The basic types of formulae you can find in all Feng Shui schools are the corrective, which helps people fix problems and find solutions to several issues, the constructive, which helps improve health and prosperity, and the predictive, which helps people foresee the future and explain the past. Chapter 3. Feng Shui Masters. Feng Shui is a complex and fairly sophisticated kind of art and philosophy. It elaborates on abstract issues that are kind of incomprehensible to most of us today. If you want to learn and understand the principles and basics of Feng Shui, you should hire a Feng Shui master who can teach you the ideas of the philosophy and art that made it so powerful and so popular over the centuries. Choosing the best Feng Shui master might be a daunting task, especially if you are not familiar with the idea of Feng Shui. If you find someone who is not competent enough, you will be probably wasting your time and money, because it takes a really well-informed person to teach you the real ideas and principles of the Feng Shui philosophy, starting from the elements to the small details that can make a real difference in your life. Feng Shui is an art. That on its own tells you a lot about the complexity and complications related to it. Although it dates several thousand years back, it is a rather unregulated field, at least in the West. There are so many people who wish to learn the basics and principles of Feng Shui today that many scammers found the reason and grounds to cheat on others. Many prolific individuals found the perfect way to make money, selling fabricated knowledge that has nothing to do with the origins of the Feng Shui philosophy. This is not just a simple waste of money and time. These people can actually harm your energy irreversibly. Therefore, you need to be very cautious and careful when choosing a Feng Shui master to guide you through the secrets of this ancient art. The prospective master and advisor should be professional, well-educated, and he should come from one of the major Feng Shui schools. You should ask your future consultant to tell you if he knows the basic schools and if he has acquired his knowledge and education from one of them. Most people in the West today follow the Black Hat School, which is condemned by the Chinese scholars, since it is a simple marketing school that sells fancy and fabricated ideas that have nothing to do with the ancient philosophy. Remember that it takes years to master the art of Feng Shui. People who have studied for a couple of years cannot be considered Feng Shui masters. This philosophy has been developing and changing the last 3,000 years. Thus, there are many schools and many principles and variations. Someone who has studied them all and mastered one school is the most ideal person to teach you the basics of this very important and helpful art. Chapter 4. The Do's and Don'ts of Feng Shui. Feng Shui is a philosophy that bases its theories and understandings on a vast array of rules and tips. Therefore, there are many do's and don'ts in Feng Shui that people should be aware of. Let's see some of the most important ones and how you can use them for your prosperity and good health. Starting with the entrance and front door. The front door should be placed on a large wall so as to have enough space on both sides. This space is necessary if you want to allow qi to accumulate. For this reason, you should not put any small or big objects very close to the front door. Do not put any plants, furniture, or anything that can prevent the positive energy from coming in. The front door should be located in such a place so as to face the main room of the home hold. You should not place the front door in a corner or opposite from a large wall. Do not place the front door opposite anything that has sharp edges. This means that the door should not face street corners or T-junctions, because this can bring more negative energy into the home, which is hard to eliminate. The main entrance should not face or communicate with a back door, if it exists. This possible alignment allows qi to escape, therefore you should avoid such a combination. Qi cannot flow correctly if the exit spot is just opposite the entrance. When it comes to the kitchen, the stove should not face the sink or be placed very close to it, because this brings the two main elements of fire and water into conflict. The stove should be placed in a corner or anywhere far from sources of water. When it comes to the bedroom, there are many rules, as the bedroom is the focal point of serenity and relaxation. According to the main principles of Feng Shui, the bed should not face the door or should not be aligned to it. You should place the bed against a free and solid wall, but it shouldn't face a mirror either. Place the bed in such a way so that you don't see the bathroom or stairs from where you lay. This is important for your night's sleep relaxation and calmness. It is very important to furnish your home this way so as to allow energy to flow and move easily. Do not use many sharp edges, but choose more rounded furniture and elements, because they add to the serenity of the place. Do keep your home well organized and neat. If everything is in disarray, energy cannot really flow easily, and the constant disruption of flow will result in several different imbalances in your home and life. Chapter 5. Other Principles. How can you apply these two basic principles in your own home? Well, you don't need to be a decorator or an interior designer to understand color. Take a good, honest look at each room of your home. How do you feel when you stand in the doorway? Are you energized? Do you feel drawn into that room? Or does the overall look and feel depress you? Do you avoid this room for any particular reason? When you analyze Feng Shui, you need to be able to have that overall look for your home's rooms as well. Also, there are no hard and fast rules about what constitutes clutter in any one area. But again, honesty is the key. Do the things you're holding on to add value to your life, or just depress you and bring you down? What type of energy do you feel when you look at these things? Don't think that you need to keep anything just in case. The negative energy that you're introducing into your home far outweighs any supposed uses you think you might have for these things. So if you take several moments to analyze Feng Shui and its use in your own home and your own life, you will see that there are some great benefits you can derive just from these simple principles. Feng Shui has been a very important part of many people's lives for many years, influencing and encouraging the way they function or build their homes and offices. It comes from China and is a philosophy about prosperity, health, and luck. Feng Shui basics are applied to architecture, interior design, and innovations. A brief look at Feng Shui basics can help us understand how they can influence and affect our lives. The Chinese philosophers think that the universe features an invisible energy that surrounds us all. This energy is called qi and flows within everything and everywhere. The goal is to maintain and preserve qi and allow it to flow uninterrupted and endlessly, so as to achieve prosperity and harmony. Feng Shui is applied in many different ways, and there are many different Feng Shui schools that teach people several principles of the famous philosophy. The most common use of these basics is on home building and furnishing. Describing the use of Feng Shui, it is easier to understand the complex ideas and beliefs about the energy, cosmic power, and change. All people have been at least once in a place that looked really beautiful and inviting. A nice ambience usually features a nice atmosphere and is surrounded by positive energy. This is what makes the space look and feel good at the same time. Aside from the positive energy, there is the negative energy as well. There are many places and rooms that people enter, and there is some sort of uninviting and inconvenient aura. This aura is called negative qi and is what should be eliminated according to Feng Shui so as to achieve the desired prosperity. According to the Feng Shui basics, the sharp edges and many angles can enhance the accumulation of negative qi. If you want to build or buy a home, there are some things you should be aware of. A typical home consists of a living and dining room, a kitchen, at least one bedroom, and a bathroom. Feng Shui suggests that the most important thing is to keep the home clean and orderly. A clutter-free space allows energy to flow and move freely and endlessly. Feng Shui bases its ideas on the 5 elements, which are earth, wood, metal, water, and fire. If you add these elements in the appropriate places in your home, you will be able to make a huge, important step towards the achievement of your goal. Chapter 6. Feng Shui Crystals. How did you feel when you first learned that there was no such thing as the Easter Bunny or Santa Claus? As a child, you may have been hurt or upset. But looking back on it now as an adult, do you see how silly it is to believe in those things in the first place? When speaking about things such as Feng Shui crystals, many people may be upset to learn that there really is no such thing in the true application and science of Feng Shui. As this practice came to the western parts from ancient China, it began to be intermingled with New Age hocus-pocus, which really adulterated the true art form. Many unscrupulous individuals realized that they could slap a Feng Shui label on virtually anything and sell it to unsuspecting customers, and one popular item along these lines is the so-called Feng Shui crystals. But before you start to feel hurt or betrayed the way you did when you heard about Santa Claus or the Easter Bunny, let's talk a bit about the true use and history of Feng Shui crystals, and see if perhaps some logic and reasoning might help you out a bit. Many people don't understand how truly simple Feng Shui really is. They believe that you need a Feng Shui reader or expert to explain every minor detail of its application in their home or life, and from this belief sprung the sales of so many items, including those Feng Shui crystals. When people believe anything that some expert tells them, then of course it's easier for them to be taken advantage of. Feng Shui really is all about balance, harmony, peace, and positive energy. There is no magic bullet or talisman that can bring these elements into your life. For instance, if you and your spouse refuse to talk to each other, or if you're hiding a secret affair, all the crystals in the world are not going to give you a peaceful marriage. Hang all the Feng Shui crystals over your bedroom mirror that you want, and there will still be disharmony and chaos in your relationship. Decluttering your life is an important part of Feng Shui, as it's true that sometimes the negative elements in our lives have more of an effect than the positive. Removing old and useless things that bring nothing positive to us, and that just simply drain us and make us feel guilty or depressed, can do much to usher in that positive uplifting energy that we're looking for, more so than any Feng Shui crystal could do. When Feng Shui crystals are useful. Of course, some people simply like the look of crystals, whether they are by themselves or are crystal ornaments. They do reflect light and can add a certain brightness to an otherwise dark corner or room. If you enjoy your crystal knickknacks for this reason, or just like looking at that crystal dangling from your rearview mirror, then there's nothing in Feng Shui principles that says that you must eliminate. Chapter 7. Feng Shui Cures. Red envelopes, wind chimes, crystals, coins, bamboo flutes, and special mirrors are among the most popular and best-sold Feng Shui cures available. The market has been flooded by a whole range of products derived from traditional Feng Shui and advertised as wonder remedies. What many people remain ignorant of is the fact that Feng Shui cures work when they are placed in the proper section of the octagonal grid called the bagua. Thus, if you buy a crystal for energizing a room, you need to place it in the right section of the room in order to achieve the wanted result. Therefore, one has to learn several basic things about the use and the reading of the bagua before bringing any Feng Shui cures in a room or office. Moreover, if you take the time to study a little bit, you'll be surprised to discover that your home could be full of objects that meet the purposes of Feng Shui cures and therefore can be used as such. For instance, hallways are often the parts of the home where positive qi is broken. To test if this is happening to your home, think of whether you like spending time in the hallway or you simply consider it a functional access way to the other rooms. Feng Shui cures work in the direction of making all of your home full of happy qi. A simple crystal hung somewhere from the ceiling in an area of the home that you don't perceive as friendly will disperse the qi in a most beautiful way. The corners of the homes, the straight angles that doors and furniture make, are often harmful for one's health if we speak in energetic terms. Sometimes, the bad Feng Shui is the result of a faulty home architecture. A relevant example here is the indoor steps that descend down in front of the home door. The Chinese consider that such a steps into door position brings bad luck, and they hang crystals between the bottom step and the door as Feng Shui cures. The demand for Feng Shui cures would be lower if people knew how to avoid common mistakes in the arrangement of their homes and offices. Cemeteries, noisy streets, landfills, or disharmonious neighbors bring a bad energy on the home. One of the many Feng Shui cures for such cases consists in the use of mirrors that reflect the negative energies away from you. The mirrors should be placed between you and the element you want to deflect. In this case, the home windows that are the entrance gates for the noise, pollution, or bad vibes. Chapter 8. The Elements of Feng Shui. Earth, water, fire, metal, and wood. The 5 essential Feng Shui elements are the factors that influence the very philosophy of this art of living in harmony with the environment and with ourselves. Each of the Feng Shui elements has a corresponding color, and their incorrect or imbalanced combination will lead to what is known as bad Feng Shui, equaling disharmony, misfortune, and an unfulfilled life. What exactly is the role played by the Feng Shui elements? Well, it seems that they share the function of qi balancing in a certain space. Therefore, in order to achieve a correct implementation of the positive qi flow, one needs to be receptive and open to the rule of the 5 elements. Here are the main meanings associated with the Feng Shui elements. Water stands for communication, wealth, and various career opportunities if it is used in the context of a fountain. But if instead there is a running sink or toilet, this could very well signal a loss of money and even a poor health state by the waste-associated symbolism. Then, wood is responsible for the creativity one enjoys, as it acts as a stimulant of passion, inspiration, and high motivation. Nevertheless, such Feng Shui elements are far from overwhelming. Keep in mind the fact that they are either balancing or ruining the qi. The life force is more easily transmitted or transferred over a certain area by means of metal elements. Introducing metal in combination with the other Feng Shui elements means causing an enhancement of the qi. Adding too much metal, on the other hand, could be harmful in terms of positive outcome for the location. Too much energy could be destructive. Use it carefully. The home or office stability and solidity are brought by the earth element and complemented by the passion specific to fire. This only indicates the fact that taken separately, each of the 5 Feng Shui elements has its specificity, but they need to be matched as a whole. One can determine whether the qi cycle is unbalanced in the home, and thus realize that the Feng Shui elements are not in accordance by paying attention to the feelings he or she has in that particular place. Thus, if you feel ill at ease, dissatisfied, nervous, depressed, or dominated by other negative emotions like envy, jealousy, fear, or emptiness, your home is definitely suffering from a qi imbalance. If the Feng Shui elements are harmoniously combined, then you will feel fulfilled and in high spirits about the place. Chapter 9. Jewelry and Feng Shui. Crystals, gems, pearls, and minerals seem to have special energetic values in themselves, which is why many alternative healing practices try to determine which elements work well for who. Feng Shui jewelry falls into this category of items that are considered protective, balancing, and nice to wear. Positive and negative energies coexist in the environment, and they influence our lives in manifold ways. The crystals used in the manufacturing of Feng Shui jewelry are just one means of diverting bad vibes by storing positive qi and influencing the wearer. Other Feng Shui jewelry items rely on symbols, knots, Buddha representations, and other elements for the accumulation of energy. The 8-like infinity symbol stands for great wealth and happiness. This figure is part of many amulets and pendants sold as Feng Shui jewelry, and it enjoys a great reputation in attracting good fortune. Then, the mystical knot present in other Feng Shui jewelry items stands for longevity, endless love, and keeps one safe from the pain of separation and disillusionment. The knot is a powerful love symbol worn by people who feel to have found their soulmate. Furthermore, Feng Shui jewelry also has a healing reputation. This quality is attributed to the Buddha figure pendants that attract blessings and the power of medicine Buddha. Sterling silver, rose quartz, jade, Kuan Yin representations, or the yin-yang symbol are just several more examples of the sacred elements used in Feng Shui jewelry. Their purpose is none other than to attract great health, blessings, love, and the fulfillment of various wishes. Some pendants are worn on the hand, others close at heart or at the neck depending on the need of the wearer. Protection and soothing elements are not overlooked either, as they are richly present in many Feng Shui jewelry collections. How can one know which Feng Shui jewelry to choose? First of all, we should mention the fact that when it comes to the use of crystals or precious stones, they are selected depending on the zodiac sign, the birth date, and even the birth hour. Moreover, the temperament of the person that will wear the Feng Shui jewelry has a great importance too. Thus, you should make some research and eventually talk to a Feng Shui practitioner in order to learn the best ways to choose the right Feng Shui jewelry. It is said that every crystal chooses its owner, and this seems to be true in terms of energetic compatibility. Chapter 10. Other Feng Shui products. Various meanings are attached to unique Feng Shui products. They are not simply an expression of personal taste, but rather tools that influence and help to the creation of a positive energy flow in one's home, office, or life. Here are some examples of Feng Shui products that can make the difference in enhancing a rewarding environment. Let's start with a Bagua chart in the form of a mirror or crystal. Shaped octagonally, such Feng Shui products are extremely versatile in usage specificity. Some people use them for attracting good fortune, getting married, accumulating knowledge, or solving family problems. Moreover, the use of the Feng Shui crystals in alternative therapies is also well known for the very good healing effects. Then, the sound of a bamboo flute is known to go for infinity. This is a very powerful symbol of strength and endurance. More popular than the bamboo flute, wind chimes represent the Feng Shui products best known to Westerners. The sound made by the chimes is considered to be yin in nature, and it triggers a very relaxing effect. Considered ideal for gardens, wind chimes create and give away tranquility. Candles are favorite Feng Shui products that allow the accomplishment of the yang, light, and yin, shadow, harmony in a variety of ways. Candles can be used in different corners of the rooms, in offices, hallways, bathrooms, and even kitchens for the enhancement of a positive mood and the creation of a relaxed atmosphere. Candles are well complemented by the use of other Feng Shui products such as incense sticks. Thus, fragrance becomes one major way of adjusting energy in a certain environment. Before the presently used Feng Shui products, simple sandalwood incense was the perfect fragrance to be encountered in Taoist and Buddhist temples in the Far East. According to the Feng Shui custom, incense is burned at the exterior of any entrance to attract positive qi, but indoor applications are also possible as a means of eliminating negative energies. Though we are far from finishing the list of Feng Shui products, we cannot conclude without mentioning the space-clearing ritual bell. Part of a Buddhist ritual, the sound of the bell has such a high vibration that evil spirits cannot stand it and the negative energies are dissipated when rung. These Feng Shui products that have entered the Western world, too, are treated with respect and even veneration in their mother country, China. Such value should also be primordial for the Feng Shui practitioner everywhere else. Chapter 11. Symbols. Symbols have a very rich cultural origin. They belong to a history and a tradition that has upgraded them to the rank of cures. Feng Shui applications are a common practice in Chinese families, but people from different cultural backgrounds can use them and benefit from the bounty, harmony, and fulfillment they bring. It is also true that you should only use the Feng Shui symbols to which you respond emotionally and the significance of which you know. Otherwise, the positive effects of such practices are diminished or altered. Feng Shui symbols contribute to directing a good flow of vital energy into a certain space by bringing harmony and balance to the elements. Feng Shui symbols are considered tools that empower the function of elements, colors, and even the use of the Bagua map. Lots of web pages presently offer all sorts of products that include Feng Shui symbols, some of them suspended on cords, others printed or painted on special materials. The effects expected include balance and harmony first and foremost, but people would also want more love, bigger wealth, and increased fortune. The one thing you should be aware of is that Feng Shui symbols cannot be used randomly. The most popular Feng Shui symbols are those specific to the 5 elements: earth, wood, fire, water, and metal. You can hang such symbols on the walls of your home depending on the readings of the Bagua chart. Then, the Feng Shui symbols of the zodiac are usually worn as pendants, and they are considered more personal by their relation to people's birthdays. Feng Shui symbols come in a variety of sizes, forms, and designs. You can even buy them as stickers and put them in the car or the office. Beyond the importance given to the form, Feng Shui symbols are important by their significance and message. It is not recommended to buy and use Feng Shui symbols randomly without knowing what they mean. Even if the shop assistant may give you advice or information on how to use the items, make your own research and learn what a certain symbol stands for. This is a form of homage paid to the underlying life force that runs through everything. And by knowing the meaning of the Feng Shui symbols, you pay respect to this great gift that's been given to you. Harmony and balance start within us and are augmented and rendered powerful by the exterior. In fact, the theory of yin and yang sprang from the awareness that while the relationships between nature, people, and other things were definitely separate entities, they also had a symbiotic relationship. Without one, there was no other. Therefore, the symbol of the black and white symbol encircling one another was created and started representing the idea that there was always give and take in any relationship in order to maintain harmony in existence. Chapter 12. Yin and Yang. Feng Shui's hypothesis of yin and yang understood how the yin and yang theory applies to Feng Shui principles. You have to understand how the theory came into being to begin with. Basically, you start with values and beliefs of the ancient Chinese people. They believed that everything from the planet to the stars to the human body were all a part of one overall system. Recognizing that there was only one system in which everything existed, there was no superior entity. Each part depended on one another to exist in order to maintain a harmony in life itself. There were no opposing sides, as everyone had to depend on one another to survive and coexist. However, the Chinese soon began to believe that there was a difference between the earth and the heavens above, just as there were differences between men and women and day and night. In Feng Shui, the goal is having a harmonious flow of energy throughout your home. Well, according to the yin-yang theory, if there is more passive energy than active energy in a room, or vice versa, this creates a discord in the balance of energy. Different decorating techniques are employed to retip the energy scales into balance. This balance is achieved through the use of a bagua, an 8-directional map, and a Feng Shui compass. Based on the direction and more in-depth reading of the compass, you can use certain Feng Shui techniques such as the use of color, textures, plants, and other things to achieve a pleasing balance of energy, thereby keeping in line with the yin and yang theory. Translating the yin and yang theory to Feng Shui, all things in the universe are comprised of two divergent yet interconnecting energies, the yin and the yang. The yin is viewed as the feminine force, while the yang is considered a masculine force. These two opposing energies constantly play against each other and create life and energy around everyone. In order to understand how the yin and yang theory applies to Feng Shui, read on how these two interconnecting energies come into play when applied to your everyday life. Yin. This feminine force is also known as a passive energy. There are many forms of passive energy, such as a quiet stillness, darkness, and slow physical movements like some martial arts use to get in touch with oneself. When you have to relax or go to sleep to recharge your inner batteries, this is when yin is predominant. Yang. This masculine force is also known as active energy. While you are awake doing something constructive or active, yang is predominant. The bustling energy of lights and sounds you might experience in a busy place is characterized by yang. Just like two halves of a whole, yin cannot exist without yang and vice versa. Just picture night without day or staying awake without the rest or sleep you need. Each of these examples cannot exist solo and must have the other, a type of symbiotic relationship. Therefore, that is why you always see the yin and yang represented by the black and white circle. Two comma shapes, one black and one white, interlock to create that whole circle of energy. Chapter 13. 3 Interesting Thoughts. One of the reasons that it is sometimes difficult to get a true feel and handle on Feng Shui is that there are 3 different schools of thought on the subject. All of these different views of Feng Shui can be traced back to one ancient master named Yang Yunsang. This master is considered to be the major founding father of Feng Shui, based on the many different writings and teachings he left behind on these ancient Chinese principles. Master Yang developed the idea that each place on earth had a specific qi or important energy that influenced everything. He stressed that one must take into account the different nuances of the land in order to find a favorable site in which to build. From his teachings came the basis of what we know today as classical Feng Shui. Classical Feng Shui. This is the most traditional view of Feng Shui and includes the compass Feng Shui school and the landscape Feng Shui school. In the landscape form, this Feng Shui school takes into account the shapes and imagery found in our natural environment, while the compass form uses such tools as the 8-directional map called the bagua and the lopan, which is the Feng Shui compass. In addition, this traditional school of Feng Shui thought also employed the theories of yin and yang as well as the 5 elements: water, fire, wood, earth, and metal. Calculations using a Lo Shu square as well as your personal Kua number are also used to create favorable surroundings for a proper balance of qi. Black Sect Feng Shui. This is a more recent Feng Shui practice created 15 to 20 years ago. by Master Thomas Lin Yun. This school of Feng Shui uses a mix of Taoism, parts of traditional Feng Shui, as well as Tibetan and Chinese Buddhism. Meditation, as well as elements of modern psychology, is used in this school of Feng Shui. Western School of Feng Shui. This version is also called a modern or intuitive Feng Shui school of thought. Traditional Chinese symbols and practices are eschewed for more westernized viewpoints to balance the qi in a space. While the principles of the classical Feng Shui are used, they are brought into fruition using Western methods. You will discover through various sources during your quest to employ Feng Shui in your home that many interior designers and Feng Shui consultants use a mixture of these different schools of Feng Shui philosophies. Many people may not see the appeal of the ancient Chinese symbols that are used to ensure a harmonious balance of qi in the home. However, they do not have to give up on Feng Shui altogether. With the Western school of thought, those Chinese symbols could be replaced with equally effective Westernized symbols to achieve the same purpose. While each school of Feng Shui thought is different, the end result is always the same. In other words, there are many ways to employ the Feng Shui method in order to create that pleasing positive flow of energy in the home. This good qi leads to other positive changes in life, such as a better paying job, a happier family and marriage, and good health. It is simply amazing what several changes in the home can do to create a better, more energized atmosphere. If you plan to hire a Feng Shui consultant to inspect your home, be sure to ask them what school of Feng Shui thought they follow the most. Employing hybrid Feng Shui principles is not wrong as long as the end result is what you are hoping to achieve. Chapter 14. Feng Shui for Pets. Did you know that Fido or Fluffy could also benefit from Feng Shui? They certainly cannot tell you that they like the way you have arranged their surroundings or that they feel more peaceful, but they will feel the difference. Think about it this way. One of the basic principles of Feng Shui is to get rid of clutter. Think about the way your dog or cat would feel if he or she tried to jump in a favorite sleeping spot only to find it piled down with clutter. It would make anyone, including your pet, feel ill at ease. When you decrease this clutter, your pet will live a calmer, happier life. You can easily see how even the basic principles of Feng Shui will make a huge difference in your cat or dog. After all, you certainly do not want Fido overexcited or jumping on you even more than he already does. When practicing Feng Shui for yourself, your children, or even your pets, you will want to focus on channeling good energy and warding off the bad energy. These are the very basics of the Feng Shui way of life. Here are some tips for your pet. Tips for helping your pet with Feng Shui. When thinking about this ancient Chinese art form, you will want to concentrate on finding the good energy and getting rid of the bad. There are many ways of doing this. One of the most important principles of practicing Feng Shui for your pet is to watch where you place his or her sleeping spot. If your dog or cat has a favorite cushion or bed, see where it is most of the time. Feng Shui strongly believes that beds placed near mirrors can easily reflect bad energy, and beds that are too close to windows let good energy escape. So, if you find that your pet routinely sleeps near a mirror or a window, you might want to consider finding a new spot. In addition to avoiding putting your dog or cat bed near mirrors or windows, you will also want to avoid placing the beds near doors and bathrooms. Believers of Feng Shui think that when you place a bed near a door, especially two doors, the good energy that you want to keep will be sucked out the door and bad energy will come in through the other door. Bathrooms are no-nos too. They believe that bathrooms can promote poor health. It is interesting to see how Feng Shui can help your pet. If you are into Feng Shui, learn how Fido or Fluffy can benefit. Chapter 15. 5 Elements in Depth. When talking about this ancient art and science, there is usually mention of the 5 elements of Feng Shui. Just what are these, and how are they applied? This article will give you a very simple crash course on both of these questions. Fire, earth, metal, water, and wood are the 5 elements of Feng Shui. You'll notice that these are all natural elements as well. All of these together form a circle of either construction or destruction as follows. Construction and destruction. Construction. Wood creates fire. Energy from fire, such as the sun, is needed to feed the earth. Metal is born from the earth. Water can be pulled from the elements that make up metal. Water feeds the wood. Destruction. Fire destroys metal. Metal, such as an axe blade or other instrument, destroys wood. Trees or wood feed from the earth. Dirt from the earth absorbs water. Of course, water destroys fire. How the 5 elements of Feng Shui harmonize. The underlying principle of Feng Shui is that there needs to be harmony and balance. Having too much of any one element in your home or in a particular room is counterproductive and can be overwhelming. Most rooms will have one dominant quality of the 5 elements of Feng Shui and need another element to bring in some balance. For example, think of an all-white bathroom. White is clean and pure and represents water. However, when a room, even a bathroom, is completely white, it can feel cold and sterile. By introducing another one of the 5 elements of Feng Shui, such as earth, this can tone down that sterile feeling. Towels, artwork, and other items that are a warm brown can do the trick. Or imagine a living room that is all brown, which is a strong earth tone. You can feel closed in or overwhelmed, as this is a warm color, but one that easily smothers you. Another one of the 5 elements of Feng Shui, such as fire, can do the trick. Red accents such as pillows or afghans can brighten up the warm brown. You can apply the principle of balancing the 5 elements of Feng Shui in virtually every aspect of your life. For example, maybe your personality is strong and fiery. This can be a good thing, but too much of a strong personality can easily overwhelm people. A campfire is good, but a forest fire is bad. So, consider what you can do to tone down your personality a bit. Think of the earth as being warm and nurturing. Your personality can have some warm and nurturing sides to it, as well as to make you a more balanced and harmonious person. There are actually no right or wrong answers when it comes to applying the 5 elements of Feng Shui to any room of your home or part of your life. You simply need to remember how these elements are meant to harmonize and balance one another, and try to imitate those fine qualities as much as possible. Chapter 16. Feng Shui in your garden. The overall goal of your garden should be to achieve a pleasing and inviting natural space. The arrangement of all your plants, pavers, fencing, and other decorative elements is key to creating a sanctuary instead of a weed pile. That is where Feng Shui principles come in. In review, Feng Shui is the ancient Chinese practice that combines art and sciences to create a pleasing, harmonious environment of good qi. Qi is the universal energy that is embodied in all things. If there is something out of place, this can create an imbalance in qi. The overall goal is to set up your garden in such a way that you have a positive flow of qi that ultimately influences all areas of life. You don't necessarily have to believe in Feng Shui in order to put its principles into play. Regardless of your beliefs, if you use Feng Shui, your garden space will reflect the restful retreat that you were hoping for. When it comes to the garden, you will want to follow Feng Shui practices and start at the entrance. In the best situation, your garden entrance will face south as it will get the most sun exposure. If possible, do not choose an imposing fence gate as it will make your garden area feel uninviting to people as well as qi. A gate with an open design is best, as it will keep out trespassers of the human and animal kind, while at the same time still allow sunlight and positive energy to enter the garden. In terms of plants, there are no specific varieties that particularly shout Feng Shui. Therefore, you will want to employ various colors from plants and flowers to invoke a variety of moods, just as they would inside the home. For instance, for a cool and calm space, choose white flowers as well as cool-looking purple and periwinkle colors. These are more soothing than vibrant yellows, reds, and pinks that are more spirited. If you love both the bright and energetic colors in addition to the more soothing ones, do not allow them to intermingle. Instead, choose specific areas of the garden and plant the bright ones in one place and calming ones in another. Also, allow green plants to be planted amongst the flowers to provide a gentle buffer for the different types of energy they exude. Balance is also important when planting. Allowing too many plants in one area is akin to clutter, which can drop the energy levels dramatically. Patience needs to be practiced so that you give the plants and flowers enough time to grow lusher and take over some of the empty spaces instead of giving in and trying to plant more flowers and greenery right now. Of course, what is in season will also dictate how you apply Feng Shui to your garden area as well. Just remember that no matter what flowers are in bloom, you will want to balance the primary colors of flowers along with some that complement them. And don't just stick with one kind of flower or plant either. It's good Feng Shui to choose a variety of shapes for your flowers, even if they have the same color. This adds texture as well as energy. Incorporating herbs in your garden are beneficial as well. Some herbs such as lavender and sage can then be picked and used inside the home for aromatherapy purposes. You don't have to stick with just plants in the ground either. Use whiskey barrel or ceramic pot planters scattered throughout your garden to add interesting elements and elevate some special plants or flowers. If you plan to build a walking path in your garden, try to create a winding paving path instead of a straight path, which encourages energy to rush through instead of taking its time. A bird bath or even a trickling water fountain is other great elements to incorporate into your garden. The water is viewed as good luck and representative of abundance in the Chinese culture, where Feng Shui was derived from. For those cooler nights, how about installing a chimney in a specially paved area in your garden too? Creating a tranquil garden benefiting of Feng Shui principles is fairly easy once you have an understanding of how positive and negative energy flows. As long as you follow these principles, you have free rein as to the types of flowers and plants. The result of your efforts is a charming, peaceful space perfect for relaxing. Chapter 17. Using Jade. If you're looking to unleash the power of unlimited energy in your life, have you thought about investing in Feng Shui? This ancient art and science promises to bring you good health, good luck, prosperity, and boundless vitality and energy. Which makes people wonder just how much of what they hear about Feng Shui could possibly be true. How can the art of arranging furniture and decluttering your home bring you luck and wealth? Persons do well to think about these things, because there are of course many out there who want to sell you so-called Feng Shui items, many of which have nothing to do with real Feng Shui. For example, is there a real use for the element of jade in Feng Shui? This is a common item you see in Asian cultures, so is there a reason for this? What can jade and Feng Shui principles do for you, if anything? Let's take a moment to review just how it was that this element and this ancient practice began to be intertwined. The history of jade and Feng Shui applications. There's no mistaking the fact that jade is a popular metal element in Asian cultures, particularly in China. In ancient times, jade was abundant, and because of its softness, it could easily be shaped into various forms, unlike diamonds and other stones which had to be worked tirelessly in order to be cut and polished. Using jade in Feng Shui applications did not happen overnight. True Feng Shui history does not include the use of jade and does not teach that there is anything special or magical about the element itself. However, the value of this element to the Chinese culture is unmistakable. In the long history of the art and culture of the enormous Chinese Empire, jade has always had a very special significance, roughly comparable with that of gold and diamonds in the West. Jade was used not only for the finest objects and cult figures, but also in grave furnishings for high-ranking members of the imperial family. Jade and Feng Shui come to the West. When the practice of Feng Shui began to be introduced to Western cultures, it was easy for it to become adulterated, as there were always unscrupulous persons looking to make some easy money from those who didn't know any better. They realized that they could convince any Westerner of the healing powers of jade and Feng Shui, and these unsuspecting persons would rather easily believe them. Jade was known for being a very important element in Chinese culture, as was Feng Shui, and it was easy for some to believe that the two were intertwined. However, the real teachings of Feng Shui don't include anything special regarding jade. It is not considered lucky and doesn't have special healing powers. If someone were to introduce a metal element into a room or wanted to add artwork for aesthetic purposes, then using jade in Feng Shui applications may work that way. But in reality, that is where this stone's use stops. Chapter 18. The Real Rules. Are you someone who likes rules? Chances are that you don't. Very few people do. Most everyone appreciates several guidelines here and there, but usually appreciates being able to have some room for free expression and latitude. This is one of the reasons that the ancient art and science of Feng Shui is so enjoyable for most people. While it has some very important principles, there are really no such things as rules of Feng Shui. So if there aren't any hard and fast rules of Feng Shui, how can one go about applying it to your life? No rules of Feng Shui, just principles. What is the difference between a rule and a principle? Simply put, a rule is very harsh and rigid, and rarely allows someone any type of freedom for their own personal choices, judgment, or expression. It's also something that you must do, like it or not. A stop sign is a rule, not a suggestion. On the other hand, a principle is more of a guiding thought which allows for a great deal of latitude for someone to make up their own minds about things. Principles are like a ceiling under which there is a great deal of movement. So if someone is thinking that there are certain rules of Feng Shui to be followed, they need to understand that Feng Shui is about making things in your home and your environment work for you, and you personally. What you appreciate and enjoy, and what will bring energy and vitality to your life, is not something that's going to work for someone else. Trying to dictate rules of Feng Shui is something that's actually counterproductive to the entire art overall. However, the principles of Feng Shui are much different. For example, consider the use of color. Feng Shui teaches, as do many designers and decorators, that bright colors add energy and vitality to any space, and encourage you to use yellows, oranges, and shades such as these in an area of your home where you need that added energy, such as your kitchen or breakfast nook. However, the way you apply this principle and to what degree is up to you and your own individual taste. Imagine if the rules of Feng Shui demanded that you paint your kitchen orange, and it was your most hated color. Many have also found that what works for them is to introduce these elements in small doses, in accent items, artwork, and so on, rather than coloring a room completely in one particular color. Making up your own rules of Feng Shui. How you apply Feng Shui in your own home is going to be up to you. Again, it needs to work for you personally. So if you are looking to work with a Feng Shui expert or advisor, and he or she insists that you follow so-called rules of Feng Shui, be wary. Remember, there is no such thing. Chapter 19. Feng Shui Aroma. For the Feng Shui art and practice, aromatherapy is very important in order to promote health and bring our body's energy in accordance and balance with nature. Feng Shui aromatherapy can help us clear our minds, unwind, rid ourselves from stress, and embrace the main elements that rule this art. Since the early years of practice, Feng Shui philosophers used aromatics to achieve their goals and derive better spiritual and mental health. Chinese were among the first who decided to use plants so as to acquire health and balance. Until today, the Feng Shui aromatherapy rules are considered to be the best way to enhance the flow of energy and make ourselves more energized and active. The basis of aromatherapy is the flower essences and extracts from plants and flowers. The first step in Feng Shui aromatherapy is to clean the space from all clutter so you are able to allow the positive qi to enter and stay. You should clean yourself as well, and then use the Bagua map in your space to define the directions. Aromatherapy in Feng Shui is a combination of flowers and directions. Here are the basics. The north is related to career and success when combined with geranium. The oil that comes from the plant smells very pleasantly and has a very calming effect. Northeast is related to knowledge and education and can be combined with grapefruit. The oil comes from the fruit and has a very fresh aroma of citrus. East is associated with health and rosemary. The oil is supposed to prevent the negative energy and evil spirits. Southeast is associated with wealth and bergamot. The oil comes from the fruit and is very helpful when you want to rid yourself of stress. South is associated with happiness and longevity, and its oil is carnation. The smell is floral and protects people, especially the ones who are sick. Southwest is associated with romantic relationships and love, and its aroma is rose otto. This oil is very sweet but has a penetrating essence and is supposed to enhance a feeling of well-being. West is related to children and sweet orange oil. Northwest is related to trade and lang lang, the oil that comes from the kananga tree. It is a delicate and soft aroma and is supposed to make people relax and calm down. These essential oils need to be lit in the burner or sprayed into the four corners of the room in order to remove the accumulated negative energy from the space. 5 to 10 drops of the oil are enough if you are spraying, and 3 to 5 drops of oil to the oil burner are enough to attract positive energy. Feng Shui, Wealth, Health, and Improved Relationships by Mindfulness. Written by Kim Chow. Narrated by Scott Clem. Table of Contents. Introduction. Chapter 1. Positive Qi for School-Age Children. Chapter 2. Bedroom Basics. Chapter 3. Design Advice for Beginners. Chapter 4. Get Your Ex Back the Feng Shui Way. Chapter 5. Selling Your Home by Using Feng Shui. Chapter 6. Personal Transformation. Chapter 7, Money Management Thanks to Feng Shui. Chapter 8, Lucky in Love. Chapter 9, Sleeping Better. Chapter 10, House Shopping with Feng Shui. Chapter 11, Layout for the Feng Shui Home Office. Chapter 12, Happy Homes. Chapter 13, Health Begins with Feng Shui. Chapter 14, Prosperity with Feng Shui. Chapter 15, Feng Shui the Automobile Way. Chapter 16, Storage Tricks. Chapter 17, Feng Shui Romance Tips. Chapter 18, Feng Shui Health Tips. Chapter 19, A Happy Child Through Decorating. Chapter 20, Positive Energy in the Dining Room. Introduction. Feng Shui isn't just for Chinese people. It's not just for spiritual consciousness or a better feeling. It's there to help us in everyday decisions. From finding your dream home to selling your home more effectively, Feng Shui provides answers. It can assist you in creating an atmosphere of play, focus, and learning for your child, manage your money better, enhancing your love life, or getting your old flame back. In this audiobook, I combine some of the rarest, most interesting applications of the Feng Shui way. You might be surprised by how far this ancient Chinese philosophy stretches, and how often it can be utilized in daily life. If you're looking for more peace and harmony in your life, then Feng Shui followers are right on track. You'll learn about health boosts, increasing your wealth, and the way you think about relationships and your loved ones. Don't wait. Start listening to the first chapter. Chapter 1, Positive Qi for School-Age Children. Employing Feng Shui with children can be a great boost for their success in school and in their daily lives, and it all starts with their bedroom. Bedrooms serve many roles for kids who are going to school. It's a spot to sleep, rest, hang out with friends, play, and even study and do homework. By making use of Feng Shui techniques to create a harmonious flow of energy in their personal space, you can ensure their well-being. Work with your child to create a pleasing space that is both Feng Shui friendly as well as something they would like. Offering choices gives them a sense of empowerment, which in turn can lead to an increase in creativity and success. Here are just a few of the many ways you can use Feng Shui for your child's room. 1. Messy rooms need to be cleaned up. Part of the reason for messy rooms is lack of organization. A messy room leads to a disruption of positive qi, and it can influence your child's growth patterns both physically and mentally. Donate toys they are too old for now, as well as clothing they have grown out of. Provide adequate storage and organizational bins for all of their toys and paraphernalia. 2. If there is a desk in the room, try and make sure that where your child will sit will have a good view of the door. Facing the wall tends to limit children and throw up obstacles. It will also break your child's concentration, which can affect homework. 3. Provide a sense of security through the arrangement of furniture. For instance, while normally you would not put a bed against a wall, you can do so with your child. A physical wall can provide the needed security as long as it has an unobstructed view of the door. 4. Block off one part of their room for their special recognition items like trophies and ribbons. They need a place to brag about their achievements. 5. If there must be electrical equipment in the room like a computer, make sure that it is kept far away from where your child sleeps. This electrical stuff can emit electromagnetic fields, which can be quite harmful over time and also interfere with sleep and resting periods. 6. Energize the space with photos of the child's favorite people, as well as some plants, especially around any of the electrical equipment. The green, thriving plants can absorb some of those harmful EMFs. Increasing a child's capacity of learning and kickstart their imaginations with some strategically placed lamps, or even hang special crystals in the room. 7. The use of color is important in a child's personal space. For growth and development as well as an engaging attitude, greens and blues are the best colors to employ. There are conflicting reports on whether or not to use primary colors, as they tend to stimulate children. Soothing colors are what is best for sleep and relaxation. However, use a bit of vibrant color in the area of the room for playing and enjoyment. This will keep their creativity flowing and their mind sharp. Every child is different, and of course, if you have children who share a room, your Feng Shui job just got harder. Your job is to recognize which type of environment your child will thrive in and then employ particular Feng Shui design principles to ensure that they have a safe, healthy, and happy room positively flowing with good qi. Remember, it is not just about wall color. It is also about the color of the accessories, too. Chapter 3. Design Advice for Beginners. Feng Shui is not only fun, but beneficial for your home. If you are new to Feng Shui, you should know that it is an ancient Chinese practice that originated several thousand years ago. It combines the arts and sciences to craft a feeling of balance and harmony with universal energy called qi. There are several different schools of thought in terms of Feng Shui, but the bottom line is the same: to achieve a harmonious flow of positive energy. If you would like to employ some Feng Shui in your home, but don't have time to thoroughly study and understand this ancient Chinese practice, you can still create a happy home full of positive energy, peace, happiness, and balance. Here is some quickie design advice for those new to the Feng Shui arena. 1. Color palettes. Color has the power to invoke particular moods with people. Therefore, you will want to choose wall colors as well as the colors of your home decor rather carefully to create a pleasing flow of qi. You should know that each color represents certain qualities and therefore would work well in some rooms but not others. A few of the basic colors are outlined here based on Feng Shui. Purple. This is the color of royalty and therefore represents abundance and richness as well as change. Because this is such a powerful color, you will not necessarily want to paint an entire room in this color. Accent one wall or have it reflected in the fabrics. Orange. This color tends to invoke hunger and therefore should be used in lighter shades in the bedroom, family, and living areas, and even a child's playroom. It doesn't necessarily represent physical hunger for food, but also hunger for knowledge and other qualities. Green. A color that represents life. It is by turns calming and healing. If you are looking to balance the energy in a room, green is a great color to start. Living rooms and bathrooms benefit greatly. Yellow. This color sparks the imagination and is a happy hue. Use this color in a room such as your home office, where it will inspire creativity and success. 2. Light properties. Feng Shui is a big proponent of light as it can greatly influence our thoughts and moods. Think about it. A small room that is dark invokes a quiet, oppressive mood, whereas the same small room with lots of natural or warm light looks peaceful and inviting. Each room in your home should have some healing light for good Feng Shui. Here are a few things to look for in regards to lighting. Natural sunlight is the best option for brightening a room or lighting the way. Open blinds and skylights will help. Do not use fluorescent lighting as it looks and feels artificial. It will bring negative qi to your room. Use warm light bulbs instead. Dimmer lights are a great idea for each room in your home as you can adjust them according to which room you are in. Low lights invoke romance in the adult bedroom, while a brighter light is attractive for play areas or offices. 3. Textures. Different materials and fabrics not only add personality to a room, but it can also be considered good Feng Shui. For example, braided rugs invoke a homey, cozy feeling, while plush, deep pile carpeting feels luxurious. Throw pillows and blankets also add special touches depending on the types of fabrics used. Soft chenille is a cozy treasure and invites you to hug and touch it. Leather is earthy and rich, giving off a pulsating positive energy. 4. Aromatherapy. How a space smells is also an important part of Feng Shui. In fact, different types of smells will affect the overall qi in a space. Why do you think the smell of good home cooking is so comforting? Candles and essential oils are important parts of making your space smell and be interpreted as good. Some aromas are used to cleanse a room. Sagebrush is burned or popular cleansing agents as in frankincense. There are plenty of other easy tips to employ in terms of Feng Shui. However, if you are a newbie to this whole design genre, start employing the tips aforementioned and enjoy a positive energy flow throughout your home. Chapter 4. Get your ex back the Feng Shui way. Did you know that you may be hindering your love life and that your home environment may be the underlying cause? Feng Shui uses principles of arts and sciences to fashion an environment that reflects the life you want to lead. The most important principle in Feng Shui is all about qi, the positive energy that flows throughout your space. When this qi becomes blocked, this existing qi gets weighed down, creating an oppressive atmosphere. If this happens in the bedroom, where Feng Shui says you should focus on heart matters, you are essentially sabotaging your own romance or love life. By removing those roadblocks in the bedroom, you are recharging that positive qi, which leads to a healthy romance. If you want to know more about removing those roadblocks, listen on for more information on how Feng Shui can help. 1. Clutter has no place in the bedroom. Clean it up. Clutter essentially is one of the biggest roadblocks in Feng Shui. Some people claim that clutter doesn't bother them. However, they are the ones with a variety of problems, including stress. Clutter contributes to an agitated state, even subconsciously, which could interfere with your romantic life whether you are married or single and dating. Do what your parents have often told you throughout your childhood. Clean your room. 2. Show that you want to share your life with someone else. According to Feng Shui principles, even the tidiest of bedrooms can still bring in negative qi, which can disturb your love life. Create space in your closets and dresser drawers, even if you are not romantically involved yet. This opens up the positive qi in the space, which in turn helps you draw love and romance to you. 3. Get rid of clothing and memorabilia from old flames. While old relationships may be long dead, you are still inviting them into your current love life if you hang on to an old teddy bear an ex won at a carnival or a sexy nightshirt from a former boyfriend. There is negative energy attached to these things, and the only way to clear it up is to get rid of it. These include pictures and love letters. 4. Nix the workouts in the bedroom. In other words, keep the stationary bike and treadmill out of the bedroom. The theory of working out, expending a lot of physical energy, can be draining. So in essence, the workout equipment can drain the romance right out of your love life. Relocate your exercise equipment and keep your bedroom a sanctuary from stress. 5. Choose decor and photos carefully for the bedroom. There is no room for dear old dad or grandma's picture in your bedroom. Locate them elsewhere in the home. Having photos of former romantic ties, parents, siblings, and friends in the bedroom makes it seem as if you have chaperones. Treasure those photos in other areas outside the bedroom. Also, your decor should not focus on solo imagery. Choose pairs like candlesticks. Having solo representation in the bedroom invokes solitude and loneliness, according to Feng Shui principles. 6. Rearrange your furniture. First, make sure that your bed is in the proper command position, in a far corner diagonal from the door. This will allow the positive qi to flow around the bed easily without being bombarded if it were to be in a clear path to the door. In addition, make sure that other large pieces of furniture like dressers or wardrobes are not blocking the flow of qi either. 7. Create a romantic atmosphere. Use warm light bulbs and, if possible, indulge in light dimmers. Ensure that no corners of your bedroom appear dark or unkept. Unsqueak doors and tighten loose doorknobs. Have some pretty candles ready to be lit. Scented ones and calming aromas are best, like vanilla or lavender. There are plenty of Feng Shui ideas to create for you a better love life. What is so great is that many of the tips listed here don't really cost any money. You can just work with what you have to create a pleasing life in the romance department. Chapter 5. Selling your home by using Feng Shui. If your home has been on the market for a while with nary a nibble, perhaps you should look into employing some Feng Shui principles in and outside your home. Chances are that once you do, your home will sell lickety-split. If you're a little hazy on what Feng Shui is, it is an ancient Chinese practice that combines art and science to create a pleasing, harmonious space full of positive energy. You see, according to Feng Shui, everything is made up of energy, also known as qi, some good and some bad. If your home is not selling, there may be an overabundance of bad qi which is turning off potential buyers. You need to reverse that bad qi and accentuate the positive. The first thing you need to do is start on the outside of your home and inspect it close up and from at a distance. Get a friend to join you so that you both can compare notes on overall impressions. Is there anything outside that is a turnoff or may cause potential buyers to shy away? Excessive lawn art, landscaping that has not been weeded, or the lack of any landscaping can be quite a turnoff. What you may consider precious in terms of your little lawn gnome may really turn off prospective buyers. Create a clean entrance leading to your home that looks inviting. Keep in mind that good landscaping can up curb appeal and the asking price of your home. Therefore, if you did not have landscaping before and you want to now in order to make your home more attractive for selling, consult with a professional. You cannot afford to waste your time on a potential mistake. If you don't really have a front lawn area to speak of, focus in on your entryway to create a welcoming look. A well-lit entrance earns kudos and is a major part of Feng Shui. If your entryway is large, display a lush green plant near the entrance or some fresh flowers to brighten the area. Mirrors are a great idea for any hallways leading from the entrance into the home. These help reflect any rushing energy coming from the outdoors and slow it down. However, you do not want to put a mirror just opposite of the front door, as that will just bounce back any energy just entering the home, preventing any positive chi from circulating. Part of Feng Shui is about reducing the clutter in your life, or what might be perceived as clutter by a prospective homebuyer. Remove as many knickknacks as possible, and reduce the personal belongings to a bare minimum. By keeping your home open as possible, the prospective homebuyer can see what could be if they were to purchase your home. It's all about the possibilities that the prospect perceives. Dusting is important as well. Dust everything from the ceiling fan blades to the baseboards. Your home may be all about clean lines and less clutter, but if there is dust bunnies chasing your prospective homebuyers around, that could be a big turnoff. The same thing applies to animals as well. Since they shed, you will want to clean up any errant fur and keep Fido or Snowball from meandering through your home when prospects are expected. The kitchen gadgets and appliances should also be kept to a minimum. Too much stuff out on the counters, even if the kitchen is immaculate, can be distracting and look cluttered. And as most people have discovered about Feng Shui, clutter or the perception of clutter is a big no-no. The same principle applies to the bathrooms as well. Put your curling iron, hairdryer, and hot rollers out of sight. Put your toiletries in the medicine cabinet or out of sight. Invoke a spa-type of feel in the bathroom so that prospective homebuyers associate the room with relaxation and pampering. One last trick is to use aromatherapy in your home in anticipation of prospective homebuyers coming to walk through your home. The smell of cinnamon alludes to fresh-baked goodies. Peppermint or citrus in a home office or family room appeals to the senses and is fresh and clean. Use vanilla or lavender in the bathrooms and master bedroom to simulate a calm and tranquil space. By taking care of first impressions like landscaping in the front entrance, you have won half the battle in Feng Shui terms. The most important areas you really need to concentrate on are the master bedroom, bathrooms, and kitchen. These are the primary concerns of home buyers. If they perceive the fact that they could relax, eat, and sleep well in these rooms, then you just might end up with a sold sign outside your home. Chapter 6. Personal Transformation. Feng Shui is not just about transforming your home or office. It is also about transforming your life. With these ancient Chinese principles, you are essentially inviting new growth in relationships, opportunities, and other important areas of life. Of course, the road of Feng Shui enlightenment is not easy. In fact, many times practicing these principles means stepping out of your comfort zone and facing those negative behaviors. By meeting challenges head-on and recognizing weaknesses and strengths, you are allowing Feng Shui to work its true magic. However, if you hide out from the world and basically stay stuck in a rut, you are blocking the positive Qi that could really transform your world. If you are truly committed to change, then employing Feng Shui in all areas of life, not just decorative, will garner you great results. It is important to follow through with positive behaviors once you have employed the Feng Shui decorating principles in your home or office area. Otherwise, those changes in the home become short-term and won't have any lasting benefits in other areas of life. Basically, personal transformations as a result of Feng Shui will always be a work in progress. If you do not feel that Feng Shui is working in your life, take a self-assessment and be true to yourself in regards to whether or not your outlook on life and actions are to blame for the failure of good Feng Shui. Here are just a few of these self-assessing questions that should be answered honestly in order to understand where you have failed at your efforts at Feng Shui. 1. Am I proactive at creating new opportunities for myself at work? 2. Can I be more conscientious about maintaining open communications at work and at home? 3. Am I cognizant of slacker habits and work hard to eradicate them? 4. Do I help others both physically and emotionally in any capacity? 5. Can I give or receive with relative ease? 6. Am I generous of my time and money even when I am lacking both? 7. Do I crave the recognition of the spotlight and work hard to get it without hurting anyone else? 8. Can I give my time, love, and support graciously with no expected strings to my family and friends? 9. Am I too proud to ask for help even when I really need it? 10. Can I be more adventurous and open to new ideas? 11. Do I respect what others are thinking and feeling at all times, regardless if I agree with them? The questions here mentioned are just a few of the many leading questions you should ask yourself in order to conduct a self-assessment. How you handle your own life will essentially dictate how well those Feng Shui principles you employed in the home will work. The efforts of each have to balance each other to truly achieve a harmonious flow of positive energy in all areas of home and life. If you use Feng Shui without conducting self-assessments periodically, its overall impact will be disappointing in the long term. For example, if you are looking for love and follow Feng Shui in accordance with creating a pleasing bedroom area to attract romance, yet do not examine your own actions in your previous failed relationships, you will eventually crash and burn in your love life. For some people, Feng Shui makes an immediate impact. For others, slow and steady improvements will eventually win the race. Examining your inner self to determine what you can personally do to change will positively affect your overall qi in other areas of life. Adopt Feng Shui principles not only at home, but also in life. You will achieve great personal growth, which eventually leads to confidence and success in other areas of life as well. Chapter 7. Money Management Thanks to Feng Shui. Followers of Feng Shui understand about the different centers of your home, which represent different aspects of your life. If you are looking for love or want to improve a relationship, you work on increasing the positive flow of energy in the bedroom, employing the theories of the 5 elements in relation to colors and other Feng Shui cures like mirrors and crystals. But what if you want to work on your prosperity? In other words, how do you increase your wealth and improve your financial status using Feng Shui principles? According to these ancient Chinese practices, you have a main wealth and prosperity center in your home, as well as special areas within each room. To determine where your main prosperity and wealth center is in your home, position yourself in front of the front entryway of your home and face into the house. The back left-hand side of the home is the area that represents wealth. Now, if you are trying to identify a specific place in each room that is a wealth area, apply the same principles. Stand in your room's doorway, face into the room. Your wealth area in specific rooms is the left-hand side of the room in the back corner. When applying Feng Shui techniques in your home, be sure to identify your main wealth area as well as your secondary ones in each room in your home, like the kitchen, bedroom, and home office. Once you identify your prosperity and wealth areas, you can get to work on increasing the success of those financial hotspots. Here are a few ideas to boost your chances of money success. Banish clutter, specifically from these wealth areas. Clutter is stale, sluggish energy, which can totally congest the flow of your wealth in all areas of life, including money. Rev up your energy engines and clean up the clutter so that you can realize true wealth and success. Display symbols of prosperity in these wealth areas in your home. A lovely bamboo plant, which signifies luck in the Chinese culture, is appropriate anywhere but the bedroom. A decorative bowl or catch-all for your coins is considered lucky as you place your loose change in it each day, thus symbolizing the investment of your success. Whatever you consider lucky can be used as well. Place a picture of the dream car or vacation you have been wanting so that you have a totally visual eye on your goal. If you have anything at all in these wealth areas that does not work, get them fixed immediately. When something is broken in this special prosperity area that could reflect negatively on your success, tighten the bolts on your exercise equipment or favorite desk chair. Rewire a light switch that hasn't worked in a while, or fix the height of a table that hinders your ability to use it. Handle your own money carefully to show that you actually value the almighty dollar. File the different bill denominations in your wallet uniformly by having them all face the same way in descending or ascending worth. This move shows that you value the money that you have earned. Be generous in your resources, whether it comes to money or time. Money is energy, and in order for it to be a positive energy, you must be willing to be generous so that the abundance and wealth will be returned to you tenfold. Use the colors purple and green to spice up those money areas in the home. Green represents life, growth, and birth. The purple color is more regal, the color of wealth. There are a variety of crystals you could use, and fresh fruit could even be displayed in a bowl to signify abundance in life. Ensure that your bill-paying place is in the home, whether it is a home office or a kitchen nook that is in the left rear corner of the room, the wealth area. Employ Feng Shui techniques in these wealth areas to boost positive energy flow. Part of attaining wealth and prosperity, according to Feng Shui, is knowing how to be thankful for what you do have in addition to how you use it. By ensuring that the rest of your life is copacetic, you will greatly enhance your chances of wealth and prosperity. Chapter 8. Lucky in Love. Did you know that the placement of your furniture and the overall layout of your bedroom could be affecting your love life? If you are a bit unlucky in love, the energy in your bedroom could be adversely affected by clutter, wrong placement of the bed, and more. Having a negative qi in your private sanctuary, known as the bedroom, could be what is hindering your progress in the romance department. The main focus of Feng Shui is that everything has a specific energy, and all of these energies work together to create a positive or negative qi. Basically, the environment around you influences your behaviors, as well as how you feel and what you are thinking. Just picture your bedroom dark and cluttered with dirty laundry and other paraphernalia. This environment adds to a feeling of depression and low energy, which in turn just hinders your efforts to scrape up the positive energy to open the space up. In terms of love, this dark, cluttered environment weakens your ability to fascinate and interest potential companions for a happy, satisfying romantic relationship. Issues with Feng Shui principles can also undermine your reputation with others, hinder your ability to meet people, and also foster miscommunication in various relationships, like work and family, in your life. All of this in turn affects your love life as well. Feng Shui is only part of the solution for attracting new romance into your life. However, you must also keep your personal mental health in mind if you are trying to overcome a failed relationship. Give yourself time to heal before jumping into the romance pool again. Employing the principles of Feng Shui also gives a much-needed boost to your love life, even when you don't have an issue with finding dates, but would like to find someone who will commit romantically. If you are looking to be lucky in love, then ponder these helpful Feng Shui hints. 1. When you are trying to move past a failed relationship to make way for a new one, it can be tough to let go of old ties and rediscover who you are. In Feng Shui, the focus is on positive energy. You cannot capture the positive if you are still holding on to the negative. In other words, you need to get rid of photos of old flames as well as gifts and memorabilia that would remind you of them. Living each day with these reminders keep you firmly entrenched in the past. 2. Pamper yourself in the bedroom. Indulge in new bedding from sheets to pillows to comforters. Old energy can reside in those things dragging you down, so bringing in new positive bedding can be a great pick-me-up for the next stage in readying yourself for romance. If you can afford it, splurge on a new mattress as well. 3. Make some space. When your bedroom is filled with all of your things, there is no room for new growth, especially in the romance department. Having some available closet and drawer space invites new romantic possibilities into your life. By clearing out a little space, you also have the perfect opportunity to clear out additional clutter. By making room in your home, you are essentially opening up to more positive qi, and that can only help out in the romance arena. 4. Focus on some romantic aspects in the bedroom. Using Feng Shui principles, take an objective look at your room from the doorway. What do you see first? Does the southwest area of the room, also known as the relationship area, look inviting? Employing symbols that traditionally mean love and romance will help in the bedroom as well. Using romantic candles in pairs, typically red or pink, is optimal, as is using the color green, which symbolizes the nurturing of new growth, an important part of a successful romantic relationship. The bottom line is that with your love life, you have to be proactive using Feng Shui. Don't wait for failure to realize that you have to change something. Always be aware of your surroundings and conduct self-assessment in throughout the home and bedroom to see where Feng Shui can bolster your chances of romantic success. Chapter 9. Sleeping Better. Feng Shui is beneficial for a lot of things, but did you know that this ancient Chinese practice can also help you if you are losing sleep? Feng Shui is an ancient principle that combines arts and sciences to create a pleasing environment which is conducive to positive flow of qi, the energy of the universe. By regulating this qi and keeping the flow positive, you can improve your time in sleep land. How well you sleep can affect your activities throughout the day. In addition, your health can eventually become affected as well if you develop chronic insomnia. Sleep is one of the most important things we do in our lives because it recharges our internal batteries so that we can get through a day. If the environment in which we sleep is not inviting for sleep, then Feng Shui can help. One of the most important tips in Feng Shui is to avoid sleeping with your head pointed towards the door. This is because when energy enters the room, if your head and body are in a direct line, it will bear the brunt of this blast of energy, which can be subconsciously unnerving and can interrupt or even prevent sleep. The best place to position your bed where this blast of energy won't be a problem would be to place it in an area where you can still see the door but not be in a direct line to it, and at the same time, avoid having your feet facing the door as well. Positioning your bed right below a window can also be detrimental to your sleeping habits. The window presents a way for any of your positive qi to diffuse or escape right out the window. In addition, a window above your bed also invites bad qi to enter a room, and since it would be right above your head, you would experience most of the bad flow of qi first before it disperses throughout the room. If your room configuration only allows your bed to be located under a window, be sure to use some attractive curtains over the window, which will effectively black out any negative energy from entering or any positive energy from escaping. In terms of decor, try and avoid inviting any water symbolism into your room. While water is considered lucky and represents abundance in the Chinese Feng Shui culture, it can actually have a detrimental effect if placed in the bedroom. Avoid having a pitcher of water or even little tabletop fountains in your room as well. Architectural elements or pieces of furniture can have a harmful effect on your sleeping. If any sharp angled corners or a sloping ceiling is pointed at the bed area, these are considered poison arrows by Feng Shui practices and produce bad qi. By blocking the effects of these poison arrows, you can maintain a positive flow of qi in the room and hopefully sleep better at night. Hanging silk plants or even pretty lighting can diffuse the effects of these sharp corners or angles. Other issues can also hinder your ability to get a good night's sleep. According to Feng Shui, any ties to past relationships can cripple your romantic life in the bedroom, which in turn can affect your sleep. Get rid of photos or old flames and even memorabilia. If there is something you cannot part with, relocate the item to another part of the home. Purchase new bedding and accessories as a way to cleanse your bedroom, which might also have some old, stale, pent-up energy that could be keeping you up at night. Cleansing a room is healing and purifying. Also, employ some aromatherapy techniques in the bedroom by using such scents as lavender or vanilla for a calming effect. Any one technique may not bring sleep to your normally toss-turn ritual. Therefore, you will want to incorporate a few of these pieces of advice. Hopefully, you will soon be sleeping like a baby. Chapter 10. House Shopping with Feng Shui. In order to achieve a household with a harmonious flow of energy, you should really start at the very beginning, while you are still shopping for a house. It is much harder to start employing Feng Shui principles after you purchase a home, because what if that home already has several negative Feng Shui aspects against it? It is so much harder to overcome existing Feng Shui obstacles. That is why you should look for pleasing Feng Shui during the house hunt itself. Now keep in mind that not every home can use Feng Shui totally that will please everyone in your family. However, by looking at the big picture, Feng Shui style, you can then work on the little things once you are settled into your new home. Many homeowners can avoid negative energy problems by taking Feng Shui into consideration during the buying stages. Perhaps the toughest Feng Shui obstacles that cannot always be overcome are those that are integrated into the very architecture of the home. Step 1 in evaluating a potential home using Feng Shui is looking to see if there are any poison arrows pointing at the house or located within the house. These poison arrows come in the form of odd slanted ceilings, sharp corners and angles, triangular shapes, and anything else similar inside the home. Looking outside, check other buildings and homes in the area to see if their odd angles or corners point directly to your home. These are all things that you cannot fix yourself. The second step in evaluating a home using Feng Shui is viewing its surroundings. If it is located at a T-junction, this is considered to be extremely bad qi as there are no barriers to slow down either runaway cars or forceful energies. Your home could be both literally and figuratively slammed. In addition, houses located in a fork or Y in the road experience the same problems. How your house is situated in terms of its ground level is also important. If your home is lower than the road or ground level, in Feng Shui terms, this could be seen in relation to a sinking ship analogy. You would never be able to keep a positive flow of energy circulating throughout your home. Be sure to purchase a home that is at least ground level or elevated above ground level, as it will keep your flow of qi on a positive keel. It is much easier to regulate a rising level of qi than a sinking one. The gardens and landscaping around the home should be pleasing with no poison arrows pointing to your home or even to the neighbors. If you have any of these arrows pointing to a neighbor's home, this could bring bad relations with them. Luckily, in terms of landscaping, problems such as this are more easily eliminated. If you notice some Feng Shui problem areas such as a walkway leading straight to the door, use your imagination as to some options that could soften the energy flow that travels fast up that straight path. If you can easily incorporate some shrubbery or even landscape decor like a bird bath or garden gazing ball, these can deflect a huge rush of energy towards the door. Therefore, minor Feng Shui inconveniences such as this should not hold back a decision to own that particular home. So, as you can see, there are a few things that can make a true difference between the possibilities of good or bad Feng Shui before you even move into a home. If you can do all that you can to ensure the best possible energy flow before you move in, you won't have any problems afterwards. Chapter 11. Layout for the Feng Shui Home Office. Since Feng Shui can be a peaceful, positive balance of energy to the living areas of the home, why not try it for your home office? If you run your own business or work for another company from home, consider yourself lucky. No commuting, no tools, no gasoline spent equals more money in your pocket. The trick to working from home, however, is being able to segregate your personal life from your business. Using Feng Shui principles should help you with this separation of work and home in the most harmonious, beneficial way possible. In order to achieve possible chi when stepping from your home center to your work center, you will want to utilize as many of the following Feng Shui tips as possible. 1. The most beneficial workspace within the home is one where you have a separate entry into the room from the outside. A converted sunroom off a patio is one possibility, as is an office above the garage area with a separate stairwell on the outside of the building. However, if that is not possible, try to choose a room that is as far away from your bedroom so that work and romance don't accidentally mix. That means no computer in the bedroom either. 2. Choose items for your office that will inspire your creativity, dispel uncertainty, and spur on productivity. You can do this by using Feng Shui principles to choose the colors for your wall as well as the fabrics and textures. Some crystals have healing properties that can quell stress and precipitate imagination. Choose the objects that will instill the very qualities you wish to show to the world outside. 3. Clutter can be a major downer in the home office. Therefore, choose special storage devices based on Feng Shui that will help keep clutter to a minimum. Schedule a cleaning day on your calendar so that you will always have the time to finish that filing and putting everything back in its place. 4. Without clean oxygenated air, you will have trouble concentrating in your home office. Stagnation is a big problem in home offices because no one thinks of cleansing the space by opening a window for a little fresh air. In addition, you can install a few beneficial air-purifying plants as well. 5. Light is one of the founding principles of Feng Shui, so it stands to reason that you should employ it in your home office as well. When possible, use natural light from the sun. This could be from raising the blinds or pulling the curtains away from the windows. If you have a window that is not in a good location for this, you can hang a mirror just opposite the window to reflect that natural light and positive energy from it into the room. If you must bring in additional light into a room, avoid fluorescent bulbs at all costs. These are artificial and are considered bad Feng Shui. Instead, use warm lighting and dimmer switches if possible to regulate the brightness of the light source. 6. Where you place your desk is important as well. You want to choose a command position which places the desk where you would sit with your back to the wall while facing the doorway. If you cannot get around facing your desk against the wall, place artwork on the wall such as a mural or nature scene so that it appears that you are actually looking out a window. This will soften the negative chi you would get by facing the wall with your back to the door, unable to reflect any energy rushing through the door. Of course, as with any Feng Shui principles, there are a few more things that can affect your energy flow. However, the 6 items aforementioned best represent what you should look out for when planning your home office layout and decor. Chapter 12. Happy Homes. You can create a happy home with Feng Shui. You may already have a family who loves you and provides support at any time. So what happens if you are blessed with not only those qualities, but also great health and a happy living area that you can share with your family? Chances are, with that double blessing, you may have some Feng Shui going in your home. There are countless Feng Shui techniques and cures that can effectively boost the positive chi in your home, which translates into happy families. And even if you have some problem spots in the home, you can still employ Feng Shui and achieve a harmonious balance of energy. So how do you do it yourself? Here are some ideas to help you get started. 1. Water is one of the most essential elements in the ancient Chinese culture which created Feng Shui. Water signifies abundance and good luck. However, you have to be careful about exactly where a water feature is employed in and around your home. Otherwise, the water element can be counterproductive. For instance, you do not want to use a water element inside the bedrooms, as all the positive energy it produces could keep you awake at night, making you tired, irritable, and in need of a Feng Shui embrace. 2. Install cheerful representations throughout your home so that you will be reminded of what a great family you have. The east area of your home, as well as the kitchen and living rooms, can benefit from positive qi. Be sure to place family pictures and mementos in an area that invokes happy thoughts, which of course lead to happy families. 3. Keep clutter to a minimum for unfettered happiness the Feng Shui way. Clutter represents disorganization and uncleanliness, which can bring the mood of your family down. In addition, dirt can be a potential Feng Shui problem, so you will want to clean it up. 4. Use the bagua and compass to thoroughly decipher where your life centers are. This will help you with matching the 5 elements to particular life center areas in the home. When you can closely match the elements with the life centers, the result is a pleasing family life and positive qi. 5. Use a water element in your home to mimic abundance and good luck. Just remember that there are a few rules you should follow so that you are not hindered by any bad qi. For instance, do not use water fountains or other water sources in the bedroom. That is considered bad luck and detrimental to happy homes. However, it is considered good qi in the kitchen or even family rooms too. 6. Use organic products as much as possible. These do not contain any harsh pollutants such as pesticides. A family who eats healthy and together is a happy family. Following the same vein, limit the use of electrical products in the family public areas. These products emit electromagnetic fields which can be detrimental. 7. Be sure and use all tools of Feng Shui from the Lo Pan, which is a Feng Shui compass, and the Bagua, an 8-directional map. These tools help you map your home so that you can employ the right colors and decorative items for the maximum amount of family happiness. A home with a harmonious flow of positive qi is a home with a happy family. You have to work at it every day, from cleaning the clutter in the bathroom to the kitchen to using mirrors the right way. By creating a special Feng Shui haven in your home, your family will maintain close ties and be one happy group. Chapter 13. Health begins with Feng Shui. Do you have a sunny disposition when you wake up in the morning and feel revved up and ready to tackle your day? Or do you feel fine when you first wake up, but feel your energy and disposition go steadily downhill throughout the day? The answers could be tied into your environment, meaning your living and workspaces. According to Feng Shui principles, everything has a special energy, a certain qi, universal energy. Every person, whether they believe it or not, is connected with the environment around them, so it is essential that the energy in that environment be positively balanced. Some people believe that sounds sort of metaphysical. Well, these viewpoints about your surroundings are based in the art and science of Feng Shui. Because you might deal with different types of stress every day, your environment should reflect a healthy, happy home. In other words, a safe, peaceful home is the perfect haven against the daily rigors of stress that might come from work, illness, or even world events. Therefore, your home should have a harmonious balance of qi in order for your body to recharge every day after the bombardment of negative energy from outside forces. Feng Shui has its skeptics, but several thousand years of practice by the Chinese tell a positive tale. The ancient Chinese developed these principles in order to enrich each other's lives, as well as balance the energy around them. Being deeply in tune with their surroundings was one of the main building blocks of Feng Shui. While you may not totally buy into this vision, stop and think about what the clutter around your home does to you. Many people report feeling anxious and out of sorts when faced with endless clutter, and some even report mild depression. Even doctors say that when someone feels depressed, that their immune systems are suppressed and are more susceptible to illness and fatigue. Psychologists say that light and colors affect a person's mood and behavior, and many people are quick to believe that. After all, a professional with years of training and degrees said so. Well, Feng Shui has touted this for thousands of years. Using the 5 elements theory in Feng Shui, you could determine which colors could be used in your rooms to create the most pleasing balance of energy, as well as influence your health, prosperity, wealth, and a happy marriage and home. In order to achieve great health and a happy life, there are some tried and true practices in Feng Shui that you should address before determining colors, textures, and other decorative elements. First of all, clutter was addressed earlier. You'll want to eliminate as much clutter as possible. This will remove some of the negative energy it emanates. It may be hard at first getting rid of things. However, many people report after some clutter purging that their moods became lighter and lighter with each thing they got rid of. That certainly sounds like a testament to one aspect of Feng Shui. Next, you will want to tackle the issue of light. According to Feng Shui principles, light is the ultimate qi, especially natural sunlight. Therefore, you will want to let in as much light as possible into your home. If some rooms have only one window in which to let in natural light, have a mirror in the room to reflect the light. If you have the resources, install a skylight in a room that needs light the most. Warm or full-spectrum lighting is acceptable for other areas of the home. Avoid artificial-looking lights like the fluorescent variety. Once you have tackled the clutter and light, then you are ready to employ other Feng Shui methods. You will discover after you are done that your home has truly become a safe, positive haven for you, and that you are happier and healthier than you have been in a long time. Chapter 14. Prosperity with Feng Shui. Feng Shui is not just about aligning and balancing the qi in your living or workspaces. It is also about creating a better life with good health, happiness in family and marriage, recognition in the workplace, and life, and also creating your own wealth and prosperity. Employing the principles of Feng Shui in your home can help you achieve these things. Using Feng Shui alone will not achieve all of these positive things alone. You have to work at it even as it provides the foundation of these things first. However, by creating an environment that has a positive qi, you yourself are empowered to do bigger and better things. Using the Bagua and Feng Shui compass along with the 5 elements and even Kua numbers will lead you to the proper colors to use on the walls, as well as certain textures and so forth. Feng Shui does not stop there, though. There are many accessories and other practices that can create a truly harmonious balance of energy. You just have to know what to do. Here are a few ideas based on Feng Shui to get you started on the true path of enlightenment. 1. Clutter needs to be banished. Things lying about in disarray disrupt the positive energy flow in the home and office. Organization is important as well as everything in its place. 2. Ensure that your home is well lit to keep the positive energy flowing. Natural light is best, but if you have a room where the windows are not strategically placed, you could use warm lighting for a lovely illuminating glow. 3. Use crystals throughout your home to energize your living areas. Certain crystals exude particular energies, so you will want to choose wisely depending on what type of characteristic you want most in a room. Here are a few examples of crystals that can be beneficial to creating wealth and prosperity in particular. Citrine is a crystal that exudes warmth, creativity, and abundance, all qualities that contribute to success. This is a good crystal to place in bathrooms and kitchen areas. Coral comes from the living sea and heightens the imagination as well as visualization and intuitive powers. These are all qualities that many successful people have. Tourmaline is a lovely crystal that comes in a few colors. It will help dispel negativity in thoughts and emotions, as well as sharpen concentration and inspiration. This crystal is perfect for the workspace in your home or even an office space. Lapis lazuli is a dark blue stone that brings mental clarity, as well as heightens communication skills, strength, and creativity. This stone is helpful in any room where you work. 4. Essential oils have been known to be a great accessory in Feng Shui practices. Depending on the scent of these essential oils, as well as where they were obtained from, they can energize your space and clear out negativity. These oils can shore up your positive energy field so that you can foster that wealth and prosperity you are seeking. Here are a few essential oils that might be beneficial to your wealth-seeking status. Eucalyptus essential oil invigorates the senses and clears the cobwebs in your mind. It also soaks up your frustrations, too. Rosemary essential oil is another invigorator which stimulates concentration and enhances the memory. Lemon oil essential oil is refreshing as well as promotes perseverance and banishes negativity. 5. The use of fountains is a great tool for success. Flowing water is a sign of abundance and promotes positive qi. Employing these great ideas derived from Feng Shui principles will help bolster your chances of success in attaining wealth and prosperity in all areas of life. Pair these things with the decorative elements of Feng Shui, and you are virtually guaranteed to succeed. Chapter 15. Feng Shui the Automobile Way. While employing Feng Shui techniques makes sense in your living and workspaces, what about other areas in which you spend lots of time? If you were essentially a road warrior for work, that means you would be spending hours a day inside your vehicle. If you can employ Feng Shui at home or in the office, who says that you cannot try it in your automobile? Spending any length of time in your car means that you should have a pleasing space in which to travel. Feng Shui can help. Some people purchase their automobiles strictly for utilitarian reasons, while others purchase one as a symbol of status. Regardless of the whys, many people subconsciously project their personalities onto their cars, and as such their chi along with it. You don't think about it, but since chi is based on you and how the 5 elements are incorporated in your life, it stands to reason that there is a particular chi associated with your automobile as well. Therefore, that means that there are certain things you can do to balance the chi inside your own vehicle. Because the 5 elements are intertwined with maintaining a balance of chi, it is important to remember that some of the basic principles of Feng Shui can be easily practiced with your automobile. Here are a few helpful hints. 1. Clutter and cleanliness. These things always seem to come back to haunt you no matter where you are. Clutter and dirt is directly associated with a negative energy. Therefore, you should keep both the interior and exterior of your automobile clean. You could have a clean interior, but still have negative chi because the outside of your vehicle is dirty. By clearing the clutter inside your car, you are not only rearranging things to make way for positive chi, but you are also providing yourself a safe driving environment as well. 2. How you park your car at your home also affects Feng Shui. If the garage is a separate building or even just a glorified carport, then chances are that you do not have to worry too much about negative chi or how it might affect your home. However, if your garage is attached to your home and shares at least one wall, you will have to use the Bagua map to determine which of the 5 elements corresponds with the garage. You will have to determine how the garage's element will correspond with the metal element of your automobile. If your garage is represented by the metal element already, then you are in luck. However, if the garage was located in an area where the wood element dominates, then you will have to make some changes to the space so that the metal of your vehicle and the wood element will harmonize with each other. Using splashes of the water element should help. 3. If you do not have a garage to park your automobile, do your best not to park your car with it pointing at your home or office. Because automobiles can be viewed as hulking metal predators, a car facing a home can be seen as threatening to the overall chi of the home. Parking parallel to the home is optimal. 4. If the vehicle has a number of electronic accessories such as Bluetooth, cell phones, satellite radio, and more, be sure to drink plenty of water during your drives to flush any negative energy away that these electronic devices output. In addition, sprinkle sea salt on the carpets. Sea salt is regularly used to cleanse negative energy away. By sprinkling it on the carpets, it is essentially absorbing the negative chi in the vehicle, which can then be vacuumed out regularly to start fresh and new. Feng Shui for the automobile is not necessarily a true ancient Chinese practice. It is more of a westernized view of maintaining a positive balance even in a vehicle. However, whether you believe it or not, you can use some of the tips aforementioned just as a precautionary measure. What will it hurt? Chapter 16. Storage Tricks. Feng Shui principles cannot be successfully carried out in your home or work environment unless you get a handle on clutter. Just imagine clutter as scattered negative energy, always getting in the way of the positive chi. Clutter is the reason why professional organizers have a job. For the most part, not utilizing the storage space you have, in addition to pack rat tendencies, contributed the most to clutter. So it stands to reason that if you tackle your storage issues, you will be well on your way to good Feng Shui. In order to create a positive chi, you have to understand that some of the storage solutions that professional organizers utilize are actually bad Feng Shui practices. Their goal is not to let any unused corners, backs of doors, and such go to waste. However, practicing good Feng Shui means that you should leave some storage space unused to project a more open look, which allows for positive flow of chi. Because some practices will conflict, here are a few guidelines to help you not only tackle your storage and clutter dilemmas, but also keep on the good side of Feng Shui. 1. Storage spaces like bookcases, closets, and even filing cabinets that are packed full of stuff leave no room for the flow of energy or qi in the room. According to Feng Shui, you should leave some space in any storage solution you may have, as this will always allow for new growth in your life. For instance, a packed bedroom closet leaves no room for romantic growth in your relationships. A full bookcase indicates that you will have a hard time accepting new information and possibilities. 2. Avoid storage solutions that hang from the ceiling. According to Feng Shui principles, this creates a repressive negative energy that presses down on whatever is below. In addition, storage units that linger overhead simulate clouds of depression and can cause anxiety and fatigue. 3. Under-the-bed storage is generally discouraged in Feng Shui, as it can cause problems with sleep and restlessness. If you must use the storage space beneath the bed, avoid any sharp or hard objects, as this can compound sleep problems. 4. Too much poo-poo is bad Feng Shui. If you have a collection of memorabilia and pictures you wish to display, rotate them out every so often and store the extras in drawers and cabinets. An overabundance of knickknacks gives the illusion of clutter, which promotes negative energy. 5. Nix any ideas of installing shelving on the wall by your bedside, desk area, or even around the doorway. This storage solution causes similar repressive qualities like the overhead storage. Headaches, fatigue, and slight confusion or disorientation are common side effects to this storage solution. 6. Unsightly storage solutions such as pegboards and vinyl wire shelving units are great organizers behind closed doors, so limit these solutions to the garage and closets, 2 places which do not affect the overall qi as much as in your environment. 7. Aesthetic functionality is crucial to Feng Shui decor. Choose storage solutions for jewelry and toiletry items that are attractive and blend well with your surroundings. When you use something cheap-looking like a plastic ashtray to hold loose change or earrings, that just drags down the mood of the room. Invest in some color-coordinating plastic storage solutions or other inexpensive yet attractive alternatives. 8. Use hooks wisely in your home. They are appropriate for the backs of closet or bathroom doors. However, do not load them down with clothing or other items. This will only lead to oppressive feelings in the room. Absolutely do not use storage hooks on bedroom doors or even the main entry and exit doors to your home. There are plenty of other Feng Shui ideas for storage solutions that will definitely help with maintaining a good positive qi throughout your home and living space. Use the ideas listed here wisely and walk through your home and think of some other creative ways to keep everything in its proper place while still promoting good Feng Shui. Chapter 17. Feng Shui Romance Tips. If you are a Feng Shui follower, then you know all about manipulating your environment in order to improve your chances of success and wealth, and even improve health and increase prosperity. You can employ the same Feng Shui principles to attract romance and love as well. If you are seeking a significant other, look at your surroundings. What do you see? If there is clutter, dust, and benign neglect, then it is no wonder you are batting 0 in the love department. Nothing deflects love and romance more than unattractiveness. If your own home is cluttered, not well lit, and you have chosen the wrong colors and textures in your decor, you will greatly lessen your chances of romance and love. However, by carrying over those Feng Shui techniques into your love life, you will find a new lease on life. Whether you have been married for years or are seeking the perfect companion, Feng Shui can help. Here are a few helpful hints to get you started on the path to true love. 1. Pair up. Take a look at your seating arrangements in your home. Are there chairs placed as if in solitary confinement? If your furniture is arranged so that it does not encourage sitting together or visiting with people, rearrange your living space. Place 2 single chairs together to create an intimate seating arrangement. Use love seats. Make sure that other seating is angled toward one another as if an invitation to rest and chat a while. A solitary seating arrangement is not inviting to potential love mates. Carry this theory of solitary existence into your decor. If you have any statues, paintings, photographs, or other artwork that features solo figures, you are sending a signal that you like being alone and don't need a mate. If you are indeed seeking love and romance, place paired images, especially ones depicting couples around your living space. This portrays you as open to new relationships. 2. Nix the TV in the bedroom. Having the television going in the bedroom sends a clear non-romantic signal. Therefore, move the television out and try reading instead. Poetry or stories about love filters into your subconscious, making you more receptive and attractive to the opposite sex. 3. Create an inviting bedroom scene. While a king-size bed provides plenty of room, in the romance department it actually is discouraging to cultivating intimacy. Queen-size beds still offer room and yet promote cuddling and togetherness. In addition, placement of your bed says a lot too. Do not push the side of the bed against the wall. That move subconsciously sends a signal that you are closed off and don't wish to share in an intimate relationship. If you cannot part with a king-size bed, at least indulge in the bedding. Choose patterned sheets or colors that promote a little sizzle. Sensuous-feeling bedding, fluffy pillows, and sheets go a long way toward invoking a receptive mood for love. In addition, clear some room for a potential significant other. If you are showing that you are making room for another person, i.e. a spare toothbrush, special towels, space in the closet, etc., that means you are open to romance and love. 4. Make a loving space. According to Feng Shui principles, the far corner of your home to the right is your relationship area. By making this particular area inviting and warm, you are maintaining a positive qi and keeping the option of romance and love open. 5. Keep the bedroom private. The bedroom is for romance, and having pictures of kids and other family is not conducive to romantic love. Display your happy family photos and memorabilia in other areas of the home, and keep your own bedroom a private romantic sanctuary. 6. Employ warm colors and decor. In keeping with Feng Shui principles, the use of warm colors is important and can increase the positive qi in your home that is conducive to romance and love. Vibrant, bold colors like red and burgundy attract passion and adventure in a mate, while warm, yet softer colors like coral and mauve draw a lower key yet attentive mate. Chapter 18. Feng Shui Health Tips. Feng Shui philosophy is practiced and applied by many people in the West today, as it is believed to bring prosperity, harmony, and health. The most popular reason why people turn to Feng Shui is for wealth closely followed by health. First of all, you need to know that when it comes to tips on Feng Shui for health, east is the direction that requires your attention, and wood is the element you should be using. One of the most important things related to Feng Shui for health is that the surrounding environment should be clean and organized. This allows energy to flow better and is supposed to allow people to live a healthier life. All houses and environments have accumulated bad energy, which needs to be eliminated in order to make the cures more efficient and effective. Keeping a healthy home can help you enhance and balance your own energy levels. The living and working space should be kept in a good and functional condition. You should avoid things that are damaged and cannot be repaired. Old and broken things should be repaired or replaced. Do not leave cracked walls and peeling paint on the walls. You should have a candle burning in the east part of the house as often as you can, because this is something that can increase the levels of the positive and healing energy. Green or earth candles are mostly preferred for this because they offer a sense of serenity. If you have things that you don't use, you should eliminate them as soon as possible. Do not keep things that are no longer useful or valuable because the accumulation of junk prohibits the flow of energy. You should eliminate clutter as much as possible. Be brave and honest and get rid of things that are either bad or not useful anymore. Toilets and bathrooms play a very significant role in the Feng Shui practice. They should always be very clean and tidy. The lid should always be closed and the bathroom door should also be closed when not in use. The bedroom is also a very important room. It is related to health because of sleep. Sleeping time is the period of day that adds to our rejuvenation and relaxation. Bedrooms should be clean and well appointed. You should also avoid electronic equipment. Do not keep laptops or phones in the bedroom. TVs and radios produce electromagnetic fields that can harm your health by disrupting your energy levels. Do not place the bed close to a wall that has a toilet on the other side, because this is one of the major health threats according to the basic principles of Feng Shui. Enhance your bedroom and house with wood, adding several green accents and different treatments. If your bedroom is in the east, you should use solid wood furniture in green colors. Chapter 19. A happy child through decorating. Feng Shui can be beneficial not only to the main living areas of your home, but also your children's rooms as well. After all, they need a good balance of positive energy for happiness and health, too. In many instances, a child's bedroom also serves as the play area as well. That means you will encounter plenty of toys, games, and books in addition to clothing and other child paraphernalia. All that stuff instigates clutter. In order to practice good Feng Shui in a kid's room, cleaning the clutter is the first step towards a well-balanced qi. What is so great these days is the abundance of storage options available for kids' rooms that easily help manage the clutter in their room. With these storage solutions in place, all it takes is an easy cleaning routine that your children can follow each day in order to maintain a clutter-free area. Both you as the parent and your child will also benefit by employing Feng Shui in their bedrooms. By having a cleaning routine in place, that is just one less situation to debate about with the kids. Plus, when parents view a messy room, can you imagine the negative qi at that moment? A clean room is calming and allows both kids and parents to have more time to spend together. One of the most important parts of Feng Shui is having clean, purified air in which to breathe. Sometimes, homes are full of objects that give off toxic fumes, so having plenty of oxygen in the children's rooms is important. Consider placing a few air-purifying plants in their rooms like a Boston fern or English ivy. Of course, if the children are younger, you will want to make sure that the plants are out of their reach. There are also a few rules as to the placement of furniture, especially the bed. If at all possible, have the bed face in a northern direction. However, don't place the bed near the window, especially the head of the bed. As a matter of fact, the optimal place for a bed would be facing north with the headboard against a solid wall. Do not place the bed in the direct path of the door, as that might disrupt the energy entering and leaving the room. The bed should have a sturdy frame with a clearance of at least 6 to 8 inches above the floor, with space under the bed. It's best if you do not store anything under the bed. Also, you should avoid a mattress with coiled springs, as the metal in them produces negative energy. Of course, make sure that the lighting in the room is not fluorescent or any other artificial form. Warm lighting and natural light coming in from the windows is optimal. If there is a desk or work area in the child's room, make sure that the desk is not situated where your child is sitting with their back to the door. If possible, avoid having live animals like snakes, gerbils, guinea pigs, and such. Animals such as this can break up the positive energy in the room and will essentially pollute the clean air your child needs to have good Feng Shui. Fish are okay, as water is one of the 5 elements that are viewed upon favorably. In addition to the aforementioned suggestions, you will want to make sure and follow other essential Feng Shui practices to maximize the positive qi in your child's room. Choosing colors, textures, and decorative items are important just as much as picking up the clutter and purifying the air with plants. Chapter 20. Positive Energy in the Dining Room. Dinner, for many cultures, has been seen as the perfect way to foster a community spirit and build strong ties with family, friends, and even people you don't know. Perhaps that is why fundraising dinners are so popular and successful. However, with the crazy pace we set for ourselves these days with work, school, family obligations, and extracurricular activities, dinner time around the dining room table has fallen by the wayside. Dining rooms in many homes these days are rarely used, thanks to busy lives. For some people, the dining room is too formal and no one wants to eat in there except for special occasions. Other times, because it is not often used, people will turn it into a work area. Dining rooms need to be utilized for their intended purpose, a place to congregate with family to enjoy a good meal and catch up with each other's lives. In other words, the dining room can help us stay in tune with family activities and relationships. Perhaps employing some Feng Shui techniques will help in bringing back the family meal in the dining room. The most important thing to remember for your dining room is to avoid clutter. Clutter can turn a normally cheerful room into a depressing, negative area. Do not create a cramped space with too much furniture or using oversized furniture. In addition, using dark furniture in a small space, as dining rooms tend to be, will create an oppressive atmosphere not conducive to fostering strong ties or good digestion. Create an open feel in your dining room. Part of Feng Shui is keeping some open space so that everyone has room to maneuver and also allow positive qi to flow throughout the room. If you have a dining table that would normally seat 8, try and remove 2 chairs for a roomy seating of 6 instead. Use mirrors on the walls if you have 2 entrances into the dining area that face each other. This will divert energy from moving through the dining room too fast. In addition, mirrors aid in improving the harmonious flow of positive qi in the room. If possible, position the mirror directly opposite something aesthetically pleasing, such as a lovely vase of flowers or a lovely scene outside a window. Mirrors can also add to the illusion that you have more food than what is really on the table, thus avoiding overeating. The reflection, in essence, is doubling your tasty, wonderful bounty, which translates into abundance of life. Of course, if you use the dining table for anything other than eating, mirrors will reflect any clutter left lying about as well, and that is definite bad Feng Shui. Focus on the here and now and look to the future. Remove old pieces of furniture or decor that would have a detrimental impact on dining conversation. Introduce pieces of decor or furniture that are inviting and would promote great conversation. Eating the family meal at the end of the day should be relaxing, so adjust the lighting to create a mellow space that will tone down any overactive energy lingering around. Choose soothing colors that reflect the element that best suits the space used on your bagua. Use curtains instead of mini blinds, which metaphysically chop up energy in a room. Eliminate distractions in the room while you eat to create an inviting atmosphere of sharing and caring. Mute the phones and turn off pagers and cell phones, and keep the television off. Losing these distractions will aid digestion and foster open lines of communication with everyone dining at the table. With no outside forces to divert attention, everyone will have to pay attention to each other. In addition, reposition any clocks in the room so that no one can see them while they are sitting at the dining table. This also adds to a better Feng Shui experience. Feng Shui, Techniques of Prosperity and Harmony in Your Life. Written by Kim Chow. Narrated by Scott Clem. Table of Contents. Introduction. Chapter 1. A Global View. Chapter 2. Feng Shui Schools. Chapter 3. Choosing a Design Consultant. Chapter 4. The Command Position. Chapter 5. Feng Shui Gifts. Chapter 6. Feng Shui and Fertility. Chapter 7. The Feng Shui Compass. Chapter 8. Babies with Better Dreams. Chapter 9. Clocks. Chapter 10. Personality and Elements. Chapter 11. Feng Shui Buddha. Chapter 12. Crossing the T. Chapter 13. Your Kua Number. Chapter 14. Feng Shui and Being Rich. Introduction. The art and power of Feng Shui reaches beyond our comprehension. For some, it may be a simple way to design their home. For others, it's a life philosophy that stretches far into the depth of their souls and determines the way they look at fertility, wealth, or order in the universe. In this audiobook, I dedicated my time to aim at more practical and theoretical applications of Feng Shui, the way to use it, and the reasons behind these ideas and concepts. All in all, Feng Shui encompasses every aspect of life, and these should not be overlooked. Whether it's thoughts on Feng Shui schools, property, fertility, gifts, dreams, or numbers, Feng Shui can assist you in your life, as it has done for others. So don't wait and start listening to the first chapter. You'll find those golden treasures of wisdom and knowledge you have been looking for. Chapter 1. A Global View. Most people who hear the name Feng Shui for the first time think that it is a special Chinese food dish. Well, they are actually half right. It's not food, but it has roots in China. Feng Shui is a combination of art and science that originated several thousand years ago in ancient China. It is an intricate combination of knowledge from art and science that works together to equalize the energy in your surroundings so that you are assured prosperity, good health, and fortune in all things in life. When you take apart the word Feng Shui, Feng means wind, and Shui translates to water. Wind and water are two elements of nature out of the five that are often part of the Feng Shui equation. The Chinese have always viewed water and calming winds with a bountiful harvest and health. There is a Taoist view of the environment that every living thing is filled with a special energy. Feng Shui is based on this particular visionary concept. You will discover as you delve deeper into this ancient Chinese concept that yin and yang, passive and active energy forces, are derived from this Taoist view, as well as the five elements found in nature, all philosophies that are used in Feng Shui principles. Practitioners of Feng Shui have a number of tools that they use in order to better assess information pertaining to a particular living or workspace. The first tool is called the bagua and is a map with an octagonal grid with various symbols from ancient prophecies. This map is the most tried and true way to determine Feng Shui in the home. The lopan is a compass for Feng Shui that provides direction to dig deeper into a home or other building. Like compasses that Boy Scouts use, this one does have a magnetic needle. However, the similarities stop there. This Feng Shui compass has concentric rings and bands arranged around the needle. There are a few different variations of this compass, with some having as many as 30 to 40 rings around it. Each ring provides information that you would then use in tandem with the bagua and an interpretation of the 5 elements. Feng Shui is used to change the balance of energy, or qi, in your living and work environments to ensure a more pleasing and beneficial environment that, in turn, leads to positive changes in your health, family life, marriage, wealth, and even recognition. Feng Shui may seem like metaphysical mumbo-jumbo, but it is a practice that has proven its validity time and again, starting with the ancient Chinese. While it lost favor for a while, Feng Shui is becoming a force to be reckoned with in architecture and interior design. In fact, there are different schools of Feng Shui that sometimes take years of study before you are truly knowledgeable in the ways of this ancient Chinese method. However, you do not have to be an expert in order to make a few positive changes in your life using Feng Shui. Even a few followed principles can make a huge impact on your life. Chapter 2. Feng Shui Schools. Feng Shui started being practiced in China almost 3,000 years ago. Back then, it was mostly known as Kan Yu, the art of observing and comprehending the cosmological and natural forces and the interaction between heaven and earth. Feng Shui was not very popular in the beginning and was definitely not developed enough. The practitioners of Feng Shui at that time based their sayings only on the principles of yin and yang and the basic 5 elements of the philosophy. Over the years, Feng Shui was developed and enhanced by philosophers who studied the origins and tested the power of the concept. The additions were added to the main principles and were passed down to the new students. There are many Feng Shui schools, as many different philosophers try to ameliorate and contemporize the fundamentals of the basic philosophy. One of the most important schools is the one of Sanhe, which the Ming Dynasty denoted the importance of time, following the principles of Sanhe. Feng Shui schools agreed on the basic idea of qi, which is the energy that flows. Feng Shui is actually the art of managing and controlling this energy so as to achieve a positive flow, thus happiness. According to Feng Shui experts, combining 2 or more schools can give you a better idea and more effective methods of the manipulation of qi. The most important schools of Feng Shui are the Swan Kong. This is also known as the School of Flying Stars. This school based its theory on observations made by ancient scholars. The Swan Kong is supposed to be the highest and most important form of Feng Shui, and is the one that holds the greatest respect in the Upper East. The Bazai. It is also known as the 8th House. This school was developed over the centuries and also bases its principles on the basic theories and observations of the Chinese philosophers. It is supposed to be one of the most respectful schools of Feng Shui, although it applies a few different rules on the future predictions. The Black Hat Sect. This is a Black Hat school which is supposed to be relatively newer. It is considered to be modern and fancy, therefore it has been condemned by many Chinese philosophers and scholars. Scholars accuse the Black Hat school of fabricating new principles, ignoring the tradition of the Qi energy rules. The Black Hat is supposed to be pseudo-Feng Shui for the East, but is very popular in the West. Chapter 3. Choosing a Design Consultant. To create a harmonious balance of energy in your home, you really need to apply Feng Shui design principles. However, what if you have no idea what to do? If you had the time, you could thoroughly research Feng Shui to try and employ some of the principles. The only problem is that there are various schools of Feng Shui thought. How do you know exactly what you are doing? The answer is that you might not know. That is why hiring a Feng Shui consultant can be a smart move on your part. Keep in mind that there are no official Feng Shui qualifications or certifications that are recognized. There are, however, many places that offer Feng Shui courses. But because there are a few schools of thought in terms of Feng Shui, it is difficult to come up with a universal type of certification program in this ancient Chinese practice. It is important to note that many interior designers and even architects have attended Feng Shui classes to better understand how to employ its principles. Just because someone does not have a certification in Feng Shui does not mean that they do not know what they are talking about. However, because you cannot simply look at a resume for a special certification in the practice, You will have to rely on other methods to help you choose a Feng Shui design consultant. The first line of defense in any situation is referrals. If you can, get a recommendation by word of mouth from a trusted friend, family member, or coworker. Otherwise, hit the yellow pages in your area for design consultants and start asking whether or not they use Feng Shui techniques in their work. For those that do practice it, be sure that you ultimately speak with a design consultant themselves rather than a trained underling. You want to interview the person who does the actual work. Feng Shui is an important design practice which can be thoroughly misinterpreted by consultants who have never used it before. Therefore, don't be shy about grilling the consultant with a variety of questions and opinions. If they are patient with you and willing to explain any hard-to-understand Feng Shui principles, then they are worth a second look of your time. Otherwise, there are others who are eager for your business. Here are a few questions you can ask to help you weed through the clutter of design consultants. 1. Are you a member of the Feng Shui Society? Did you achieve accreditation through any of their training programs? A consultant who has gone through classes and even certification is preferable to someone who has not taken an accredited class. 2. How did you get into Feng Shui and where did you train? How long have you been practicing Feng Shui? With these particular questions, you will discover that some consultants have gone through training programs through a particular school. Others may have trained as an apprentice of Feng Shui principles, while others may only have self-guided hands-on experience, perhaps through a mentor. Both scenarios are valid. Remember, someone with practical experience rather than more focused training through a program can still understand and help you with Feng Shui. 3. Do you specialize in certain Feng Shui training, such as the design of homes, gardens, offices, clinics, hotels, or even schools? 4. Which school of Feng Shui thought do you practice the most? There is no right or wrong answers with this one. The questions just offer up a better understanding on how they think. 5. What are your rates, and do you provide any type of written report which outlines and maps your entire home in Feng Shui terms? There are plenty more questions you could ask a potential consultant, but these are enough to get you started. You'll be glad that you chose a professional to help you achieve a positive qi throughout your home. Chapter 4. The Command Position. In home decor, which two pieces of furniture dominate in a bedroom and home office? It is the bed and desk, of course. The bed and desk would be considered the primary pieces of furniture, and as such, should be in the command position, according to Feng Shui principles. Do you know what the command position is? Basically, you position yourself in the farthest side of the room that is not directly in front of the door. The best command position is the farthest crossways from the door that leads in and out of the room. Why is the command position so important, you might wonder? In Feng Shui, positive energy flow is paramount. Therefore, in the command position, you are able to take advantage of the positive qi that enters into the room and flows through it without being overwhelmed all at one time. The optimal command position is one where you have a firm wall directly behind you, which serves as an additional support. Besides, being in the command position against a wall will show that you basically lead the space and are facing life head-on in all the ways that matter. You should be able to see the door from where you work and sleep. Otherwise, in Feng Shui, these situations mean that you just might become caught unaware by life and bury your head in the sand about certain issues. A bed or desk with a direct line to the door just opens you up to a bombardment of qi which can contribute to a bad temper, stress, health issues, and more. By choosing a command position in line with Feng Shui principles, you are exerting positive influences on your life and you are in control. The reason for this command position in Feng Shui is to dissuade anyone from creating a home office in the bedroom. There is room for only one command position in a room, so the bedroom should be the bed and the home office should be the desk. You do not want to mix what should be a relaxing sanctuary in the bedroom with the rigors, work, and ambition that is likely in a home office. That promotes bad qi. While the command position in Feng Shui has some clear guidelines, they may not always be able to be followed. For example, if you have a large space, chances are that there might be more than one place that could serve as the command position. However, not all of them will work. You will have to interpret Feng Shui principles to understand why one location may work and another may not. What if the command position that faces the door has a window placed where your back would be facing it? Sitting or lying down with your back to a window is a no-no in Feng Shui. The reason is that the window is not solid like a wall, and could be opened and closed to allow good qi out or bad qi in. Architectural elements may also inhibit the best command position in the room as well. Slanted angles, sharp corners and angles, low or slanted ceilings, and even ceiling beams can all inhibit the true power of the command position. There are other things to consider as well, such as the solid wall behind your command position housing the garage or even a toilet. If the solid wall in the command position just happens to be an exterior wall that faces the street traffic, that could be a potential bad Feng Shui move. So many different aspects have to be taken into account to make the most beneficial Feng Shui for you. The bottom line when choosing your command position is to make sure that you have chosen the most desirable place you can. The first choice may not always be the most beneficial for you. Take care of the Feng Shui and it will take care of you. Chapter 5. Feng Shui Gifts. Feng Shui features many symbols which are supposed to bring luck and attract positive energy. Thus, people like placing them in the proper spots in their houses. Feng Shui gifts are supposed to be among the best possible gifts you can give to someone. Given here are some of the most common articles used in Feng Shui practices that you can give to people as gifts. The Dragon Turtle. The golden dragon turtle reflects prosperity and success. It can help you make your business more lucrative and improve your relationships with the others. The dragon turtle should be placed in the southeast corner that symbolizes prosperity and wealth. The Good Luck Coins. This is probably the most common Feng Shui gift. The golden coins tied with a red thread or ribbon represent wealth and luck. Giving someone this kind of gift brings good luck both to you and the receiver. The Golden Cat. The statue of the golden cat represents abundance. One side of the sculpture shows a cat smiling and projecting the left paw. This is a sign of good luck and wealth. The other side shows a cat holding a broom with its paw, an action that represents longevity with minimum troubles or problems. Golden Pigs. This object is supposed to be bought and gifted in pairs. They bring happiness and prosperity to the house and people. They are also a symbol of reliability and honesty, and are an ideal gift in the case of a new house. Bells. You can gift someone bells that they can place outside the house, on the door in the case where the door faces north or west. Bells are a symbol of good news, and they are known to bring prosperity. The Three Star Gods. These are the symbols of health, wealth, and long life, and they are among the most respected and sacred symbols of the Feng Shui practice. Plants. Indoor plants should be placed in the southeast corner of the house to improve wealth and prosperity. Round-leaved plants are preferred, as Feng Shui considers sharp edges to bring negative energy. Wealth Bucket. The bucket filled with coins should be placed in the northwest corner of the living or working space, but it should not be on display, but rather placed in a drawer. Aquarium or fish. Buying an aquarium as a gift is probably not practical, but you can buy fish. Fish, especially the goldfish, are considered to be a symbol of longevity and can bring good fortune to any living space. Even if you cannot buy the actual ones, you should buy the pictures of 8 goldfish and place them in your living or working space. Chapter 6. Feng Shui and Fertility. It makes sense that Feng Shui can help when you are trying to conceive a baby. Conception requires a harmonious balance of energy. The atmosphere has to be relaxing in order for Mother Nature to do her thing. Fertility can be greatly enhanced when Feng Shui is put into practice. And even if you don't believe that how you color and arrange your home can increase fertility, what can it hurt anyway? It can only be a win-win situation. There are a few things at home to consider in terms of Feng Shui. First of all, is there something in your home or even right outside which is hindering an easy flow of energy? In addition, your birth date and gender, in addition to your mates, will also affect your fertility. The men are often the focus rather than the women. However you look at it, there is no one way to improve fertility through Feng Shui. You will have to take a multi-pronged approach. Just remember, Feng Shui alone will not make you fertile. What it can do is create an environment more conducive to conceiving a baby. According to Feng Shui, the northwest direction is a beneficial area and is thought to be believed where heaven is. Therefore, you should make sure the male of the couple lies with his head in the northwestern direction in bed, as well as sit at his desk with the dinner table facing the northwest. Using a Akua calculator, can be found on the internet, You can determine the man's auspicious direction. You use this method if the man cannot easily lie down in a northwest direction or eat or work. Each Kuo number corresponds with the number 1 through 9 and has a particular direction. The front of your home is the entranceway for all qi. Therefore, you do not want it to block any positive energy flow into the home. If you have anything blocking the entryway like overgrowing vines or debris, remove them. This contributes clutter, which everyone knows can be devastating to Feng Shui. The west directional area of your home is the optimal child-influencing place. Therefore, you want to take great pains in removing clutter and avoid bright lights. Earthy Mother Nature type of things would work great in the west area of the home as they spur on feelings of mothering and family. Do everything right in the bedroom according to Feng Shui. Take out any exercise equipment and even the television. They cause distractions and negative energy can build up. Use only romantic implements such as a pair of candles and essential oils. Making an area conducive to romance is important to spur on fertility. Employing special symbols throughout the home is thought to enhance fertility. Place something red at each bedside like lanterns or even candles. A piece of hollow bamboo placed in the north area of the room will bring quick conception too. There are many Feng Shui solutions out there, so choose wisely from this list. And remember, there are other options in terms of Feng Shui. The use of colors is important, as are decorative objects and talisman. Of course, there is no one true Feng Shui course of action that can guarantee fertility, but there is nothing that says you cannot stack the odds in your favor for it. As opposed to the basic principles of modern medicine and the Western thoughts, Feng Shui emphasizes the role of father in his ability to seed properly. The father is supposed to feature the very much needed descendants luck, which is a kind of personal Feng Shui. Here are a few basics you need to apply both inside and outside the house so as to achieve what you desire in your family life. Plant a tree outside, especially a fruit tree, which is synonymous with fertility. You should take care of the tree, but make sure that it doesn't block your front door. You should remove anything that is close to the main entrance. Anything that might be blocking the door can prove to be a negative factor in your efforts to succeed. The front door is supposed to be the entrance of good energy, therefore there should be nothing blocking it. Keep the interior part of the house clean and calm. Try to remodel the house so that it makes you feel calmer and more relaxed, allowing energy to flow. If you have any sharp-angled objects, remove them from the front door. Do not have anything close to the door of the house that can harm or damage the positive qi that enters. If you have plants, take good care of them, and if something dies, remove it right away. Clutter-free environments are supposed to be more balanced places. Chapter 7. The Feng Shui Compass. One of the most important tools in the Feng Shui arsenal is the Feng Shui Compass, also known as the Lo Pan. The Lo Pan does several things which help you in the design process. For instance, the Feng Shui Compass helps you access more in-depth information about a building or site location. The compass will help you identify the best parts as well as the more unfavorable parts. The Lo Pan also helps interpret particular areas of a building or location in relation to how it interweaves into specific areas in your own life. In addition, the Feng Shui Compass helps you ferret out which of the 5 elements rings true and fits into your life and home environment for an overall favorable outlook and positive qi. When looking at the compass, you will notice the different bands of concentric rings which are set around a magnetic needle, much like a traditional compass. This Feng Shui compass can have as many as 40 or more rings of information. The traditional name of this compass, Lo Pan, can be loosely translated into everything for Lo and Bo for Pan. This interpretation of Lo Pan can mean that the compass is a receptacle for mysteries in the universe, which is essentially your own world like your home, office, or land area. For the most part, the Lo Pan has a square base and is usually a red color. And in interpretation of the color red in Feng Shui colors, it represents good fortune or a favorable outcome. Red also symbolizes protection, and in fact helps keep the energy around the compass from becoming clouded with negative energy. In terms of how you read the Feng Shui compass, you will want your first reading to be done while you are inside your home while looking out. Start by positioning yourself inside your main entryway facing the main door to the outdoors. You will want to take several readings from the Lo Pan, as there will be some electromagnetic interference. Next, move away from the main door or toward it, taking another reading from both inside the house as well as outside the home with your back facing the main entryway. Compare the readings from the Feng Shui compass from both areas to look for minor deviations. The presence of metal, either on you or in the form of jewelry or around the entry, think hardware, could affect the readings. The average reading from your Feng Shui compass as you are facing the door is needed so that you know which way your home faces. This will help later in determining where your particular life centers are in the home. Plus, this reading will help with your home's floor plan and in locating the true heart of your home. The next step is outlining your Feng Shui energy map, also known as the Bagua. This map uses the readings from the Lo Pan in order to delineate which of the 5 elements applies to each life center. In addition, the colors, textures, and other decorative components are determined so that the life centers will be reflected in a positive light. For example, if you have determined through the Feng Shui compass and Bagua that the family areas lie in the north part of your home, then it would be known that components of the water element should be used in the space for optimal results. This could mean employing the color blue with some accompanying colors from the earth or wood elements. Basically, each tool of Feng Shui interconnects with one another to create various design concepts which would be most beneficial to your home and environment. While you could have some good Feng Shui without one of the tools, it is not advised to try. The Lo Pan is a great step in the right Feng Shui direction for overall positive qi in your home and environment. Chapter 8. Babies with Better Dreams. Babies can benefit from Feng Shui too. A pregnant woman in ancient Chinese cultures was considered to be lucky and brought much joy to a home. And once the baby has come home, it is an auspicious occasion indeed. The Chinese consider it bad karma, however, if you prepare a baby's bedroom or nursery too early, as it might invite harm from some of their gods. Therefore, the expecting parents typically wait until a few weeks before the birth to ready the baby's room. Using Feng Shui techniques will ease the adjustment of the baby into its new world. Before you begin to transform a room for the baby, you will want to cleanse the room of old past energies so that when the baby comes, everything is positive, fresh, and new. Some Feng Shui practitioners believe that simply airing out the room, letting fresh air in as well as natural sunlight will do the trick. Others feel that special incense or essential oils are needed to cleanse the room. Be sure to conduct a cleansing once before you redecorate the room, and once more before bringing your baby into the newly transformed room. You will want to choose colors for the walls that reflect a soothing tranquility. Since you want the child to be able to sleep in the room with ease, loud, vibrant colors such as bright red or yellow are not acceptable. Bright colors tend to excite rather than relax. If you have a separate playroom for your child, the bright colors would be appropriate there. Pastels are great choices for color. Aqua, mint, peach, soft yellows, and variations of these colors are best. Of course, following Feng Shui tradition means that each color you use will impart certain characteristics in the room. For example, if the baby's room falls within the direction that represents the wood element, you will want to use green colors as they signify new life and good health. Some contrasting colors that would pair well with the wood element come from the water element. These complementary colors can include varying shades of blue. Do not go overboard on the decorations. Simple white curtains that will let in natural light are best. Be sure to place the crib or bassinet away from the window. Instead, it should be located against the wall away from a straight line to the primary door that opens into the room. You want to avoid a direct line to the door because when energy flows into the room, you want it to circulate throughout the area rather than make a beeline to your child and bombard him or her with an overflow of energy. Place a thriving green plant in the windowsill to maintain a positive energy flow. Of course, remember to move it once the child starts to crawl or toddle. Soft lights and music are also beneficial to maintaining a positive qi in your baby's room. Avoid having too many electrical plugged items in the baby's room as they give off harmful electromagnetic fields, which can disrupt a baby's sleep cycles. Do not use any water elements in the room like fountains, as it can drain away health and wealth of the family. Just as you would with your own bedroom, your child's room should be their sanctuary. Babies sleep a lot, but they are greatly affected by their environments nevertheless. By employing Feng Shui techniques in the baby's room, you are doing all that you can to ensure a positive qi for your baby. After all, just because they are little with no knowledge of Feng Shui doesn't mean that they cannot benefit from a serene, restful environment that creates a harmonious flow of qi. Chapter 9. Clocks. A rumor seems to persist in the land of newbie Feng Shui practitioners that clocks create bad qi and are therefore bad Feng Shui. As with other components of this ancient Chinese practice, there is a right and wrong way to display clocks in your home. Showing off clocks in your home is not bad Feng Shui. We all need clocks to keep us focused on maintaining our schedules. It's a regular part of life. It is important to keep in mind, though, that there are some places in the home where clocks will not interfere with positive qi forces, just as there are some places where having a clock would not be beneficial to maintaining a positive qi. There are some great places in the home where it is considered good Feng Shui to display your clocks. The heart of the home, known as the kitchen, is one positive place to display a clock. After all, cooking sometimes needs to be timed, right? Also, because it is the most used room in the home, it is totally acceptable to have a clock to keep time in there so that all members of the household can keep to schedules. The living room, family room, and home office are all appropriate places to display clocks as well. In other words, some places where you can expect to spend your waking hours are acceptable areas for clocks. It all ties back into needing to know the time so that you can meet your obligations in a timely manner. In addition, having a clock in your child's room and even your own bedroom is a necessity. For kids, having a clock teaches them about what time means and how important it is to wake up on time and meet obligations. Of course, an adult cannot usually live without an alarm clock either. However, there are a few Feng Shui rules when it comes to clocks in the bedroom. If at all possible, use a battery-powered alarm clock for the bedroom as it does not emit EMF fields, unlike the electric alarm clocks. These EMF fields can be detrimental to your health and cause negative qi in your bedroom. If you must have an electric alarm clock, place it as far away from your bedside as possible. The same applies to your child's bedroom as well. According to Feng Shui, you should not hang any large display clocks in your bedroom, much less display several different ones. The bedroom is your sanctuary, a place to relax and unwind. It should be a place where you are only governed by your internal clock rather than a mechanical one. If you are a collector of different kinds of clocks, there are places in the home where a display might be more appropriate. The living room is one such place to hang your special clocks or display them on graduated shelves on the mantel. A large collection might be better served displayed in a prominent hallway. It is also important to note the places where you should not display clocks as well, besides the particular bedroom Feng Shui rules mentioned before. For instance, do not display clocks in the entryway of the home. You do not want a clock to be the first thing that people see when they come to visit. It infers a time limit on the visit. And while clocks are totally acceptable in the living and family rooms, do not display clocks made of metal. It hinders the health and happiness of the family. As you can see, clocks are not evil, nor do they conspire against Feng Shui principles. It is all about how they are displayed. Because time has several connotations, it is important that you are always cognizant in how you choose to use them in the home and still maintain a positive qi. Chapter 10. Personality and Elements. Whether you are on a beginner's path to Feng Shui or have a bit of knowledge and practice under your belt, you rapidly grasp the significance of the features and attributes of each of the 5 elements of Feng Shui. Using the Lo Pan, Feng Shui compass, and the Bagua, 8-directional map, you can assess each of the elements, water, metal, wood, fire, and earth, and determine what colors, textures, and other interpretations of home decor you can employ for a harmonious balance and flow of energy. Breaking down the 5 elements will also help you employ these basic principles into your own life as well. In fact, you can take the most appealing and beneficial principles of each of these elements you employ in your home to create your own personal Feng Shui game plan. Here are a few highlights of each element. 1. The fire element is hot, akin to a bundle of energy just bouncing about to escape. The fire element infers a revolving change, excitement, and passion. 2. The metal element is all about clean lines and living. Focusing on the details with simple solutions is what the metal element is all about. 3. The wood element invokes practicality as well as ambition. Revolutionary or progressive people fall into the wood element. 4. The earth element reflects comfort, Mother Nature tendencies, and an eye toward lush, sumptuous designs. 5. The water element projects instinctive qualities, sensitivity, expressiveness, and creativity. No one falls into one particular element. In fact, it would be highly unusual if you did. Most people are a combination of elements, with one element being the dominant force in the Feng Shui relationship. These elements are a reflection of our own personalities, and we employ them in our home's decor as well as in life itself. Some of these element personalities are instinctive, while others may need the assistance of Feng Shui tools to identify them. Keep in mind that as you roll through life, your basic elemental styles can and do change, although not often. This transition can be likened to a little girl adoring pink and lace in her youth, only to adopt slightly more sophisticated tastes like clean lines and colors. Life experiences change you, so it is quite normal for Feng Shui decorating styles to change throughout your life. Aside from consulting a Feng Shui compass and bagua, you can get a hint of your 5 elements based on your overall personality. For example, if you have always been a neat freak, this lands within the metal element. The focus with the metal element, remember, is clean lines and simplicity in all things. The opposite of the spectrum is the slob or pack rat. If you fall within this category, you take comfort in your many things, and that falls within the earth element. If you are creative and always too busy to consider housekeeping, you just might be a great camouflager. This hints at the free-spirited qualities that the water element gives off. Practicality reflects the wood element, and those who fall into this category appreciate a clean space. However, they just hire someone else to clean it. If you are a bundle of energy that doesn't have the patience to wait, then you fall into the fire element. Some people truly don't know exactly where they stand in the scheme of things. In this regard, gather the opinions of close friends and family. Evaluate their perceptions of where you might fall within these elements to determine your Feng Shui decorating element. Couple those options with your first gut reaction to where you think you might fall. Chances are that there will be only 1 or 2 elements that truly stand out. Chapter 11. Feng Shui Buddha. The Feng Shui Buddha is one of the most popular and common Feng Shui objects. It is an object that many people buy or offer as a gift due to its significant importance. The laughing Buddha, or Buddha of happiness, as it is mostly known, comes from the Buddhist theories. According to the Feng Shui basics, the laughing Buddha laughs because he sees the worries of people transform into happiness and prosperity. According to the philosophy and myths, there is nothing that can make the Buddha happier than this. The statue of Buddha is smiling because of the inner smile that he features. The Feng Shui Buddha has the ability to radiate his feelings. Therefore, he keeps a big and vivid smile. His main advantage is that he can bring happiness and prosperity to all people, no matter where they are and live. It is a powerful symbol of wealth and happiness, and it supports the innocent and uninterrupted joy, the joy of life. Some people say that looking at his happy and playful face is enough to make a difference in your life. People supposedly rub the belly of the laughing Buddha to acquire some of his wealth. Buddha can bring good luck and prosperity to the household. Actually, the bigger the tummy is, the more luck he can radiate into the house and people. The Feng Shui Buddha is the most loved and respected of all deities in Buddhism, and is supposed to be the most quintessential piece of the Feng Shui philosophy. The Feng Shui Buddha can be found with many different names, such as the Buddha of Wealth, the Laughing Buddha, the Buddha of Prosperity, etc. He is usually carrying symbols of wealth, such as pots and coins or a sack full of treasures. He can also carry a gourd, which is called wulu in Chinese. This is the main symbol of longevity and health. The best place to place the Feng Shui Buddha is in the living room. According to the principles, the best place is in alignment to the front door, so as to ensure that the energy that flows in is positive and to acquire good luck and fortune in the household. Some people place the laughing Buddha on the dashboard of their vehicle to protect them and bring them luck. It is supposed to be a positive source of energy, bringing you the peace of mind you need while driving. If you are a student, you can also place the Buddha on your working or studying desk. Placing the Buddha in the reception area of your workplace or business office indicates that you invite people to work with you more harmoniously. Chapter 12. Crossing the T. Once you have followed and practiced Feng Shui for a while, you will discover all sorts of tricks as well as taboos. One such unmentionable practice is to inhabit or build a home situated at a T-junction. As you may well know, there are certain shapes and angles that are considered bad Feng Shui and will bring you bad luck and possible harm or even progressive illness. The T-junction is one of these no-nos you want to try and avoid. The reason all has to do with the flow of universal energy, also known as qi. You want qi to flow at a leisurely rate, not practically slammed into your space. With a home located at a T-junction, this shape is likened to a poisonous arrow pointed at your home. Negative qi can travel quite fast down the straightaway and basically cross that T and slam right into the home. This blast of qi packs quite a destructive punch to the overall flow of energy to the home. In addition, when this qi is traveling at an accelerating rate, what happens if something or someone darts into its path? That someone or something bears the brunt of quite an energy blast. Occupants of the home would absorb that destructive qi if something does not slow it down. This negative energy blasting the house located at a T-junction should make sense to you, right? Just think of all the bright and shimmering headlights shining into the windows of the house. And let's also not forget those times when cars may not observe the stop sign at the T-junction due to negligence or drunk driving and just continue barreling straight ahead running into the home. Add to that the noise pollution from the stream of traffic and the air pollution from the car exhaust. This all adds up to quite a flow of negative qi heading straight toward the home. Homes located in a Y-junction suffer similar fates as those located at the T-junctions. Again, all traffic seems to flow straight ahead to the house until cars have to decide to take the left or right portion of the Y. If at all possible, avoid purchasing a home located in either junction. You will avoid having to start at a negative Feng Shui point, which you might not be able to totally overcome. If you are new to Feng Shui and live in a Y or T junction, there are a few things you can do to lessen the impact of that entire negative qi slamming into your domicile. First of all, if your front door directly faces the junction area, see if you cannot use a different door as your main entrance. That way less negativity is invited into your home via the Y or T junction. A side garage entrance, kitchen entrance, or even patio entrance is preferable. Sometimes relocating your entrance is not possible. Therefore, you will want to dig out your shovels and start planting hedges, shrubs, or trees that can block and absorb the negative energies that are coming at a fast rate from the T-junction. In addition, you can construct a fence to border your front yard to act as a shield against bad qi. Solid fences are definitely preferable over wire or chain link fencing. Picket fences are an option because the wood slats are wider and more solid, great for absorbing negativity. A final line of defense is hanging a bagua mirror by the front of your home. This is an octagonal-shaped mirror that is only used outdoors to deflect bad qi from the home. The best position for the mirror is right above the front door, especially if it directly looks down at the T-junction. Hanging it on the outer wall of the home is also an option too. As long as it can deflect the highest level of negative energy possible from that one particular position, the bagua mirror can be a great line of defense. If there is a long front porch area facing the street, then you can use more than one mirror. Chapter 13. Your Kua number. According to Feng Shui principles, every person has different energy requirements. In the classic school of Feng Shui, there is something called the flying stars, which states the two groups of energy are separated into a west group and an east group. You would fall into either one of the categories. The issue with knowing whether you fall into the west group or east group is determining your Kua number. The Kua number is calculated based on your gender as well as your complete date of birth and even the time zone where you were born. You can either find a Chinese Kua calculator on a variety of websites online, or you can calculate the number yourself. Here is the process if you wish to do it on your own. 1. Using your birth year, add the last 2 digits together. Most Feng Shui practitioners say that you need to use your Chinese lunar birth year. Now keep in mind that with the Chinese lunar year, the new year starts on a different day each time. So if your birth month falls between March and December, you can just use your birth year to calculate. However, if you fall outside of that, you must consult a real Chinese lunar calendar. 2. If the result of adding the last 2 digits of the year together is more than 10, add the 2 digits together to come up with a single number. 3. From there, males should take away 10 while females should add 5. When your answer is 0, use 9. This answer is your Kua number. By calculating your Kua number, you can determine whether you fall in the east or west group. You will belong to the west group if your number is 2, 6, 7, or 8. The east group would fall on 1, 3, 4, or 9. With your Kua number, you can find out the best way to face in your workspace, while you are sleeping, or even your main entryway, so that you will reap the benefits of a positive flow of energy. If you have a kuo number that falls within the East group, you will find that the best 4 directions for you are North, East, South, and Southeast. Anytime you have to face something, these are the best directions for optimal energy flow and balance. What happens, though, when each person in your home has a different kuo number and opposing group? The answer is that there are ways to keep things on an even keel. Everyone has several directions in which they draw on to have a harmonious flow of energy. Therefore, you have to find a direction which best benefits the majority of people in the home. In this instance, you should not focus solely on everyone's kuo number, but also on the reading on the bagua as well as the Feng Shui compass. No one tool is the end-all to end-all in Feng Shui. Rather, you must use the positives from all of these tools in order to create a pleasing space for everyone in the home. Before referring to your kuo number or any other tool in the Feng Shui arsenal, there are a few things you can do first. Tackling clutter is the number 1 priority before employing any tools to find the best directions and auspicious areas in your home. Clutter is negative energy, and once it is cleaned up, you just might find that you don't have to compromise on other things after all. The lesson within this lesson is not to focus all your energies on any one Feng Shui tool, like your kuo number. Chapter 14. Feng Shui and Being Rich. Will Feng Shui make you rich? Feng Shui principles and beliefs are most applied in order to acquire wealth and prosperity. Let's see some of the most important tips and hints regarding the practice of Feng Shui for wealth. Wealth is governed by the southeast direction, and wood is the element in focus. Before starting everything else, you should apply the basic rule that dominates the Feng Shui tradition and philosophy. The most important step is to perform a space-clearing procedure so you can eliminate the accumulated bad energy. This procedure should take place first before anything else and is supposed to make the rest of the treatments and cures much more effective. Since the dominant direction is the southeast, you should keep the southeast corner of the house very clean and neat. You should also keep it very orderly because it can influence and affect your prosperity. Light in this corner should be as natural as possible, not very bright and not very low. Keeping a light on is also recommended. If you cannot have it on all day long, keep it on as much as possible every day. Place an aquarium in this corner. Water is supposed to complement wood well. Therefore, you need some bright and active fish which can attract or produce positive qi. According to the Feng Shui principles, there should be 9 goldfish there. 8 should be of some bright gold color and the 9th should be black. If you cannot place an aquarium there, you can try to place a small fountain or something that can add water. If nothing of that kind is easy, then try with a painting or some sculpture. Use the sculpture of a dragon turtle. It is a very powerful symbol for Feng Shui and is supposed to reflect prosperity and success. You should place it in the north part of the house. Use candles so you can energize and enhance the abilities of wood. Brown, green, or earth-colored candles are supposed to be excellent sources of serenity and energy. The southeast sector should feature plants with round leaves, as they are considered to bring better qi to the house and space. The southeast corner should also feature some of the basic symbols of prosperity, such as a Buddha sculpture or Chinese coins. Faceted crystals are also known to increase the levels of positive energy in the house. If you use a computer for work, you should hang 3 coins from it, using a red cloth or ribbon. You should also place the sculpture of the famous Chinese dragon in the southeast corner, as it is a very powerful wealth enhancer and attractor of positive energy. This has been Feng Shui, Techniques of Prosperity and Harmony in Your Life. Written by Kim Chow. Narrated by Scott Clem. Copyright 2017 by Kim Chow. Production copyright 2017 by Kim Chow.